Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Buddhist Vajra vs. the Regret of the 5th Level Fish Dragon. 3 more, please subscribe. Amitabha, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back before it is too late. The skinny old monk in the air slapped down with one hand, and the 4th level fish dragon that emerged from the lake was directly hit hard. The huge body exploded instantly, blood splashed, and a big handprint was instantly pressed on the bulging belly and back of the fish. Golden elixir. Shui Yulong felt a rotten golden elixir aura, which had turned back 10,000 miles. At this time, his spiritual consciousness did not dare to explore, and the two parties who were fighting would not have their spiritual consciousness fall into his hands. After all, the golden elixir fighting also requires full strength. How did this old monk hide in SYNOPSIS? How? Shui Yulong paid attention to the 3 Buddhist golden elixirs nearby. One of them was the silver monk from Guangwen Temple. After all, his characteristics were too similar to those of the golden monk. The Guangwen Temple could firmly occupy the top position in SYNOPSIS because it had the 2 fake golden monks sitting in charge. The other person was Kong Hai Jinggang from the Great Zen Temple. He was also a hidden master in the Great Zen Temple. If Shui Yulong had not described the other person to Chen Taran at this time, he would not have known that there were 2 fake elixir masters in the Great Zen Temple. As for the last person, it was Yuzhen Jinggang from the Jade Heart Temple. He was the current abbot of the Jade Heart Temple and was also in the fake elixir realm. The 3 of them each occupied a star position, and they were obviously stepping on the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. They suddenly sealed and suppressed it. The fish dragon on the lake could not even turn over, and could only let the old monk on the sky hit the last blow. That was the Buddha seal that attacked 9 times in a row. If Shui Yulong guessed correctly, this should be the inherited magical power of Guangwen Temple, known as the Buddha seal. 9 Furies of the Golden Elixir. Great magical power. The power of each palm seal can be superimposed. The 9th time this move was used, even a late Golden Elixir cultivator would be able to fight hard. Roar. On the lake, the fish dragon screamed, and water surged all over its body, dragging the 4 bald donkeys into the lake bottom world. Then it drove the 1 yuan heavy water to attack. Shui Yulong clearly saw 3 balls of 1 yuan heavy water of all sizes smashing into the 3 fake Dan Vajra. After counting carefully, I'm afraid there were dozens of drops of 1 yuan heavy water. Splash Silver Tao Tuo was the first to withdraw and retreat. The moment he avoided the 1 yuan heavy water, his eyes were full of ecstasy. He directly threw the Buddhist pagoda in his hand to cover it, ready to refine it for his own use. On the other hand, the Jade Heart Vajra next to him opened his mouth and swallowed the 1 yuan heavy water directly, and then flashed and landed on the island in the middle of the lake, ready to completely refine it into his flesh. Finally, the Konghei Vajra used the magical power to lead the boundless sea and exile the ball of 1 yuan heavy water in front of him. With such a force of hundreds of millions of pounds, he definitely didn't dare to take it head-on. Little fish dragon, you dare to act rashly. The old monk Kuchai, who was preparing to strike with his palm, suddenly punched through the lake's surface with a punch. The surface of the lake collapsed instantly, just like flesh and blood being smashed by a giant hammer. It completely disintegrated, and the terrifying impact instantly fell to the bottom of the lake. The 4th level fish dragon hiding at the bottom of the lake could only open its mouth and spit out the 5th level space gem. After resisting the power of this blow, the gem flew high into the air and fell into the hands of the old monk Kuchai. Amitabha, it was easy to get it. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get this space gem. The old monk Kuchai smiled and played with his space gem in front of him. The 5th level magic weapon was enough for him to make a desperate move. When he looked down, the fish dragon, whose skin was torn and only half a breath was left, had been lifted up by the 3 Vajra and sent from the bottom of the lake to the surface of the lake. Amitabha, the old monk's eyes were full of joy. I was worried that you would not move, but I didn't expect that you would come out to seek death at the Lake Heart Island trade fair. It's no wonder that my Buddhist sect is so ruthless. While he was thinking, the Zhugong beast suddenly appeared on the Lake Heart Island behind him, and a violent breath of true energy shot out from its mouth. Swish! A beam of light like a sword light instantly hit the Jade Heart King Kong, who was unable to dodge. He was refining the 1 yuan heavy water and his face changed drastically, but half of his body exploded instantly. The uncontrolled 1 yuan heavy water in his body quickly wrapped him up. In a blink of an eye, his flesh began to rot and turn black, and his vitality dissipated. Master Yuxin, Konghei King Kong and Yin Tao Tuo's faces changed drastically. Almost in an instant, Yin Tao Tuo threw away the 1 yuan heavy water he was suppressing. Just kidding, such a strange change. If he wasted his true energy and mind again, occupying his own golden elixir to suppress a ball of 1 yuan heavy water, he would be looking for death. With just a thought, the old monk Kuchai turned around and slapped out a golden elixir palm print. The figure of the Zhugang beast in the distance flashed and disappeared again. But the old monk Kuchai was not an ordinary person. With a shock of his true essence, the lake's surface within a radius of 10,000 miles was blown up. The surging lake water instantly poured a 100-foot beast shadow in the air. Evil beast, dust to dust, earth to earth, since you have already passed away, why do you stay in the world to cause trouble? The old monk Kuchai was furious and attacked with all his strength. The formation pattern appeared on the island in the middle of the lake. Although it was intact, the Zhugang beast demon puppet hiding on it was smashed to pieces. But in the next moment, the huge beast pupils on the 4th level fish dragon corpse floating on the lake quickly filled with colors. Hula Fang Yuan Wan Li was instantly dragged into the bottom of the lake. The dark 1 yuan heavy water had already occupied the entire bottom of the lake. The powerful suction force tightly bound the 3 bald donkeys deep in the bottom of the lake. Su Yuming frowned, because his spiritual consciousness had already cut off the ability to explore, and even the ability to sense the fluctuations of the lake water could not be done. But when he was distressed, the Zhugang beast in the distance only had half of its head left, which allowed him to master the Zhugang beast's inner elixir again and see the appearance of the bottom of the lake. Gulu Gulu, the Zhugang beast's inner elixir was sinking rapidly. Su Yuming saw Konghai Jinggang, who was now lying on his back in the lake and could not move a finger through his weak vision. This is being attacked by spiritual consciousness and being killed in seconds? The silver monk instantly used the golden elixir spirit treasure to transform into a 1,000-foot pagoda to cover the 4th level fish dragon deep in the bottom of the lake. The old monk Kuchai had already sent out his monk robe to bind him tightly. With the cassock shrinking to the size of a fist in an instant, the 4th order fish dragon with a body of thousands of feet had no chance of survival, but the silver monk who was holding the Buddhist golden pagoda saw black. A bloody mouth jumped out from under his feet and swallowed him directly. The Buddhist golden pagoda immediately fell back into the hands of the old monk like a kite with a broken string. He almost didn't stop, and moved away thousands of miles away. After several turns, he had disappeared into the horizon. Escaped? Su Yuming was a little surprised. Facing the remnant of the 5th order fish dragon, it was just borrowing the 2 flesh bodies of the Zhugang beast and the 4th order fish dragon. The other party killed 3 fake Danjin in seconds and scared away a real giant and old monk. On the lake, the corpse of the 4th order fish dragon floated to the surface again. Su Yuming waited for 2 hours before manipulating this Zhugang beast inner elixir to approach the bottom of the lake. He first collected 100 drops of 1 yuan heavy water, then took away Konghai Jinggang's storage ring, and quietly retreated. At this time, the huge fish dragon body floating on the lake was rapidly repairing with the help of the nearby heaven and earth spiritual power. The blood and water spreading outward were now mixed with 1 yuan heavy water. It can be said that once the remnant of the 5th order fish dragon completely controls its body, it will be particularly terrifying. In this case, Su Yuming dared to take advantage of the fire, simply because this guy was not distracted to deal with him now. Human Ant, this seat remembers your breath. Its beast pupils closed, and it looked towards the direction of Dongzhao, as if it could sense Su Yuming's location thousands of miles away. I'm being targeted. Su Yuming stepped on the earth dragon boat, stretched out his hand, caught a flying Zhugang beast inner elixir, and put a newly obtained storage ring on his fingertips. He began to flee quickly towards Dongzhao, taking out the sound transmission stone. Immediately order the Dongzhao secret guards to spread the news of the change on the lake island throughout the Zuanjin lake world. The remnant of the 5th level fish dragon appeared and killed the 3 fake Danzhenrin of Buddhism. The secret golden elixir of Guangwen Temple was also severely injured and fled. The other party seemed to have mastered a 5th level space magic weapon. After Su Yuming finished the sound transmission, he recalled the last attack of swallowing the silver-head monk. It was clearly the power of space that escaped from the pagoda, otherwise the flesh of the 4th level fish dragon would have been torn into pieces and turned into meat patties just now. It seems that the space gem that the old monk Kuchai got was fake, so the appearance of the 4th level fish dragon at the bottom of the lake is not a layout. Su Yuming thought for a moment, and then received a sound transmission from the direction of Dongzhao. It's bad, master. A fake Dan Sanren has appeared and is attacking Dongzhao City. Now Tu Sanren is fighting him, but I don't think he can hold the helm. In addition, the 4 northern counties have lost contact with us, and the Su family monks who were sent out to take charge have been attacked and killed. It seems that those secret forces hiding in Dongzhao have attacked me. Su Yuming took a deep breath, pinched his hands to form a spell, and hurried on his way. At this time, the light of the Earth Dragon boat can fly nearly 300 miles in one breath. It only takes him more than 9 hours to return to Dongzhao City, immediately find out the identity of the person who came, and what force attacked the 4 northern counties, how much loss my Su family disciples have suffered, and how the Purple Mansion County of each county stands at this time. When I return, everything will be settled. At this time, more than 200,000 miles away in Yan'an County, Chen Taran and Fi Sanren stood side by side on the city. After hearing the voice transmission, Chen Taran suddenly felt relieved. Brother Fi, I only need to hold on for another day. The master has such confidence. Those secret families that have come out must not be our opponents. As for the fake Dan who is attacking Dongzhao City, it is nothing more than trying to save Zhao from Wei. If we attack to rescue at this time, we will fall into a trap. I am just sighing. Why is it that when the power of the demon clan has changed drastically and the remnant of the ancient demon clan has come out to take over the body of the 4th level fish dragon, posing a major threat to the human race in Waizuanjin Lake world, there are still people who dare to stand up and seize power and disrupt Dongzhao? Can't they see the people of the world? Fi Sanren looked distressed. Of course they can see it. Under the threat of the remnant of the 5th level fish dragon, except for the golden elixir, no one will have the power to protect themselves. Chen Taran was a little fortunate at this time. The master he followed was at the peak of the Purple Mansion. Thank you for the 200 points of reward support from the Taoist friend Manglir Shuchen. Thank you. Chapter 252, Zifu's internal response. Dongzhao City is broken. One more, please subscribe. My lord, the one who has occupied Bidi County is Huangfu Zhu. He is at the level of fake Dan. The Huangfu family behind him was a powerful family that dominated the 4 counties of Bidi 1,000 years ago. Now that he has come out, there are probably more than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators under his command, and there are 300 or 400 foundation building cultivators, and more than 100,000 Qi refining cultivators. Now the Jin family and Yan family of Bidi County have been destroyed. The Purple Mansion Sanren Jin Long who was killed by him. Tian family's Grand Elder Tian Kishin escorted Jin family's top-grade fire spirit root disciple Jin Zhao, and more than 10 people from the clan escaped. In addition, the one who occupied Yuan County was the top Purple Mansion force in Bihan's Hao, the Frost Sword sect. They have a great sword cultivator of the 3rd step of Jiandan, called Frost Divine Sword Qiao Shianayu, whose power is comparable to that of the Huangfu family. Since the Zhang family and the Bai family of Yuan County were the first to relocate their clansmen to Dongzhao City, only the tens of thousands of mortals they left behind suffered. The 3 foundation building cultivators sent by the Su family were also killed by the other side. Yanbi County has also been lost, but because the Yanbi Chen family split their clansmen into 2 in advance and migrated to Yan'an County and Nandu County, they did not suffer too much damage. However, Yan'an County is currently difficult to deal with by the Undeadling family, who have revived in the Yanbi Tomb group. They have too many zombies in their hands. They probably took 1 million people with them when they were sleeping in the early years. There are more than 1,000 second-level zombies alone, and there are 7 third-level flying zombies. There is also a fake pill real person Ling Busi sitting in charge. If they are not resisted, they may go south to get involved in Yan'an County. The last is Sanchuan County. Zhao Bangcheng, the ancestor of the Zhao family who has been in seclusion for many years, has entered the fake pale realm and instantly suppressed the other 2 major families in Sanchuan County. Li Guo was killed on the spot, and Jin Hangshan surrendered with the Jin family. At present, the 4 major forces have surrounded my Dongzhao County from 4 directions. The rest of the Purple Mansion Sanren are now all gathered near Dongzhao City and have not acted rashly, but we dare not guarantee whether they will have any ulterior motives. Su Yuming received messages from Fi Sanren one after another. At this time, he was trying his best to drive the flying boat, and the Taoist robe on his body was full of alcohol. He had been refining the last sip of 3,000-year-old monkey wine for several days. Now the true Qi in his body has been saturated. It has only been 1 day since he stepped into the peak of the Purple Mansion, and he has already shown a tendency to condense the Dan Qi in his body. It's just one battle away. Once I breed Dan Qi, even if I am a Jindan's Henren, I can't be too rampant. Su Yuming sensed the situation in his body and began to concentrate on refining the great teleportation talisman. For the last tens of thousands of miles, he planned to use Sun Xianxi's Xianji Ray to instantly teleport there, either to Yan'an City or Dongzhou City. This 1 yuan heavy water is really mysterious. Su Yuming felt the 1 yuan heavy water in front of him. This was a real 4th level spiritual water, and it was a magical power that could attack and defend at the same time. Ancestor 2, if the situation is not good, you can immediately take the Su family cultivators and withdraw from the secret passage under Dongzhou City. There is no need to defend this city. There are many fake Danzhenren outside the city. There is no need to fight the enemy head-on. I have returned at full speed. Su Yuming calculated that the Purple Mansion cultivators under his command, Su Shanwu who was in charge of Nandu County, Fi Sanren and Chen Taran who were in charge of Yan'an County, and Su Tu who was staying in Dongzhou City at the moment, were too scattered. If they were all in Dongzhou City, Su Yuming would still dare to defend it. Now in Dongzhou City, there are 9 Purple Mansion Sanren, Wei Xian, Wei Jiao, Wei Long, Zhu Xianshu, Zheng Changling, Bai Mishuang, Tian Qishan, Lu Changjiu, and Su Tu. If they can work together, Su Yuming frowned, because he felt that the biggest hidden danger should be the few Purple Mansion Sanren of the Wei family who were originally guarding the mansion. At this time, in Dongzhou City, the 4 Purple Mansion cultivators gathered in the Wei family ancestral hall, where the territory of the clan was reduced to 1/5 of the original. Brother, it's time to make a decision. Wei Jiao looked at Wei Xian arrogantly. The foundation of my Wei family was taken away by Su Yuming. Although you are still the chief coach of the Fish Scale Iron Cavalry, do you have the command over them? The 5 armies in front, back, left, right and center are each led by a Purple Mansion cultivator. The remaining 25,000 people are even led by Su Shanwu, who has just broken through the Purple Mansion. Who is he? Su Shanwu. He is just the head of the Su family in Yan'an. Looking at so many Purple Mansion forces in Dongzhou, he can't even be ranked in the top 10 under the Purple Mansion. I heard that Su Yuming also got a lot of opportunities at the trade fair. If he returns to continue to cultivate the Su family's Purple Mansion, and when the Su family has 5 or 6 more Purple Mansion cultivators, then he won't take our Wei family seriously at all. Who is contacting you? The Ling family that plays with corpses, or the rebellious Zhao family, or the Frost Sword sect that invaded the Bihun sect, and the Huangfu family that has sealed the mountain for 1,000 years. Wei Jiao frowned. She didn't understand why her elder brother was still so indecisive at this critical moment. It's the Huangfu family. They now have 2 great fake Dan masters in their clan. Once we join, they promise to help your elder brother enter the fake Dan realm, because they have a Thunder Tribulation weapon in their hands, which can guarantee that your elder brother will not die under the Golden Elixir Thunder Tribulation. I'm only at the peak of the Purple Mansion. It's still a long way to go for the Thunder Tribulation. And you believe in something that is so imaginary? Wei Xian glared at him. Also, my Wei family was originally the overlord of Dongzhou. Even if we were defeated by the Su family did not treat us badly, monitor us, or abandon us. We are still a powerful family and still live in Dongzhou City. If we betray the Su family today, we will be infamous for a lifetime. Within a few months. We have defected twice. Wouldn't we become slaves of 3 surnames? Wei Jiao was scolded by him, but she still didn't accept it. Brother, I don't want the Wei family to be the funeral of the Su family. If Su Yuming doesn't come back, Dongzhou City can't be saved. Other forces must have gone to lobby other families, then let the city be broken. Order all the clansmen to gather within 10,000 feet, except the cultivators of other families in the city, and after the chaos, let Su Tu Sanren enter the 4th level formation of our clan to avoid disaster and wait for the return of Master Su. When Wei Jiao heard the name Su Yuming again, she couldn't help it after all. She patted the armrest of the table and chair and stood up. Brother, no matter how strong Su Yuming is, how can he match the 5 fake Dan masters of the 4 major forces? Even if he comes back, He is just sending himself to death. As long as the four major forces surround Dongzhou City, what awaits us is still a dead end. Wei Xian sighed and threw the sound transmission talisman in his palm to Wei Jiao. Wei Jiao reached out to take it, and a hoarse voice came from it. Patriarch, I just received news that a Bihun sect announced that the Frost Sword sect is not a vassal force under their command. Their invasion of Yuan County has nothing to do with the Bihun sect. Hiss. Wei Jiao looked up in shock. Brother, the Bihun sect is the dominant sect in Bihun province. Are they afraid of Su Yuming? It's normal that you can't see the battle at the Lake Center Pavilion at your level. Wei Xian glanced at this silly sister from the third room. If she was his biological child, he would have beaten her 4 or 5 times a day to wake her up. I suspect that Master Su has mastered the power of space, and he has other deadly moves hidden. After all, we have never seen him use his full strength. The only battle we know of is the one in which our ancestor and the commander-in-chief were killed. Since the top masters from other states have recognized Master Su, wouldn't it be ridiculous if we turned against him because of some petty thieves? The fire broke out. Kill. The west gate, in the direction of Sanchuan County, was lost, and the formation was broken. The monks from Sanchuan County, who attacked and killed their way in, began to kill indiscriminately along the streets of the city. After releasing spells to ignite more than a dozen streets, they had already started fighting with the monks guarding the city. Such a scene is truly spectacular. I never thought that our Zhao family would have the day to rule Dongzhou City. Without the Wei family, the Yan and Su family is truly vulnerable. Zhao Sishu stood side by side with Jin Hengshan, standing on a flying sword. Brother Jin, if you want to submit your letter of allegiance today, I'll be troubled by you to attack the Su family's residence. As long as you bring back 10,000 heads, your Jin family will be able to share this Dongzhou City with my Zhao family in the future. Jin Hengshan had a wisp of his soul taken away, and he could only nod in agree at this moment. The unyielding Li family of Sanchuan County had now killed all the male members taller than the wheels of a car. The Zhao family actually used the same method they used to deal with the monster clan to deal with the Li family, with whom they had lived together in Sanchuan County for many years. This made him extremely chilled. It's bad, Patriarch. Su Tu and his men have retreated into the Wei family's formation. We can't break through the fourth order formation of the Wei family. Moreover, the Frost Sword sect outside the East City Gate and the Huangfu family outside the North City Gate have already entered the city. I'm afraid we can't take over Dongzhou City, then immediately plunder all the cultivation resources and take away everything in the market. Also, destroy the bodies of those cultivators as well. Don't leave them to the Ling family to control. Yes, it's really unlucky, flying all the way to the fourth order evil spirit fish dragon formation where the Wei family is located, sensing the breath of millions of creatures inside. Zhao Sishu's face was a little distorted, because he knew that the Zhao family betrayed Su Yuming, and there would be a reckoning after Su Yuming returned. Moreover, if the Yan and Su family is not destroyed, then their Zhao family's uprising would not be considered orthodox. When Su Yuming returns and reorganizes his forces, they will become rebels and everyone will shout and fight. Where is Lu Changjiu, our insider? Why doesn't this old guy come to see me? Zhao Sishu shouted coldly. Something bad has happened to the family. The undying Ling family has invaded Jilu County from the north. Now the monks of the Lu family have suffered heavy casualties, and even the Wanli Beilu plain has been lost. Now Lu Changjiu has brought his monks back to help. What? Zhao Sishu was furious. These shady guys, not only did not contribute to the attack on Dongzhou City, but also launched a sneak attack from behind, taking the opportunity to capture Jilu County and picking up corpses outside Dongzhou City. The more fiercely we fight here, the greater their strength will be. Tell Lu Changjiu that my Zhao family will seek justice for his family's sneak attack, and he must come back immediately to assist my Zhao family in breaking through the Wei family compound. Yes. Sure, the power of space, in the dark night, moved in a flash, and Su Yuming, holding a broken array plate in his palm, landed on the top of Yan'an County. Master, Ancestor, Fi Sanren, Chen Taran and Su Shenwu were overjoyed when they saw his figure. Their backbone had finally returned. Chapter 253 4 coffins blocked the road, the fake Danling did not die. 2 more, please subscribe. What is the current situation? Su Yuming released his spiritual awareness, and saw everything within a radius of 9,000 miles. He found more than a dozen minions, and with a cold snort, he killed them directly. At the same time, The secret guards in the city immediately rushed out, ready to bring them back to collect intelligence. Reporting to the master, Dongzhao City was broken, but the Wei family stood up unswervingly, holding up the 4th-level evil spirit fish dragon formation to protect the creatures in the city. At present, the Huangfu family of Bidi County, the Zhao family of Sanchuan County, and the Frost Sword sect of Yuan County have all entered the city. Julu County was lost, and the undead Ling family has now occupied the entire place. Moreover, we have received news that the internal response in Dongzhao City is Lu Chengju. The Lu family was slaughtered, and 2 purple mansion Sanren were made into flying zombies, which can be regarded as retribution. Since everyone is in Dongzhao City, then I will go there, and you can continue to guard Yan'an County. After speaking, Su Yuming had already flashed away for 100 miles, and in a blink of an eye, his breath had gone thousands of miles away. Such a fast escape speed. If the master goes alone, it will be dangerous. It is rumored that there are 5 fake Dan Sanren in the 4 major forces. Fi Sanren's face was full of tension. Su Yuming handed over the secret guards in charge of intelligence to him to command. He and Chen Taran can be listed as the 2 loyal dogs under Su Sanren. It must be that the future honor and disgrace are closely related to Su Yuming. The master has stabilized the realm of the peak of the Purple Mansion. Next to him, Chen Taran smiled, pass the order down, continue to train the monks in the city, and prepare for a counterattack. Those jumping clowns who jumped out this time will be settled one by the master. Su Shanwu, who was standing next to him, was silent. He went north from Nandu County to Yan'an County. He wanted to protect his ancestors' foundation. He also brought all the monks in Nandu County to prevent Nandu County from being attacked by enemy cultivators and preserve their strength in advance. He and other people in the family actually had doubts about Su Yuming, the sudden appearance of the family ancestor. Because the Su family, where's the Yu generation? Who, in the Earth Dragon boat, Su Yuming quickly left Yan'an County and arrived at the edge of Hangshan County. The entire Hangshan County was between Yan'an County and Dongzhao City. A huge mountain range, like a giant ape with its hands outstretched, occupied a county with a radius of 10,000 miles, and the branches of the mountain range also extended into Donghu County and Yan'an County. The moment Su Yuming passed through the sky, a dead air had swept across the sky, and it was pitch dark. Moreover, if ordinary people were touched by this dead air, their flesh and blood would rot, and they would scream and wail. In just 10 breaths, they would completely turn into a ball of pus and blood. After Su Yuming opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of Qi rainbow fire, he drove the demon-slaying wind to disperse the dead air in the sky, and saw the black-robed figure standing on Hangshan Mountain waiting for him for a long time, standing with 4 coffins. Knowing that I have a record of killing fake pills. You come here alone to stop me. Su Yuming also guessed the identity of the person who came. The ancestor of the undying Ling family, a fake pill real person who seemed to have lived for thousands of years, Ghost King Ling Busi. And in the 4 coffins standing behind him, there must be 4 third-level zombies. My people swallowed up Julu City, and the other 3 families said that they broke the rules. If I don't want to face the 4 fake pills alone, you have to go back with your head. I may not be able to do it, but I can hold you back. Ling Busi opened his eyes flashing with ghost fire under his black robe. In Su Yuming's opinion, this guy can no longer be called a human being. He is half human and half ghost, otherwise he would not have lived to this era. People like you will be threatened by them. Su Yuming has grabbed 4 talismans from under his sleeves, and the 9 flying swords have been spinning to condense the 9 Yao sword formation and can be used at any time. So I'm going to fight you. If you don't die, we'll kill them together, and then Dongzhao will belong to you, and you'll leave a piece of cemetery for my Ling family. How about that? If you want to leave the cemetery, go to Bihanshao. The location of the mountain gate of the Frost Sword sect that attack my Dongzhao before is good. If you kill people in Dongzhao, you will be punished by heaven. After Su Yuming finished speaking, the 4 Zhengjin divine light talismans in his hands suddenly burst out. The moment he opened his mouth and spit, the hot Qi rainbow fire was quickly blown away by the red sand soul dispersing gourd that flew out from behind him. The quasi 4th level demon-slaying wind instantly created a terrifying sea of fire that covered most of Hangshan Mountain. Clang, the 9 sword lights merged into one, and the 3rd step of the sword intent burst out. The moment it fell, under the amplification of the celestial sword soul, all the mountain tops within 7,000 miles were flattened by a sword. Shui in the air, A silver glowing flying zombie came towards Su Yuming. When he turned his head, a golden armored flying zombie also appeared behind him, attacking at the same time. The moment they opened their mouths to spit out venom, Su Yuming had already released the third stage late stage snow demon puppet that he had just obtained. This thing had no beast soul, but it was enough for him to control it using the heavenly secret silk. Bang bang! The moment the two flying zombies were knocked away, Su Yuming's eyes went dark, and a coffin appeared directly in front of him. The moment the coffin lid was broken, he had already activated a small teleportation talisman. Thousands of miles away, Su Yuming took a step out and saw the area where he was originally located. The third stage late stage snow demon puppet was thrown into the forest by a purple gold flying zombie with a black body. Roar, with a beast roar, the corpse of the third stage great perfection desert wolf king bit the golden armored flying zombie fiercely and tore it to pieces in 2 bites. In addition, the silver armored flying zombie was also approached by Su Yuming. With the Earth Dragon shuttle in his hand, the huge force of billions of pounds plus the several mountain souls he had just obtained, smashed it deep into the ground. Throw out the Earth Dragon shuttle to suppress it. And there is no need to worry about it continuing to cause trouble in this battle. Who the purple gold flying zombie chased Su Yuming all the way. This guy's strength is almost comparable to that of a purple mansion great perfection cultivator, and Su Yuming's attention has always been on the disappeared Ling Bu-Si, and the last coffin. Bang! Suddenly, the purple gold flying zombie and Su Yuming exchanged a punch, and a coffin lid suddenly opened on its chest. Under his dumbfounded eyes, a dwarf-like thin zombie appeared. His whole body was red, and it sprayed a corpse-killing ghost fire at Su Yuming. Su Yuming didn't need to make a move, and the red sand soul dispersing gourd behind him helped him use the demon-slaying wind to blow away the ghost fire attack. And he already had 9 more flying swords in his right hand, and the white cloud sword intent burst out. Clang! One sword cut a flying fire zombie and the purple gold flying zombie at the same time, and in that ghost aura, the black-robed Ling Bu-Si had already appeared. The moment Su Yuming's left hand had an extra Fangyan Huiji, the opponent stretched out a hand towards Su Yuming. Stop, if you keep fighting, I can't save these 2 corpse puppets, and your giant and Ling Bao may not be able to kill me. Su Yuming remained calm and raised the Fangyan Huiji. The opponent sighed and had to open his mouth to spit out a bead with ghostly aura. 4th level corpse bead. Su Yuming's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that you have found a 1,000-year-old zombie king. I can't imagine what a family of cultivators thinks of lying in a coffin board waiting for the return of a giant era. Very simple. The other party released a breath. Su Yuming sensed it, and his face changed. You are still in the realm of Purple Mansion Great Perfection and have not yet entered the realm of Fake Pill. Although I am neither human nor ghost in the eyes of Dao Ao, I still want to form a ghost pill, live for 1,000 years, and practice the ghost immortal great method. Dao Ao, let's join forces. I will help you resist the 2 fake pills, and you will let my Ling family live. How about it? Seeing Su Yuming raised his hand to continue fighting, Ling Bu-Si hurriedly stopped. I am willing to take the Ling family to Bihan's Hao. That's fine. He calculated that this battle has lasted for a long time, and he has collected a lot of Purple Mansion corpses. If he continues to stay facing Su Yuming, this monster, he really doesn't want to waste time. Okay, Su Yuming looked at him deeply and watched him go north. I will attack the Frost Sword sect of Yuan County to resist their fake pill real people. Dao Ao Su can go to Dongzhou by yourself. Although the Wei family's formation is strong, I am afraid it will not be able to resist for long. Su Yuming ignored him, and his feet were like the wind, rushing towards Dongzhou city quickly. At this time, in the city, except for Su Tu, the remaining 7 Purple Mansion Sanren were Wei Xian, Wei Jiao, Wei Long, Zhu Xianshu, Zheng Changling, Bai Mishuang, and Bian Qishan. Among these people, except for Bian Qishan, who had a grudge against the Huangfu family outside the city because his clansmen were killed, and Zhu Xianshu, who had secretly surrendered to him, how many people could be trusted? The Ling family took the initiative to go to Yuan County and go north to Bihan's Hao. I can tolerate them temporarily. The Zhao family of Sanchuan County, the traitors must die. As for the remaining 2 forces, if Ling Bu-Si can't deal with the Frost Sword sect, then let me give these foreign forces a good beating. As he said, Su Yuming sent a message to Yan'an County, asking them to lead the 3 Purple Mansion Sanren to go south and sit in Nandu County to guard against the Nanhazhao Sangxiu alliance. Some blind guys went north and took the opportunity to seize the Purple Bamboo Forest. There were 2 kinds of bamboo raised by Sui Yulong in it, which were good things that he could use after his golden elixir. These fake pills are really not easy to deal with. Sui Yulong glanced at the 1 yuan heavy water hidden under his robe. If the other party had not stopped just now, at least a purple gold flying zombie would have been killed by him in an instant. But even so, he felt that Ling Bushi, who was infinitely close to the 4th level zombie king, would be more difficult to deal with. I wonder if this person will fight with that guy Gu Ho. Sui Yulong thought of this and shook his head. The gap is too big. If the major purple mansion families in the mountain and sea area are like a group of lambs under the rule of the 5 beast sect, the forces in this Zhuanjing Lake world are like a group of lunatics who can break their heads for survival. These major forces that came into the world should all be for the purpose of achieving the golden pill. Maybe there's a place I don't know about, with the opportunity of the golden pill, and a way to avoid the suppression of the power of heaven and earth here, break through the shackles of the fake pill, and step into the golden pill, condensing the pill here. Sui Yulong feels a little difficult. Chapter 254, You're trying to get into a trap, but you're using thunder magic in front of me. 3 more, please subscribe. Sui Yulong refined the inner elixir of this Hugong beast and the remaining beast soul into the snow demon puppet, then refined the 5th level finger into it, requenched the 4th level snake venom, and then injected 1 yuan of heavy water into the 3rd level great perfection desert wolf king puppet. In this battle, he went to Dong Zhao, and it must be 1 against many. If there was no puppet means, Sui Yulong really wanted to hide underground and play hide and seek with him. At this time, the sky was bright. On the top of Dong Zhao city, 4 figures were standing together, watching a 100-foot-high evil fish dragon formation. This Wei family is also crazy. Sui Yulong took away their foundation, and they actually wanted to protect the creatures in the city and fight for the Su family. Huangfu Rulong, a guy who had just entered the false elixir realm for only 10 years, was because of his appearance that gave rise to the idea of Huangfu's emergence. Otherwise, the Huangfu family would probably still be hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. What do you 2 fellow Daoists think about this? Huangfu Zhu turned around and looked at Frost Sword Master Qiao Shai and Iwan Zhao family's ancestor Zhao Bangcheng with a smile. If our families have the means to break the formation, it would be unwise to wait until now. There are only 2 ways to deal with it now. One is to break the formation by force, and the second is to kill Sui Yulong when he returns. Zhao Bangcheng's eyes flashed with cold light. As long as we kill him, the purple mansion cultivators in the city will have no hope, and they will collapse from within. At that time, we can defeat the enemy without fighting. Sui Yulong is not easy to kill. You don't have to reach the fake Dan realm to kill Wei Changqing. In the battle on the lake island, the 4th level fish dragon dragged him to the bottom of the lake, but he was able to break free within a few breaths and jumped out of the lake unscathed. He is very powerful. If he gets away, we won't be able to sleep well. Huangfu Rulong smiled coldly. My Huangfu clan has a Dragon Emperor 9 Heavens Thunderbolt Array, which is a 4th level mid-grade formation. Let alone a mere fake Dan warrior, who is actually just a junior at the peak of the Purple Mansion. Even if he is a Golden Dan real person, we can fight him with the 4 of us presiding over the formation. I wonder if you 2 fellow Daoists dare to enter the formation with the formation flag and kill him. After killing Sui Yulong, no one of the Yan and Su family will be left alive. How should the rest of the territory be divided? Qiao Shai and Ayu asked in a cold voice. My Zhao family occupies Sanchuan County, Dongzhou City, and Hangshan County. Then my Huangfu family will take Bidi County, Yuan County, and Yanbi County. Humph. Seeing that all the good territories were occupied, Qiao Shai and I was not annoyed. Then Nandu County, Julu County, and Yan'an County will belong to my Ice and Frost Sword sect. No problem. If there is a big event in Dongzhou in the future, our 3 families will discuss it. Zhao Bangcheng glanced to the west. The person is almost here. Let's lure him into the trap. If he doesn't come, we will use Huangfu Daoiao's 4th level middle grade formation to break this evil fish dragon formation and kill all the millions of creatures inside. Let's see if Sui Yulong will go crazy and be furious. Okay, a few dozen miles away. A foundation building cultivator had a flashing look in his eyes and lowered his head to walk towards the cultivator camp in the distance. After he casually set up a soundproof formation, he took out the sound transmission stone and started to transmit sound. The Huangfu family set up a 4th level thunder magic formation, ready to lure the enemy into a trap. The news soon reached Sui Yulong's ears through Fi Sanren. Thunder magic, 3,000 miles away from Dongzhou City. Sui Yulong couldn't help but burst into joy. He was worried that he couldn't find a way to defeat the 4 fake pills, but he didn't expect them to come to his door. At this time, Su Tu, who was in the evil fish dragon formation, had already seen something wrong outside the formation. Have you noticed that there are at least 50,000 Qi refining cultivators surrounding us, and there are as many as 700 to 800 foundation building cultivators alone? Now they are all scattered on the surrounding city walls. What are they doing? It seems that they are setting up a large formation covering the entire city. Are they trying to break it with one formation? Wei Xian frowned. I heard that the Huangfu clan had a formation grandmaster thousands of years ago, who was probably at the 4th level. Could it be that they are hiding a 4th level formation? Then my Wei family's evil Yulong formation would be in danger. As he said that, he glanced at the Zhuanghuang battle flag held in Su Tu's hand. He was willing to accept all the living beings in the city into the formation because without the Zhuanghuang battle flag, a heritage spiritual weapon, he could not form a 4th level formation. Not necessarily. If they wanted to break through the formation, they could have started making arrangements after entering the city last night. Making a big fuss now is like inviting someone into a trap. Wei Long, who was standing next to him, stood up and said, "It seems like they are waiting for Master Su Yuming." Su Tu's face changed drastically. He immediately took out the sound transmission stone, but found that the sound transmission stone had already lit up. "I am already outside the city. Let's see when the opportunity arises to fight and kill the rebels." "Yuming is back?" Su Tu's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to send a sound transmission to warn, he heard Su Yuming's 1,000-mile loud voice, which had already echoed over the huge Dongzhou city. "You lowly fellows, how dare you attack Su's Dongzhou city? Why don't you come out quickly for a fight?" Swish Huangfuzu flew out of the city first and looked intently at Su Yuming outside the city. He saw Su Yuming standing on the Earth Dragon boat, holding the Fangbian Huoji, a golden elixir magic treasure, upside down in his right hand, and 9 magic flying swords circled on the fingertips of his left hand. His Taoist robe was flashing with dozens of weapon patterns and precious lights, and there was a murderous and heroic look between his brows. "Are you Master Su of Yan'an?" Huangfuzu clasped his fist slightly towards Su Yuming. "Today we have captured this Dongzhou city. You are considered to be back late. If Master Su is willing to return to Yan'an County and never ask about Dongzhou's affairs again, and sign an alliance with us, we are willing to divide the 9 counties of Dongzhou equally with Master Su. Dongzhou has a total of 9 counties, and we are only 4 families. How can we divide it equally?" Su Yuming sneered. "Since you are the only one who came out, I will kill you first." Buzz. Huangfuzu remained calm in the face of danger. The formation behind him suddenly emitted a precious light and pressed violently towards the city. The 1,000-foot-long evil fish dragon in the city was instantly suppressed underground, crushing countless houses. On the other hand, at this time, dark clouds had appeared in the sky above Dongzhou city, and the interweaving lightning had changed from white incandescence to red thunder. Even the golden elixir thunder tribulation was no more than this. "Su Yuming, do you dare to enter the formation? If you don't, we will use this 4th-level middle-grade Dragon Emperor 9 Heavens Thunderbolt formation to kill all the descendants of your Su family and all the vassal lackeys under your command in this city." Zhadbang Chang appeared on the west gate, holding a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Thunder Sword, and showed a teasing and provocative expression to Su Yuming. "Who did I think you were? It turns out you are the lackeys of the Zhao family. You used to join the Wei family, and then rebelled. Before that, you joined our Yan and Su family, and now you are rebelling again. Which force are you going to join next? You are not satisfied with being a slave of 3 surnames, so what? Do you want to recognize a few more ancestors for your Zhao family?" Su Yuming didn't take this guy seriously at all. Those who rebelled again and again are just dry bones in the grave. "Su Yuming, don't be so arrogant. If you don't enter the formation, none of the millions of people under your command will survive. When the time comes, this heinous crime and endless blood debt will be counted on you alone." Huangfu snorted coldly. They had control over the situation. Even if the 4 fake Dan Masters jumped out at the same time, they were not afraid that Su Yuming would escape at this moment. Shua finally, the Frost Sword Master Qiao Shianai also stepped out with a 3rd step sword intent. In the direction of the north gate, the 1,000-foot city wall was covered with ice and snow. He looked at Su Yuming fiercely. "Su Yuming, I heard that you are also a 3rd step sword cultivator. Do you dare to enter the formation to fight?" "A bunch of cowards, The 4 fake Dan Masters dare not go out of the city to fight against me alone, Sui Yulong snorted coldly. Let me enter the formation and stand with all the people in the city and all the cultivators under my command. What do I have to fear? Seeing Sui Yulong turn into golden light and plunge into the city, Su too had lost all hope. Yulong, no, this is a trap. They want to kill you with the formation. You should leave quickly. As long as you are here, my Su family will never perish here. Master, leave quickly. Zhu Xianshu was also anxious. He didn't care that his identity as an undercover agent hiding next to the Wei family and others would be exposed. If Sui Yulong died, they would probably not be able to escape the other party's murderous hands. As he spoke, Sui Yulong had penetrated a gap in the formation, landed in front, and stood in front of the crowd. Yulong, you are confused? Su too was so anxious that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. This is clearly a trap set to kill you. Why did you come back? There are still 1/3 of my Su family members outside. And Shan Wu has also entered the Purple Mansion realm, and there are 2 Purple Mansion wanderers Chen Taran and Fi to help. Even if all of us die in battle, our foundation will not be completely lost. At least we can live in a corner. Ancestor, if you die, what is the use of me, Sui Yulong, fighting for the Great Way in the future? Sui Yulong glanced around. Everyone here can join hands in fighting in times of crisis. Sui Yulong, will never abandon you when I aspire for the golden elixir in the future. Today we are just living and dying together, live and die together, live and die together. As the cultivators around him raised the spiritual weapons in their hands and shouted to the sky, Sui Yulong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he pointed the 8 directions divine slash in his hand towards the sky. The 9 heavens thunder technique and the mysterious Xiangang thunder technique soared into the sky one after another. The thunderclouds covering a radius of 10,000 miles instantly expanded several times. Not to mention Donghu County where Dongzhou City is located, even the nearby Sanchuan County, Hengshan County, Bidi County, Julu County and other places have been covered by it. Is this kid not satisfied that he is not dying fast enough? Such a vast thunder? Those of us who have experienced the giant and thunder tribulation are all trembling with our souls. He actually dared to challenge the power of nature and attract thunder? Huangfu Rulong's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. At this time, he felt that his grandfather Huangfu Zhu had used so many troops to expose this clan formation, which was a bit of a waste of talent. In the formation, Sui Yulong already had a spiritual instrument long zither in front of him, lying on his legs, and began to pluck it with both hands. It's ridiculous to play thunder magic in front of me. It's a pity to damage such a thunder formation. I will bury your heads with it. Chapter 255, A Song of Thunder and Lightning. The Rainbow Sword cuts 3 fake pills. One more, please subscribe. Zheng zheng zheng. Sui Yulong's 10 fingers played the piano, and the sound waves emitted from the strings only triggered thunder in the sky in an instant. Boom! Huangfu Rulong outside was still laughing wildly at this time. Sui Yulong, hiding under the formation now, you can only linger. I think you are a hero after all. Why don't you get out and die standing up? Boom! Sui Yulong's fingertips moved more quickly, and he could play hundreds of notes in an instant. He closed his eyes and felt the whistling mountain wind around him. The group of cultivators behind him couldn't help but sacrifice their true ki to protect their bodies. I didn't expect that the real person is so proficient in the way of music. I'm afraid he didn't have the opportunity to use it in the Battle of Yandang County that day. Wei Xian looked at Sui Yulong with emotion. He knew that in the current battle, Sui Yulong used this method, which must be far above the attack and killing power of the Golden Elixir magic power and the Golden Elixir magic treasure. Indeed, Master Su did not use this method in the Battle of Yandang City. In my opinion, it seems that his move is in response to the thunder clouds above the 9 heavens, and it seems to be a powerful thunder method. Beside him, Tian Qishan, who had watched the Battle of Yandang from a distance, could not help but be surprised. Not good, this kid is borrowing the power of our formation. Stop him quickly and break the formation directly. Huangfu Zhu also saw through the reality of the formation. After shouting, he took out a giant and Lingbao level formation plate and slammed it directly to the ground. Crack! Like a huge tree breaking, like a mountain collapse, the sky rolled and the earth shook. In an instant, the red electric light had already fallen towards the evil fish dragon formation. Boom! With just one blow, the 25,000 fish dragon cavalry in the formation space vomited blood and flew backwards. At the same time, the 72 Wei family foundation building cultivators who were in charge of the formation all fell to the ground. Those with lower cultivation had fainted on the spot. Ha ha ha! Outside the formation, Zhao Sishu laughed loudly. Such a formation is vulnerable. I never thought that the Huangfu clan's clan heritage would be so powerful. In the next few decades, I'm afraid that the Huangfu clan will challenge the East Province. Crack just as he watched Huangfu urge the formation plate to launch the second attack, and was about to kill the group of Purple Mansion cultivators in the Wei family's ancestral home on the spot, the flashing red thunder in the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. The moment Huangfu's face changed drastically, the Dragon Emperor Nine Heavens Thunderbolt formation he controlled was almost instantly pierced. At the same time, the giant Lingbao formation plate in front of him was directly destroyed, and he spurted out a mouthful of reverse blood. The whole person was hit by the red thunder and turned to ashes under the thunder on the spot. There was only a huge pit of 100 feet left on the spot, and nothing about Huangfu could be found in it. Hualala between heaven and earth, it seemed as if a heavy rain fell. The long zither in Su Yuming's hand had broken. He raised his right leg and wrapped it around his left knee, and once again played dense notes, playing a new movement. Grandfather, Huangfu Rulong's face changed drastically. Seeing that the other party also used the power of thunder to destroy the 4th-level middle-grade formation of their Huangfu clan, and also destroyed the life-giving golden elixir spiritual treasure in his grandfather's hand, which was inherited from his ancestor Huangfu's Henren, even Huangfu was instantly killed, and he felt that the sky had fallen. Together, kill Su Yuming. If he continues to play and use other sound wave magical powers, we will definitely die. Zhao Bangcheng was undoubtedly the one who woke up the fastest. He saw him flip his hand and take out 2 top-grade spiritual tools, which were 2 seals of 1 mountain and 1 water. The mountains and rivers are ruthless and green, and the sky is sealed and the earth is illuminated. After a loud shout, the 2 seals evolved into 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers and fell directly from the sky. Hualala in the blink of an eye, this heirloom technique was washed away by the mountains and rivers. Even a giant's Henren had to do his best to block the attack, but it was washed away by the rain. This scene shocked the 3 Henren in the sky, as well as the low-level monks behind them who survived the destruction of the formation. Their eyes bulged out. Hualala the heavy rain was falling, and in the blink of an eye, everyone could not see their fingers clearly. The mountains and forests in the distance were already covered with fog, hazy and dreamy. Disperse, Huangfu Rulong, who had been trying to activate the shattering array and shake off the dark clouds in the sky, stared at Su Yuming with resentment. Fellow Taoist Zhao, fellow Taoist Qiao, attack together and kill this guy. His sound wave magical power will be shared by the 3 of us, okay? The 3rd step of the frost sword intent erupted, and the sword was as cold as 8,000 miles. All the Purple Mansion cultivators behind Su Yuming wanted to resist, but they saw the sword intent penetrate the endless rain curtain and directly freeze the raindrops in the air, turning into frost and smashing towards them head-on. When it touched the sky 10 feet above, it all turned into a ball of mist and dissipated. They all stood there in shock. At some point, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the sky above was clear again. Zhao Bangcheng and Huangfu Rulong, who had taken action, simultaneously activated the top-grade spiritual weapons to kill him. When Su Yuming's hands left the long zither, the 5 strings of the zither almost broke at the same time. This low-grade spiritual weapon was destroyed, and the first ray of sunlight had already sprinkled through the gap in the clouds and mist above the sky. The rainbow light shone on Su Yuming's angular face, and a rainbow light appeared above him. The 7-color rainbow light turned into sword energy. The first sword destroyed the 3 top-grade spiritual weapons. The second sword had already landed on Qiao Xianayu. He was split in half before he could even use his sword spirit. Rainbow swordsmanship, 7 colors. Before he died, he was still mumbling. His eyes and spiritual consciousness had caught up with Su Yuming's movements, and his sword intent had been mobilized. But the moment he moved his fingers, the rainbow light of the sword on the opposite side had killed him. The sword cultivators competed and lost completely. Escape. Zhao Bangcheng and Huangfu Rulong looked at each other. Seeing this scene, they could no longer stand still. They almost turned around and left, not caring about the cultivators in the clan below. Su Yuming was filled with emotion, recalling the meaning of the sword just now. Holding the 8 directions divine slash, he stabbed forward with the sword. Clang, a rainbow light directly caught up with Zhao Bangcheng, who was thousands of miles away, and directly cut off his lower body. Zhao Bangcheng's lower body was still flying, and his upper body was already falling to the ground. Ancestor, Zhao Sishu was staring, but with a flash, Su Yuming's third-level Great Perfection Great Desert Wolf King Demon Puppet had already caught up and directly pounced on Zhao Bangchang's upper body, and at the same time picked up a copper lamp with its sharp teeth, and directly took his soul away, and then tore his chest with one claw, and caught the dull brown pill under the claw. The third fake pill was killed on the spot. Disciples, counterattack immediately and kill the rebels, leaving no one alive, as Su Yuming held the Fangyan Huiji and chopped off the heads of 3 Purple Mansion Sanren, Su Tu, Wei Xian and other Purple Mansion Sanren who had been frustrated for a long time behind him, all screamed and led their disciples to kill outside. In a blink of an eye, 80,000 to 90,000 monks immediately fought with the 60,000 monks of the 3 clans outside the city. Kill the bandits. The battle lasted until the second half of the night. Chen Taran and Fi Sanren, who arrived with their troops, gave them the final blow. They fought from Dongzhou County to the 4 counties in the west along the way. There were battlefields everywhere, and there were more than tens of thousands of corpses scattered across the mountains and fields. There were only 5,000 to 6,000 captured monks. Bang Su Yuming was holding the rebellious head of Zhao Sishu in his hand, with the aggrieved captive Jin Hangsha kneeling behind him, and the heads of 7 Purple Mansion Wanderers hanging on his waist. Now, even a top Purple Mansion cultivator would find it difficult to defeat him holding the Fangyan Huiji. With only 10% to 20% of his true energy left, it was easy for him to chase and kill these Purple Mansion cultivators. Your Excellency, Huangfu Rulong has already fled to BD County. I estimate that he will immediately move towards the direction of the undead Ling family. They can't go. The old Lingbushi should have been waiting for him halfway. I think he should be happy to accept a fake Dan corpse puppet. Pass my order. Immediately dispatch the fish scale iron cavalry. One group will be led by Wei Xian to flatten Sanchuan County. The other group will be led by Chen Taran and Su Shanwu to go north to flatten Yuan County. Fei He will use my order to intimidate the direction of BD County. After killing Huangfu Rulong, Lingbushi must not lead the Ling family's corpse army into BD County. He must immediately go north to Biham Province, otherwise it will be a declaration of war on our Dongzhou. In addition, as for Yandang County, I'll have to trouble my ancestor to recapture it. Yes, sir. The many Purple Mansion cultivators behind him stepped out in unison and clasped their fists in response. Before leaving, Su Yuming threw the newly acquired pair of landscape seals to Su Tu. These 2 top-grade spiritual weapons, the ancestor will keep them for self-defense. As for Huangfu's Thunder God Pearl, this top-grade spiritual weapon, leave it to Sham for protection. As he said that, he looked back at Jin Hangshan. After the top cultivator of the Zhao family was beheaded, this guy immediately knelt down to surrender, and also ordered thousands of cultivators of the Jin family to put down their magic weapons and surrender. Seeing his miserable pleading, Su Yuming threw him a magic weapon longsword. Jin Hangshan gritted his teeth, led the cultivators of the Jin family forward, and began to behead them one by one. For every shrill scream, a member of the Zhao family, a disciple of the Frost Sword sect, and a descendant of the Huangfu family was beheaded. The blood soon dyed the entire Dongchang Street red. Su Yuming stood on the archway of the vegetable market, and witnessed Jin Hangshan kneeling in the blood at last, with more than 5,000 descendants of the Jin family behind him, kowtowed to him 3 times, and then handed over a wisp of soul. The Jin family has never thought of betraying the real person. They were only held hostage by the Zhao family's fake Dan, and had no choice but to come to the city of Dongzhou. They have never killed anyone from the Su family and have always been restrained. Today they are willing to risk their lives and will only obey the orders of the real person in the future. Su Yuming sighed. Hangshan, why are you doing this? I have never doubted your sincerity. He glanced behind him. In addition to the fish scale iron cavalry, the Dongzhou garrison should also have a patrol battalion. From now on, you will be the commander of the patrol battalion and train 50,000 Qi Refining monks for me to prepare for the upcoming battle with the lake monster. Yes, sir. Jin Hangshan glanced at the tragic situation in the nearby mountains and forests. My lord, the number of casualties in this battle is probably more than 70,000, which has already hurt the vitality of my Dongzhou. In the battle to conquer the lake monster, I am afraid that we— Su Yuming raised a hand to interrupt him and continued to speak. This is decided by this lord and the fake Dan real people in other states. It cannot be changed. If the lake monster is not eliminated, the world of Zuanjin Lake will never have peace. You just need to do everything you can. Yes, sir. Chapter 256, The Broken Sword of the Golden Elixir, The Great Advancement of Enlightenment and Divine Arts. 2 more, please subscribe. Su Yuming was sitting cross-legged on the top of Dongzhou City and on the roof of the garrison. Millions of people in the city were under the command of the monks, helping to collect the bodies in the city and take them out of the city for centralized burning, helping to repair the damaged houses, and repairing the broken city walls and streets. After the war, they were still a little dazed and uneasy. After seeing Master Su sitting cross-legged on the roof in the distance, they felt at ease. With this amazing strong man sitting in Dongzhou City, who in the entire Xuanjing Lake world dares to act rashly? He killed 3 independent cultivators in one battle. His sonic magic, thunder magic and the last rainbow swordsmanship will surely spread all over Xuanjing Lake after today. At this time, Su Yuming was still taking the opportunity to comprehend the sword just now. He was a little mysterious and intangible, and even wrapped himself in the Qi rainbow fire, using the 7 rainbow lights burning inside to comprehend that sword move. The people who were cleaning up the city at night saw it and thought that Su Yuming was releasing spiritual fire for them to illuminate. This undoubtedly greatly improved Su Yuming's prestige in Dongzhou City. At this time, Su Yuming, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof, had returned to the underground secret room of the garrison under the cover of the fire. There was a water vein connected from Xuanjing Lake here, which was comparable to a 4th-level upper-grade spiritual vein. The abundant spiritual energy allowed him to quickly restore all the true energy in his body. Su Yuming took the opportunity to light a wake-up incense stick and began to enter the state of enlightenment, flash of inspiration. One time Su Yuming saw the charging in a trance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that in addition to dual cultivation, natural materials and treasures with the same effect could also allow the talent entry to complete the charging. This time, he seemed to have opened up the Ren and Du meridians. Without saying anything, he directly began to recall the previous sword. After an unknown amount of time, the incense ash beside him had burned out, but Su Yuming still didn't open his eyes. However, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the stone wall in front of him. At the same time, the sky above the huge Dongzhou City, which was originally illuminated by the sun and covered with the golden morning glow, was directly cut open with a big hole, separating the white mist sea of clouds from the dazzling morning glow. The sword swept away 9,000 miles, and the scattered rainbow light reflected Su Yuming's state of mind at this time. Counting the time, it's almost a Qi festival. If I don't use this move, I'll call it Qi Sword Rainbow. Su Yuming opened his eyes and replaced the second incense stick with a flash of inspiration. He thought for a moment and decided to comprehend the purple bamboo Qi nourishing method that was just one step away. This method was just as he swallowed a spiritual bamboo day by day, and he was almost turning into an iron-eating beast on the spot. After all, he had cultivated to the stage of great success, and was only one step away from the perfect state. At this time, the breakthrough, the ray of purple bamboo Dan Qi, also came into being instantly. The spiritual mist of true Qi in his body also completely dissipated, making way for this ray of purple elixir Qi. Su Yuming knew that if he continued to accumulate and refine this elixir Qi, when it had 100 or so, before the elixir Qi was consumed, he would be like a real Jinden's Henren, invincible. It seems that I have to find a way to contact Hanshin's Henren. If he still has this awakening in sense, I have to take it all. If he doesn't want to, I may have to fight with even sect in the future. A flash of inspiration is crucial for Su Yuming to master the technique. He also wants to further deduce 9 sounds of the sky. Thinking of this, Su Yuming opened the 2 storage bags he had just received. Unfortunately, the most precious stored ring of Huangfuzi was destroyed by the lightning. Even a Jinden's Henren could not withstand the power of the natural world, let alone the space-stored ring. The damaged 4th-level array alone made Su Yuming feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he also picked up a top-grade spiritual weapon. Zhao Bangchang and Qiao Shianai's storage bags allowed Su Yuming to find nearly 2.3 million top-grade spiritual stones. Counting the assets of the Purple Mansion Wanderers who were killed today, Su Yuming had another 12 million top-grade spiritual stones. And this did not count the proceeds from the confiscation of property. There were about 21 middle and low-grade spiritual weapons. Su Yuming was going to reward the meritorious officials of this battle, those Purple Mansion Wanderers who stood on the side and did not betray, and those foundation-building monks who made military achievements. Golden Elixir Technique Frost Sword Cannon. Where in the world are there so many ice spirit roots and snow spirit roots? The Frost Sword sect can produce a few sword spirit roots in every generation, but now they are all gone. Hey! I found more than a dozen sword stones. Shui Yulong flipped his hand and found more than a dozen palm-sized sword stones from the corner of the stored ring. Judging from the grade, they should be top grade, but now they are not much of a boost to him. You can keep them for Yulong. Shui Yulong also missed the big girl with baby fat. Her aptitude is very good. If she had these sword stones, she would soon be able to comprehend her own sword intent and even cultivate it to the second step peak. After he picked up the broken frost sword, he subconsciously frowned. However, the 2'5" long broken sword was still full of 83 weapon patterns. Logically speaking, the grade was still above the top grade spiritual weapon. This thing was most likely a golden elixir flying sword. I never thought that the ancestors of this ice sword sect also had a Jindan's Henren. Shui Yulong sighed, and soon after holding the hilt of the sword, he felt the spirit of the flying sword. Under his surprised eyes, his right arm was quickly wrapped in a layer of frost. After he persisted for dozens of breaths, his arm was completely frozen in the ice. Crack. Shui Yulong used his true energy to shatter the ice, waved the broken sword a few times, and put it away. If his sword moves were performed with this thing, the power would be much stronger, and the broken sword could barely be used. I don't know if the Five Beast sect has a 4th level refining master who can help me repair this treasure. Finally, Shui Yulong also found a secret method of Jindan at the bottom of the storage ring, ice vein freezing technique. This is a meridian acupoint on the body, or a broken limb injured somewhere, which can instantly freeze the injury with ice air and temporarily suppress the injury. This is a magical skill for fighting and escaping. If you practice to the perfect state, combined with the inner elixir of the Zhuang beast in your hand, you are afraid that in a cold and frozen place, you can perfectly blend into the ice and snow. Even if you are a giant in real person, you can't find it. Zhao Bangcheng, so bold, dare to disobey me. It turns out that you want to take this mind for yourself. Shui Yulong took out a jade slip, crushed it with his bare hands, and a map appeared in front of him. The location is obviously in Sanchuan County, near Lijiao Town under the rule of the Li family in Sanchuan County. It is a 4th level dense tungsten mine. This thing can be refined into seamless armor, which can be said to be a necessity for the transformation of the fish scale iron cavalry. Looking at the markings on the map, I am afraid that there are at least tens of millions of pounds of mineral deposits in it. The armor of a Qi refining cultivator is usually over 100 jin. If it is made of dense tungsten, the weakest one is probably a spiritual weapon, which needs to be carried by a foundation-building cultivator. Shui Yulong thought about it for a while and felt that he needed to master it. He picked up a sound transmission stone. Zhu Xianshu immediately led 1,000 Qi refining cultivators from the Dongzhou patrol camp to Lijiao Town in Sanchuan County, surround this place, and dig up a mine to prepare for mining. Then, Shui Yulong saw the fake elixir skills of the 3 major families in Sanchuan County. The Zhao family's fake elixir skills Shanshu Baiolu, as well as 2 handed-down treasures Shanshu Wuxing and Panlong Yiki Gun. The Li family's fake elixir skills Spiritual Cultivation Sutra, as well as a handed-down treasure True Spirit Sublimation, and a soul-torturing secret technique of the Purple Mansion realm. As for the remaining Jin family, Shui Yulong also saw their handed-down skills Shanhei Yaolong Sutra, 3 Purple Mansion top-grade treasures, namely Fist and Palm Body skills. He just took a look and shook his head and no longer paid attention. This soul interrogation secret technique can be mastered. Does True Spirit Sublimation actually temporarily raise one's own soul power to a small realm? I'm afraid my soul pill can't do it. But if I use the Golden Elixir magical power after practicing, I'm afraid that the Golden Elixir Master will be in turmoil after being hit by me. But this Shanshu Wuxing can be given to Ancestor 2 to practice, and the Panlong Yiki stick can be given to Su Shanwu. These 3 fake elixir techniques and these handed-down treasures can be added to my Dongzhou treasury. For 5 consecutive days, in addition to practicing with King Shuang, Shui Yulong was honing his other means of attack and killing, especially the 9-star sword formation which combined 3 formations into one. He was improving every day. Shui Yulong had a vague feeling that he was only one step away from creating his own sword formation. Report to the Immortal. My fish scale iron cavalry has already conquered Sanchuan County. Currently, the commander of the left army, Wei Long, is stationed in Sanchuan County City. The commander of the right army, Wei Jiao, is heading north to recapture Beatty County as the vanguard. I have counted the spoils here. The spiritual stones and cultivation resources alone add up to more than 3 million top-grade spiritual stones. It's really poor. After integrating the power of the 3 major purple mansion families in Sichuan County, it only has this much? Do the cultivators in this world like to transform cultivation resources into their own combat power first? Report to the Lord, I have led the fish-scale iron cavalry to recapture Yuyang County. Currently, more than 4,000 disciples of the Frost Sword sect have surrendered, and 17 foundation-building cultivators have been accepted. The 2 elders of the Purple Mansion, Yang Jiujin and Sheng Jianfu, have been captured and taken back. We are chasing the undying Ling family to recapture Yanbi County and Zhilu County. Su Yuming nodded slightly. He was more relieved when Wei Xian and Shen Taran did things. Feeling the second stream of Dan Qi refined in his body, Su Yuming couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. It took 5 days to refine the second strand, and I don't know when I will have to wait for the third strand. Shui, the sound transmission stone suddenly flew up. This time it was a strange one. Su Yuming thought about it, and it seemed to be the one related to the ghost weapon master. Sure enough, as soon as he approached with his spiritual sense, Su Yuming heard the hearty laughter and sighed. Brother Su, the top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword refined for you has been produced. You can come to Nanhazhou to take it away. You sold so much of your 1,000-year-old monkey wine to Xiandan old man. If you can't satisfy me this time, you can't take this sword away. It seems that I have to go to Nanhazhou. Su Yuming put away the storage ring on his leg and put the storage rings of the 2 fake pills together with the father and son of the Wei family. On his right hand, he already had 5 large space storage rings, and the worst one was also a medium-grade spiritual weapon grade. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Ziuhu Town, Returning Home to be Rich. 3 more, please subscribe. Heading south, Su Yuming brought King Shuang with him. He traveled through the sea of clouds during the day and slept with the stars at night. About 2 days later, Su Yuming felt that there was a third ray of Dan Qi in his danshan. Originally, he thought that he still had some distance to reach the great perfection of the Purple Mansion, but he never thought that his true Qi had been gradually saturated under the urging of Dan Qi. In about 15 years, he would be able to achieve the state of great perfection for both his soul pill and the true Qi, and he would be only a step away from the golden pill. Master, the market in Nanhazhou is so lively. King Shuang is now at the 7th level of Qi refining, and her appearance is becoming more and more like a mature woman. However, she is not very old, and she combed her hair at this time, which made Su Yuming even more fascinated. Otherwise, Su Yuming would not have brought her with him after the Zuan'an Qi in her body was exhausted. There are indeed many people. Su Yuming passed by 3 counties along the way. Each county had a population of more than 7 or 8 million, and there were also many monks. Most of the Purple Mansion forces in various parts of Dongzhou had only 1 Purple Mansion monk, while each county here had almost 4 or 5 Purple Mansion auras, which was enough to show that Nanhu County was better than Dongzhou. I want to go down and take a look. King Shuang stared at a small town at the foot of the mountain. I used to be from Nanhazhou, and I want to see my hometown. Before Su Yuming frowned, she had already whispered something in his ear, which was a little bit of the starlight gauze skirt she had improved with silk, which made Su Yuming's eyes light up. Just go down. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. This place is called Ziuhu Town. My parents were originally cultivators of the Iron Fist sect in this town. The Iron Fist sect was founded by a foundation-building cultivator. Now there is only a 9th level Qi refining cultivator in charge of the sect. There are 7 children in my family. Su Yuming's eyes flickered. It turned out that King Shuang's family was so fertile. Could it be that your parents have a high status in the Iron Fist sect? No, it's just to have 1 or 2 more children with spiritual roots. King Shuang smiled helplessly. I am their 4th child. The first 3 were all mortals without spiritual roots. My father has a 3rd grade spiritual root, and my mother has mixed spiritual roots, which are barely able to practice. After giving birth to me, I joined the Iron Fist sect, but my father was attacked by a monster when he was on an escort mission. He was seriously injured and paralyzed in bed after returning. I was sold to Xiangfei Tower. My father got a puppet body for refining weapons and could move freely. 11 years have passed in a flash. I left home at the age of 10, and I don't know how they are doing." Shui Yulong took one of her hands and sensed her blood power. With a glance, he found that there were more than 20 breaths connected to her blood source in the town more than 10 miles below the mountain. "It seems that your family is quite prosperous now. Let's go and take a look." The earth dragon boat drove, and the two quickly fell from the clouds, and in a blink of an eye they appeared in front of a farmyard in a town. "Your parents are both cultivators. I never thought that they lived in such poverty. There are about 200 Qi refining cultivators in this town, and there is one more foundation building cultivator. Maybe something happened. Monu, get out. The spirit stones you owe are due." "What's the matter? Do you have the money to pay it back?" At this time, 3 cultivators who were in the late stage of Qi refining walked towards the courtyard with a step that didn't recognize their relatives. Shui Yulong had the inner elixir of the Zhuang beast to conceal his breath and his body. Even if they were face to face, they couldn't find the existence of the two of them. "Seventh brother, you are here in person." The courtyard door opened, and a cultivator with a lower body made of steel walked out. He looked old, and he was probably in his 60s or 70s. His blood and Qi were declining. Shui Yulong only took a glance and felt that this person didn't have many years to live. His cultivation was also stuck at the 5th level of Qi refining, and could fall at any time. The female cultivator standing next to him, however, had already reached the 6th level of Qi refining. She looked similar to King Shuang, but she looked much older, with some silver hair on her head. "Stop talking nonsense, bring me the spirit stones." "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here." Wei Kehu glanced at him with contempt and disgust, and stretched his neck to look into the inner room. "By the way, where's your 6th daughter? Why is she not here? If you don't have spirit stones, it wouldn't be bad to use her as a substitute. I heard that the skeleton of your lower body for refining weapons was obtained by selling your daughter. This is not the first time you have done such a thing. I see that you have quite a few people in your courtyard, and you don't lack people to take care of you in your old age. Think about it carefully." Seeing the greed in his eyes, Monu quickly took out a storage bag. "Seventh senior brother, my family has been frugal and has only managed to scrape together these 50 spirit stones. Do you think you can extend the remaining interest for 2 days, Grace? Monu, you have borrowed a total of 135 spirit stones over the years. According to the rule of 9 out and 13 back, you have to pay back 195. This is obviously not enough." Wei Kehu snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. If you can't come up with other spirit stones today, your yard can be used to pay off a fraction. As for the remaining 100 spirit stones, in my opinion, I will use your 6th miss to pay off the debt." "That won't do, no. My 6th miss is a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots after all. She can practice." "Ha ha ha." As soon as these words came out, the 3 people outside laughed particularly wildly. "Having 5 spiritual roots means you can cultivate. Your 6th girl is 18 years old this year, right? Is she at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refining? Monu, don't you just want to rely on your 6th girl's beauty to get into a good family? I think our 7th senior brother is pretty good. He is already at the 7th level of Qi refining at such a young age. If he can't build a successful foundation in the future, at least he will have no problem reaching the peak of Qi refining. Maybe you will be the old Taishan guarding our Ziuho town in the future." "Ha ha ha ha." Monu's face turned red. "No, absolutely not. My girl can't marry you. I will find a way to pay back the spirit stones. We are all members of the Iron Fist sect. Don't go too far." "Are we all from the Iron Fist sect?" Wei Kehu reached out and grabbed him by the collar. "Do you think you deserve it? You are just an outer sect disciple who was expelled, and I am from the inner sect. I am giving you the opportunity to choose for the sake of senior sister Yang. If you continue to default on the spirit stones, it won't be me who will cause trouble for you, but our Iron Fist sect's law enforcement team. Let go of your hand." In the yard, a beautiful figure flashed out and attacked Wei Kehu with a palm. The moment the latter dodged, the person had already grabbed Monu's arm and retreated. "Dad, we are not threatened by them. At most, we can sell this house, the robes, talismans, and spiritual tools on our bodies, pay off the debt, and leave." Shui Yulong looked at the 6th girl, who was wearing a yellow flower skirt. Although she was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining, she was born with pear blossoms in the rain and dimples. Although her figure was a circle smaller than King Shuang beside her, she had more charm of a green girl. More importantly, Su Yuming found that there seemed to be something strange in her body. The 5 lower-grade spiritual roots. Why do I feel a few strands of star power? Could it be a mutant spiritual root? That's interesting. An ordinary Qi refining couple can actually give birth to a mysterious yin body and a mutant spiritual root. This place can be considered a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Hey, 6th Miss, you're out. Wei Qi was forced to retreat, but he was not angry. Instead, he walked forward to please her. If 6th Miss is willing to marry me, I am willing to give your family 20 spiritual stones every month. By the way, your brothers, nephews and nieces don't have any magic weapons yet. I have 5 low-grade magic weapons that I have replaced. I can give them all to your family as dowry. How about it? Don't agree to him. As soon as the voice fell, King Shuang, who was beside Su Yuming, took his hand and walked out. Hey, where did such a beautiful woman come from? Wei Qi frowned and turned around. The moment he saw King Shuang, his eyes were full of brilliance. Dad, Mom, I am a non-filial daughter. I have been away from home for 11 years and have not returned. I can't take care of you in your old age and see you to the end. King Shuang ignored him at all, and just knelt on the ground facing Mo Nian Yang Wei Niang opposite, with her eyes red from crying. You are Shuinger. Yang Wei Niang was the first to recognize her daughter. She staggered forward and helped King Shuang up. Don't cry, seer. I haven't heard from you in these years. Mother thought you had already. It's all your good-for-nothing father's fault. He is paralyzed and the goods were lost. If you hadn't ignored yourself, he would have been killed according to the rules of the Iron Fist sect, and even so, you have left a root of illness. You have been relying on elixirs for these years. Now this big family really can't hold on any longer. Perhaps it was the burden of many years that Yang Wei Niang could not bear. She collapsed in her daughter's arms and cried. Mom, I'm back. Everything is fine. King Shuang reached out to help Yang Hunyang up, wiped her tears, took out a storage bag and threw it out. Here are 145 spiritual stones. You don't need any. Take it and get out immediately. Wei Qi on the opposite side reached out to pick up the storage bag on the ground and waited. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh, Mo Niu, I didn't expect your 4th daughter to be so successful. She was sold to a brothel in her early years. These spiritual stones are really easy to come by. You can earn them by lying down. What did you say? Mo Niu couldn't stand it anymore. When he heard the other party humiliating his daughter, he directly supported a stream of spiritual energy with both hands and slapped it on the ground. Immediately, 3 rock spikes attacked Wei Qi. How powerful, Mo Niu, you dare to attack me? Wei Qi took out a talisman from his arms, and was pinching a spell with his right hand. He was about to use the golden light technique to defeat the rock spikes on the opposite side, but found that his body could not move. Sizzle, sizzle, blood splattered, and 3 rock spikes pierced through the bodies of the 3 cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refining in an instant. Their waists were pierced, and they were nailed to the ground. Mo Niu, who was casting a spell on the opposite side, was dumbfounded. He was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, and he was casting a mid-level spell. Even if he was experienced and could release 3 rock spikes, he couldn't kill these 3 cultivators at the late stage of Qi refining. Thank you, Master. Qing Shuang knew that it was Su Yuming who was hiding in the corner of the street who made the move secretly. For him, who was high above, the evil deeds of these low-level market cultivators were undoubtedly like flies, which could be crushed into meat paste with a casual swipe. Chapter 258, Kneeling Down to Build a Foundation, Zifu leading the horse. One more, please subscribe. Master? Mo Niu and Yang Wei Niang looked at each other and began to carefully look at the middle-aged Su Yuming who appeared at the street corner. Seeing his manners and demeanor, they could only bow. I didn't know you were here, please come in and take a seat. Su Yuming reached out and grabbed Qing Shuang's little hand, patted the back of her hand, and indicated that she could go to her mother and sister to reminisce about the past. My 4th mother was able to travel thousands of miles from Duangzhou to return to her hometown. Thank you for escorting her all the way. Mo Niu immediately thanked Su Yuming profusely after learning that Qing Shuang was rescued from Xiangfei Tower in Duangzhou by Su Yuming and sent all the way back. It doesn't matter. From now on, we are all family. Your whole family can move to Duangzhou to live. I will prepare a big house for you and arrange people to take care of you. Su Yuming looked at the 20 or so people gathered not far away. Over the years, Mo Niu and Yang Wei Niang have given birth to 9 children, 4 of whom are already married. The eldest, Mo Shan, the second, Mo Hai, and the third, Mo Hong, all had no spiritual roots, and they married and had children early. At this time, there were 10 people living in the yard from the 3 families. Although they only used some yellow and white things, they had some expenses. The 5th, Mo Zujin, had mixed spiritual roots. Now he had reached the 4th level of Qi refining. He was an apprentice in the market for alchemy. He also knew some herbs. On weekdays, he could earn a few spiritual stones a month to supplement his family expenses. He married an ordinary casual cultivator with mixed spiritual roots and the 1st level of Qi refining. They gave birth to a child, who had 4 low-grade spiritual roots of the 4 elements for the first time in history. Now he was the lifeblood of the Mo family. The 6th, Mo Yunyang, had 5 low-grade spiritual roots on the surface, just like Shui Yulong, but in fact Su Yuming discovered that this guy was clearly the body of the Taiyan. Compared with her sister Mo Qingshuang, she was much more powerful. If she could practice a cold ice technique to open this Taiyan body, and had the objects of the stars to cooperate with her practice, it would be no problem for her to have the purple mansion in the future. The remaining ones were the 7th, 8th, and 9th, who had no spiritual roots. He's a good talent. Su Yuming looked at Mo Lianyang with approval. There is an elder in my family who is a purple mansion master. He can accept your 6 daughters as disciples. After you move to Dongzhou, let Lianyang live in Dongzhou city and receive his guidance. Purple mansion master. Mo Niu's lips trembled slightly. He didn't expect that his daughter, who was just sold to a brothel, would have the chance to meet such a big shot. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the 3 people from the Iron Fist sect who were killed on the street. Senior, then our whole family will leave with you. Those 3 people were all monks from the Iron Fist sect. The Iron Fist sect has now been incorporated into the Wanxian Valley of Hongdu County. If the foundation building monks they sent cannot deal with you, I am afraid they will report it immediately. Their leader is a fake Danzhenren. It's okay. Su Yuming looked back and pointed to a place 1 mile outside the courtyard gate. Isn't it here, at this time? On the roof of a restaurant in front of the courtyard gate, the leader of the Iron Fist sect, Wang Yihei, came with a murderous aura and anger. But when he saw the 3 Qi refining level 7 disciples who were killed instantly by the middle grade magic on the street, he was stunned. He asked himself, he was also a mid-stage foundation building monk who practiced earth magic, and he couldn't do it so lightly. In other words, the opponent's strength was far above his. So he was just watching from a distance of 1 mile, not approaching. The sound transmission talisman on his body was already sending a message to Hongdu City. He believed that Wanxian Valley would immediately dispatch Purple Mansion Sanren to rush to help. Hongdu City was only 12,000 miles away, and the weaker Purple Mansion Sanren could arrive within 2 hours. When he finished sending the message, he looked up and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the courtyard of the Mo family, looking at him with interest. The moment he released his spiritual consciousness to explore the other party's cultivation, there was no reply as if a stone had sunk into the sea. He was dumbfounded on the spot, and he appeared in the courtyard directly, kneeling down and kowtowed to Su Yuming. I didn't know that the senior appeared in Ziuhu town. The junior Iron Fist sect master Wang Yihei, did not come to greet you. Please forgive me. As he said this, he kowtowed 3 times in a row, even his scalp was bleeding, but he didn't care. The other party had discovered him, and he had not been alerted yet, which was enough to prove that the other party's strength was above his own. Moreover, if the other party could engulf his spiritual consciousness, it must be the Purple Mansion Wanderer in person, so how could he dare to act rashly? The middle-aged man in front of him was definitely the Purple Mansion Wanderer. Since you have already used the sound transmission talisman to ask for help, why don't you wait for the reinforcements to arrive before entering this courtyard? Su Yuming looked at him with interest. I dare not. Senior, you didn't kill me, which is a great favor. How dare I act rashly? Wang Yihei's back was soaked with cold sweat, and he lay on the ground and didn't dare to look up. Is this, the sect master, Mo Niu, who was drinking tea next to him, was startled. Suddenly, a person flew in and knelt down to kowtow. If you didn't know, you would think he was paying homage to his ancestors. He was so affectionate, but he didn't expect that he was the sect master of the Iron Fist sect where he used to serve, the overlord of Ziuhu town, and a foundation building cultivator. It's Mo Niu, it's all my fault. I've been busy with cultivation and seclusion recently, and as soon as I came out I had to obey the orders of Wanxian Valley, so I neglected my disciples and made rash mistakes. You are an elder of our Iron Fist sect, and Yang Hunyang was once one of our inner disciples. I'm sorry for you. According to your previous merits, you should have been exempted from just 100 spirit stones. Then I'll have someone send 3,000 spirit stones immediately, and give each of your family members a set of low-grade magic tools, and you and your wife will each get a mid-grade magic tool. This is my compensation to you." As he said this, he looked at Su Yuming, who was sitting on the seat with a smile, but found that the senior didn't move at all. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at King Shuang not far away. "This must be the fourth lady, right? I haven't seen you for many years, and you've become more beautiful. I am also an old friend of your father. This time you and your seniors come back to visit relatives, you should let all the neighbors get together and have some fun. My Iron Fist sect is willing to set up 100 tables of buffet for 7 days for the reunion of the Mo family. In addition, I have a top-grade magic weapon, the light gauze iron armor, which is made of 900 years of cold iron. It is as light as a cicada's wing, and it doesn't frost in winter and doesn't fog in summer. I'm willing to give it to the fourth lady to make amends. Take it." Seeing King Shuang hesitate, Su Yuming glanced around. In this courtyard, there are 3 male cultivators and 4 female cultivators. You must have a complete set of magic tools, elixirs for Qi refining, and talismans. I will give you 1 hour to prepare them. Su Yuming glanced at the opposite side calmly. Wang Yehei was immediately pardoned and quickly clasped his fists. "Junior, I will do it right away." After saying that, he flew away towards the horizon with a flow of light, which was several times faster than the speed when he came. "Master, he won't just escape, will he?" King Shuang beside him looked towards the town in a daze and couldn't help asking. "He dares not." Su Yuming glanced towards the east. "People from Hongdu County are here. Isn't the Iron Fist sect going to set up a buffet for us? I'll have to ask him to lead the carriage and bring 100 jars of wine to help inform the nearby villagers. Since you are back, even if you are leaving, you have to leave in a lively and decent manner." "Yes, Master." King Shuang was moved. Even if she had to work like a cow or a horse for Su Yuming in her life, she would have no regrets. She was born in a humble family and had stayed in a brothel. She would be grateful for a little charity from a powerful person like Su Yuming, not to mention the respect before her. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the towns under my Wanxian Valley? At the end of the sky, a stream of light flew across the sky and landed above Xiuhe town. Wang Yehei immediately went to meet it. Reporting to the upper sect, a purple mansion cultivator has come to the small courtyard below. He killed 3 of my disciples in the late stage of Qi refining and wanted to occupy an embroidery town. Please ask the upper sect to do me justice, Master Wang. Don't worry. This is Hongdu County, Nanhuziao. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of my Wanxian Valley? Tiger Roran Sanrin patted his chest and glanced at the ground. With just one glance, he saw Su Yuming sitting cross-legged in the yard. He looked very familiar. After all, Tiger Roran Sanrin had participated in the Huxin Pavilion trade fair many times. This year, he followed Xiandan's Henrin to go there once, representing Wanxian Valley to exchange, and almost lost his life there. If it weren't for the flowers of several fake Dan seniors showing their divine power, he might have really died there. The purple mansion cultivator who impressed him the most was undoubtedly the Dongzhao's Henrin Su, who had not experienced the giant and thunder tribulation, but could be among the fake Dan. He was looking down from a height of several dozen feet, and he felt that this man looked like the one from Dongzhao. Sure, without thinking, he grabbed Wang Yehei next to him, pressed his head and appeared in front of the courtyard gate. Bang! If Wang Yehei had not been a martial arts expert in his early years and had practiced physical training, he would have exploded into a big watermelon in an instant if he was directly smashed to the ground from a height of several dozen feet. Even so, he was dizzy and speechless now. "I am Hu Zhao, a disciple of Master Yan of Wanxian Valley. I am honored to meet Master Su." Hu Zhao Sanrin was sweating. He was the overlord of Dongzhao, an invincible strong man who had just killed 3 fake Dan cultivators in a battle a few days ago. What was killing 3 of your key training disciples? Even if I cut off your head and send it to me, I would have to smile and say that Master Yan was mighty. "Oh? Are you a disciple of Master Yan Zhen?" Su Yuming glanced at him curiously. "That's right, Immortal. I know that my disciples are not worthy of the offense. I will kill them with my own hands." Bang! Without further ado, Wang Yehei, who was in the middle stage of foundation building and was high and mighty in the town, was beheaded by him, which made him hide a wall. Even if this man was his brother-in-law, he had to pay the price. It's not enough. Su Yuming looked up. I also want you to be the banquet officer who leads the horses. Are you willing? Of course. My master has admired Immortal for a long time and is waiting for you in Hongdu City. I will entertain the guests around on behalf of Immortal, and then personally lead the horses for Immortal and go to Hongdu City. How could Husayo Sanran dare to refuse? This man could easily deal with a fake Dan Immortal, let alone a weak and helpless Zifu cultivator like him. Chapter 259 Hongdu City, Taoist friends are in full battle formation. 2 more, please subscribe. Tat. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, Husayo Sanran, who was leading a skinny horse, was walking in the streets and alleys. Dear neighbors, starting from tomorrow, you don't have to cook. The fourth lady of the Mo family, at the end of the alley in the east, has returned. She has set up a buffet. Everyone in the town can go there to celebrate with a feast for 7 consecutive days. Ding He was holding a guan in his hand, looking very formal. At this time, in the courtyard, in the upper room vacated by Mo Niu and Yang Wei Niang, Su Yuming reached out and took out a sound transmission stone, which contained 2 sound transmissions. My lord, according to reliable information, the Yanzhen's Henrin has broken through the 3rd level top-grade formation master, and a 3rd level top-grade Hoods All One-Li Waves formation has been set up in Hongdu City. If you enter the formation, I'm afraid it will be equivalent to facing a Jindan's Henrin. If you are outside the city, you will have no pressure. Ancestor, Bai Mishuang Sanran has come across the state to pick up the 4th lady's family. We have already arrived at Huangdu County. His disciples are willing to bow their heads and do things. Isn't it because they don't want to disrupt their master, Master Yanzhen's plan to entertain him? He has been so enthusiastic and approached. If he dares not to go in at the city gate, he will be at a disadvantage. The next morning, when tens of thousands of people in the town gathered together, with a Mo family compound as the center, and began to eat the buffet along the surrounding streets, Su Yuming had already taken a carriage led by Husayo Sanran to Hongdu City as promised. However, this time it was not the thin horse cart with a gong beating, but the wildebeest fragrant carriage with a purple mansion leading the way. After about a few hours, Su Yuming stretched his arms in the carriage, stood up and walked off the carriage, and immediately Husayo Sanran lifted the door curtain beside him. Entering the city, Su Yuming found Master Yanzhen, an old man with a horse face, sitting cross-legged on the city gate tower waiting for him. Friend Su, long time no see. I'll be waiting for you at the weakest point of the formation on the city gate tower. Discussing Taoism with you once will be considered a courtesy to both of us. How do you think? Su Yuming nodded with a smile. When Husayo Sanran turned around to look, a ray of colorful rainbow light passed by behind him. Su Yuming had already landed on the city gate tower and sat opposite Zhenren Yanzhen. He picked up the tea in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. 3rd grade tea, at least 3,000 years old, tastes good, and the tea fragrance is overflowing. Su Yuming tasted it briefly, put down the cup and looked across. Su has never had any contact with fellow Taoist Yan. Is there something you want to invite me for? Fellow Taoist Su was very powerful in the Battle of Dongzhou City, and killed 3 fake Dan Zhenren in one battle. I heard that the Huangfu clan's clan formation was also broken by fellow Taoist. I wonder if the 4th grade formation plate is there. Su Yuming shook his head. If fellow Taoist wants to trade this thing, I'm afraid you can only look for it in the mountains and plains outside Dongzhou City. This thing has turned into ashes under the thunder? Zhenren Yanzhen showed regret. That's such a pity. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a storage bag and handed it over. These are the formation flags, formation materials and so on collected by my subordinates. By the way, I also found the formation map from Huangfu's storage ring. Do you need it? Immortal Yanzhen's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he waved his hand and sent 3 brocade boxes to the desk. This is what I have collected for many years. Taoist friend, you can choose one and trade with me. How about it? The 3 brocade boxes were opened one by one. In the first brocade box, there was a scroll with array patterns drawn on it. In the second brocade box, there was a jade slip, which should contain some incomplete skills. In the third brocade box, there was a hot crystal stone that seemed to have magma flowing inside. It was 3 feet in size and could be refined into a top-grade flaming flying sword. From left to right, the first brocade box contains my 380-year-old research on formations as a rank 3 ultimate formation master. The second brocade box contains a technique that records the flow of stars and draws on the power of the stars. It's probably incomplete, and I got it from the secret realm at the bottom of the lake. It's a fake elixir technique. Finally, this magma flint has been wrapped in magma and calcines for more than 4,700 years. It's a pity that I got it too early from the volcanic eruption, otherwise it would have become the forging material for the golden elixir spirit treasure. Even so, it can be used to refine a top-grade flying sword. As he spoke, Master Yanzhen stretched out his hand and pushed forward. I'll give these 3 brocade boxes to you, Taoist. I wonder if there'll be enough to buy the Huangfu family formation and these broken formation materials. Su Yuming pondered for a moment. Taoist Yan, this is a rank 4 intermediate Dragon Emperor 9 Heavens Thunderbolt formation. If it's a fake elixir formation, even a master who has just entered the golden elixir can be killed. So, the implication is that you can only trade with 4th level treasures, and the others are not good enough. Although, Su Yuming really wants the star technique and wants to take it back for 6th lady to practice. Master Yanzhen pondered for a moment and took out a token with the word array. This is my token. In this Nanhazhao, as long as you are under the command of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, you can pass through unimpeded, and mobilize nearby garrison cultivators to help. In addition, you can unconditionally ask everyone to help you with one thing, including me. You can even ask fellow Taoist Shyandon to refine a pill for you once, and ask fellow Taoist Giki to refine a spiritual weapon for you once. Su Yuming thought for a moment, took out Sun Shianxi's teleportation array disk and handed it over. If fellow Taoist can repair this thing, Su will trade with you. Zhenren Yan took it and took a careful look at it, then frowned and shook his head. I don't know who made this array plate, but it has the power of space movement. I have studied array formations for many years, and I am proficient in trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, and auxiliary arrays. It is this teleportation array that contains the power of space. I have not yet found the threshold. If fellow Taoist is willing to trade this array plate, I am willing to let the talismans used in the 3 counties under my command be changed to those refined by your Yan and Su family in the future. Su Yuming smiled frankly. Since this thing is useful to fellow Taoist Yan, I will give it to you. Judging from the consumption of talismans by cultivators in Nanhazhao, the talismans traded in a year would probably allow the Su family to earn hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Of course, he had to accept such a goodwill gesture. The discussion lasted until dusk, and Su Yuming left Huangdu County under the escort of Huxio Sanren. He planned to go south to Huishan County in the southernmost part of the country, which was the residence of Giki's Henren and the headquarters of the Nanhazhao Sangxiu Alliance. It was the holy land of all weapon cultivators in this world, because there was a 4th level earth fire there. If Su Yuming could devour one of the fire seeds and refine it, his Kixi rainbow fire could be promoted to the 4th level spiritual fire. Did they send him away? After Su Yuming left, Huxio Sanren returned to Yanzhen. Yanzhen was just flipping through the 2 array plates, and the joy on his face became more and more intense. Reporting to Master, is Master Su really as powerful as the rumors say? He used these 2 array plates to warn me that he has the means to escape the array by space teleportation. Moreover, even the 4th level medium grade array cannot stop his attack. This person's strength is simply unfathomable. Perhaps only those bald donkeys and Zioxes how can deal with him. Master Yanzhen's eyes showed a bit of complexity. You can only provoke him, not offend him. As he said, he thought of the space teleportation array plate given by Su Yuming, and a smile appeared on his face. There are many high-quality space stones in this world. Maybe I can study the teleportation array from them. In this way, I can travel freely between the 4 states in the future. My Loose Cultivator Alliance can make a lot of money just by charging for this teleportation array. On the way south, Su Yuming was alone. King Shuang wanted to stay and return to Dongzhou City with her parents. The courtyard where they lived was next to the courtyard of Su Yuming's garrison, which was a large house with 4 entrances and 4 exits. Along the way, intelligence from various places was sent back one after another. My lord, the fake Danling Busi killed Huangfu Rulong and robbed at least half of the Huangfu family's wealth. Then, he relied on the army of corpses to attack the Frost Sword Sex base in Yuan County and took 1/3 of the resources. When we confiscated the cultivation resources of these 2 families, we only found more than 5 million top-grade spirit stones. In addition, we also found the 4th level formation inheritance of the Huangfu family and the Frost Sword Sex Frost Sword Classic, which contains 3 moves of golden elixir sword magic. My lord, we collected a total of 3 purple mansion opportunities in this battle. including a low-grade Jiang pill, which has been given to Su Shinan, the previous elder of the Su family, for refining. He has now entered the Purple Mansion realm. The rest of the high-grade Zixu pills have been given to Chen Beixiao, a cultivator of the Chen family who has reached the great perfection of foundation building, and the last Purple Mansion true key is still in the treasury. Su Yuming thought for a moment, and immediately ordered these important resources to be handed over to Su Tu, and then gave the last portion of Zifu's hanky to Su Tu for refining. With his body that had recovered his qi and blood, his cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the peak of Zifu. Now it was just a matter of time before he could break through. If he was not on Dongzhao for a long time, Su Tu would also need to step up and lead the group of cultivators. My lord, the 4th level dense tungsten ore in Ligia town has been mined. The quality is extremely high, all of which are 4th level low grade. However, the old cultivator who mined the vein said that there must be dense tungsten iron mother in it. We are going to form a dense tungsten heavy armor army with the 25,000 Qi refining cultivators under Su Shanwu. Although they have no mounts, they can also be invincible in foot combat. We need the help of 3rd level refiners. As for the 2nd level refiners we have found 21 from all over Dongzhao, and thousands of 1st level refiners have been summoned, and they can start forging at any time. 25,000 sets of dense tungsten heavy armor are obviously a bit extravagant. But as long as he can condense a dense tungsten heavy armor army, Su Yuming thinks that it is worth spending more. 50,000 evil spirit monks can allow me to build a 4th level evil spirit fish dragon formation. Holding the Zhuanghuang battle flag, I also have the power of the golden elixir, but after all, this golden elixir is not a real golden elixir. Su Yuming's eyes have already looked at the smoke rising from the mountains in the south. There are earthquakes and volcanic ash floating above the clouds. As they fall, they are bounced away by the spiritual light of his Taoist robe, and his clothes are not stained with dust. I wonder if I can find an opportunity to form an elixir in this Nanhaziao. Chapter 260, Seeing Ghostly Master Again. Taoist friend, do you dare to swim in lava? 3 more, please subscribe. Volcano City. When Su Yuming appeared here, it was already the 7th day of his trip to Nanhaziao. It must be said that the entire Nanhui counties is at least twice the area of the 9 counties of Dongzhao, with vast waters. He saw no less than 60 or 70 3rd level monsters along the way, and there were also many cultivators, at least more than 30 Purple Mansion cultivators. Master Su, after parting in King Mountains, you are now famous all over the world. Master Giki stood in front of the cave with a smile, looking at Su Yuming, who was led to him by his disciples, and was glad that he didn't fight him that day. Otherwise he would have suffered. I came from Master Yanxian's Hongdu County and brought a piece of magma flint. I also asked fellow Taoists to refine a heritage spiritual weapon for me. Shua Master Giki casually handed over a top-grade fish dragon sword that was flashing with cold light and wrapped in a faint light. This is a deal between you and me. Fellow Taoist still owes me 100 jin of monkey wine. I can trade it with spirit stones, but I'm afraid I can't help you refine it again. Su Yuming showed the token with the word array, and Ghost Weapon Master's expression eased. To inherit the spirit weapon, I need your life essence in blood. Then I'll trouble you to stay in my Nanhaziao for 9,981 days. Also, I have to go down to the bottom of the magma fire to find some auxiliary materials for forging for you. Su Yuming smiled and took out a jar of monkey wine and handed it over, which was about 10 jin. I don't have much monkey wine in stock, so I'll give it to you as a reward for your help. Ghost Weapon Master laughed heartily. Then come with me and go down to swim in the magma. If there's a chance, you can take whatever you want. How about it? Okay. With a Kixi rainbow fire by his side, Su Yuming was not afraid of the heat of the magma. Even if the magma below was 1,000,000 degrees high, he dared to go down and take a walk. Well, then, I will invite you to go down for a walk. Crash without saying anything. Giki's Henrin jumped directly from the attic on the cliff and jumped directly to the bottom of the 1,000-foot magma valley. Su Yuming followed closely behind him, and when his body turned upside down, he saw the boiling magma river below. This is the southernmost part of the Zuanjing Lake world, and it's also where the temperature is the highest. This underground magma river is said to flow out from the ground. Over the years, I have only gone down 3,600 feet. I saw the 4th order earth fire entrenched in it and found 4 fire seeds. One of them was refined by me, and the remaining 2 were refined by Taoist Xiandan and Taoist Yansan respectively. The last one is still inside. Originally, I wanted to give it to you, but seeing that you are so stingy, I can't bear to give it away." Su Yuming laughed loudly. "Then it's a deal. 100 kilograms of monkey wine, including this jar. You have 10 kilograms more than Taoist Xiandan. How about it?" "That's about right," Giki Zhenren said, and the whole person had dispersed a black smoke covering 100 feet above the magma and plunged into the golden magma solution. Su Yuming followed closely behind, and at the moment he felt a scorching heat rushing towards him. A protective shield of 7 colored flames rose from his body, allowing him to enter the magma smoothly. At first glance, this was just a virtual image of magma, which fell steadily below 100 feet. There were many reefs here, but if you look closely, most of them were 1,000-year-old ores of the second level or above. Here are all ores that can be used to refine weapons. Many of my disciples who have established their foundations are mining here to refine their own life-defining spiritual weapons. Ghost Weapon Master was already soaked in the magma below. "Friend Su, continue to go down. You must first pass through 1,000 feet before you can encounter good things that are more than 2,000 years old. However, the scope of this magma world is too vast. What you can find depends on your own chance." "Ha ha ha." Su Yuming immediately followed him when he turned over and sank. After entering the magma, Su Yuming felt like swimming into water. With his hands waving and his legs swinging, he quickly sank more than 100 feet. "Fellow Taoist Su, there are flints ahead, be careful not to hit your head." There seemed to be a lot of hard rocks floating at the bottom of the magma like a meteorite belt ahead. After Su Yuming dodged, he saw the Ghost Weapon Master in front of him who was transmitting secret messages. At this time, he felt that his spiritual consciousness had been compressed 1,000 times, and he could only see 9 miles, that is, more than 1,000 feet underground. Sure, a crystal ore was grabbed by Su Yuming's hand, which was almost the 3rd level. "Fellow Taoist, you are very lucky to get a piece of fluorescent flint on your first visit. This thing is one of the main materials for refining your magma fire sword." "I won't be polite," as he said. Ghost Weapon Master took the ore from Su Yuming. Su Yuming clearly saw that he was very happy. He had already obtained more than a dozen pieces of ore when he sank 500 or 600 feet. The largest piece was almost more than a person tall. It was clearly a 3rd-level forging material of magma-heavy iron weighing 1,000 pounds. "If we go down further, we will have a chance. Maybe I will be jealous of the good things that fellow Taoist has obtained. However, I have said that today, under this magma, except for the 4 things that you need to refine, namely, fluorescent flint, combustion-supporting fire crystal, fire lotus, and magma iron, you can keep the rest." Su Yuming remained calm. What good things could he get after sinking 2,000 feet? He also had a chance to prosperous husband and wealth, which he originally wanted to use at the Lake Heart Island Trade Fair. Now he must use it under this magma. "I wonder if I can find a 4th-level spiritual object," Su Yuming thought in his heart, and the whole person had already sunk 2,000 feet below like a swimming fish. As his spiritual consciousness was pulling, his harvest began to increase. A fist-sized 3,000-year-old magma iron, a 2,800-year-old lotus fossil fire lotus, and a 2,450-year-old, long-strip ash gold. These were Su Yuming's harvests, which were almost enough to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon, and it also came with a 3rd-level ash fire, which was extremely powerful. Shua at the position of 3,500 feet, Giki Zhenren stopped. At this time, his 500 cubic storage ring was already full. He was familiar with the road and saw a lot of good things in these few hundred breaths. "Friend Su, going down. You have to rely on your own ability. There are many Purple Mansion cultivators who have entered my magma sea of fire in recent years. At the bottom of the magma fire, there are even corpses left by those senior masters and monsters during the ancient war. If you can find 1 or 2, maybe you can make your fire method reach the peak." As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a hidden 3rd-level formation was opened, revealing a ground core fire lotus hidden here. Even the fluorescent fire flickering on it was enough to make Su Yuming's heart tremble. This is a 4th-order magma fire seed. If you can refine it at the bottom of the magma fire and bring it out, the 7-color rainbow fire on your body will be able to enter the 4th order. In this way, you will also be a 4th-order fire mage who is close to me in Nanhazhao. Su Yuming understood what the other party meant, and bowed to him. "Dao out Giki, don't worry. The Dongzhao cultivator, should be of the same blood with your Nanhazhao. In this battle to pacify the lake monster, we can both advance and retreat together." That's very good. Geki Zenran threw out a pill casually. This is a third-order top-grade Frost Heart Protection pill prepared for you by Dao Shyandon. It is worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. I will give it to you today for refining. As he said, he glanced in the direction of the ground. In order to prevent Dao from being attacked, I have to go down a few hundred feet to find trouble with those reptiles under the magma. Reptiles? Are there any living creatures in this sea of magma and fire? Yes, the magma fire lizard, known as the magma fire dragon, is born at the 3rd level and is not easy to mess with. However, there are not many of them. I only found more than 30 of them in the next 700 feet. Don't worry, they can't interfere with your refining of the fire. After saying this, the guy had already dived to the bottom of the magma fire. Su Yuming's eyes flickered. If the bottom of the magma fire leads directly to the center of the earth, there may be a big secret. As far as he knows, the Hunza Formation, the Volcano Refining Valley, and the Shyandon building in Nanhazhou are all built at a golden triangle, perhaps to suppress the corpses underground. After I refine the fire, I will continue to explore it. Su Yuming thought for a while and immediately walked into the 3rd level hidden formation. While swallowing the Frost Heart Protection pill with his left hand, he opened his mouth and spit out a Qixi rainbow fire, which instantly wrapped the center of the earth fire lotus, and the whole person was wrapped in surging flames. In just a breath, the 3rd level concealment formation collapsed instantly, and Su Yuming's entire body was also rapidly burned. He was determined, and at this moment he took out the 3rd level body tempering pill to refine it, relying on the power of the 4th level earth fire to temper his body. The purple skin on his body began to turn red quickly. Even the golden light killing horse, which was hiding in Su Yuming's arm and moving towards the 3rd level late stage, could not bear it at this time, and flew out directly from the brand of his arm, swimming 100 feet above the sea of fire to avoid it. Boom! With a loud noise, Su Yuming stood in the sea of fire and looked at the opposite side. About 100 feet away, a 3rd level late stage lizard that was originally hiding here and preparing to sneak attack him, and the golden light killing horse started fighting under this magma sea of fire 3,000 feet. This is their home court. The golden light killing horse is only good at cloud and gas, not water and fire, and it is actually being suppressed at this time. Swish, the Zhengjin divine light penetrated a 1,000-foot sea of fire and instantly smashed its head. Su Yuming saw it lying beside the big lizard that was more than 100 feet long and began to feast on it. It tore the lizard's back with its claws, revealing the tender meat inside, and tore the internal organs away. In the blink of an eye, they were melted by the flames. The skin of this big lizard was quite interesting. It could resist fire. Su Yuming quickly ordered the golden light Qi horse to keep the skin. After taking it back, I'm afraid it can be used to refine about 3 spiritual tools and fireproof robes. A dull explosion of flames broke out in his body. At this time, the flames covering his whole body had converged to the Danshan, and finally all rushed towards Su Yuming's heart. At the moment he lost his voice, it had already wrapped his heart, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a burning heart of fire. Dong dong, he had already used prosperity and wealth, invisibly, and was being attracted by a heartbeat at the bottom of the magma to swim downwards. Could it be that under this sea of magma and fire, there is some terrifying creature's heart that can amplify my fire heart device? Su Yuming held his breath. This was a great opportunity. Chapter 261, Magma Sea of Fire, Fierce Battle with the 4th Level Earth Fire Dragon Lizard. One more, please subscribe. Su Yuming dived down, and the sea of magma and fire seemed to have the same origin as him, opening a path for him to continue diving down. Fellow Taoist Su, why did you come down? The Ghost Weapon Master, who was fighting with 10 3rd-level flame lizards, had at least 8 high-grade spiritual weapons suspended on his body. At this time, precious light was flowing around his body, and he was able to handle so many 3rd-level monsters besieging him with ease. Moreover, under Su Yuming's gaze, the auras of these big guys on the opposite side were all above the late 3rd level, and 2 of them were already in the 3rd level Great Perfection realm. The lizard skins of these earth fire dragon lizards are good, and can be used to make fireproof robes. I killed one on it, so why don't you and I kill all of these together? As he spoke, Su Yuming had already taken out 8 flying swords. Fellow Taoist Su has a rich family background. He is not a weapon refiner, but he has so many top-grade flying swords. It really opened my eyes. Ghost Weapon Master's eyes fell on the flying swords in Su Yuming's hand, focusing on the 8 directions divine slash and the white cloud sword. Although I am not a weapon refiner, I am at least the third most profitable talisman maker among the secondary professions, and I am also a third-level top-grade talisman maker. Before Su Yuming came here, he had just broken through the talisman realm. Now he just killed a few earth-fire dragon lizards and started making talismans with animal blood and bones. I see, but fellow Taoist Su, you and I can kill these beasts easily, but there are great terrors below. If you ignore the existence below, I am afraid that I can't escape from this magma sea of fire. In my opinion, forget it. Ghost Weapon Master was still a little afraid of the terrors under the magma sea of fire. Then kill 2 and run away, Su Yuming said, and the 9-light sword formation unfolded. A sword with 1,000 miles of range instantly pierced through the bodies of 2 third-stage late-stage earth-fire dragon lizards. At the moment when the blood of the beasts was splashed, the golden killing horse had already dropped from the sky, bit one of them on the back, and dragged it up. The nearby earth-fire dragon lizards were furious, and the moment they wanted to step forward to stop them, Su Yuming had already cut off the heads of the 2 earth-fire dragon lizards with one sword. Hey, the ghost weapon master next to him smiled bitterly. After all, Su Yuming was his invited guest. Letting him fight these earth-fire dragon lizards alone, is this a good way to treat guests? Huh? A 4th order flame instantly stopped the group of earth-fire dragon lizards. Fellow Taoist Su, 2 are enough. Let's go first. I'm afraid we can't go. Su Yuming's eyes fell on the direction of the 4,000 feet of the Earth Center. A big guy is chasing us. If you and I don't fight with all our strength, we will die here today. What? Ghost Weapon Master looked back suddenly. With his spiritual sense that could only sense more than 800 feet, he also found that the magma in the direction of the Earth Center was shaking rapidly, as if some huge monster was quickly penetrating the magma and killing it. 4th order Earthfire Dragon Lizard, fellow Taoist Su, retreat quickly, go. The 2 looked at each other and immediately burst out with all their strength to shoot upwards. In a blink of an eye, they escaped hundreds of feet away, but the fire wave that swept over in an instant directly shrank back 500 feet, much faster than their retreat speed. It's a 4th order early stage Earthfire Dragon Lizard. Fellow Taoist Su, let's use our strongest attack to repel it, otherwise it looks like this guy wants to chase us up. Su Yuming paid attention to the other party's fluctuating heartbeat, which was the treasure that attracted him, and nodded immediately. Okay, then you and I will join forces to fight. Clang. Without further ado, Su Yuming directly sacrificed 1/10 of his blood and ki power, using the Fangyan Hulji, and with one halberd, he instantly spread out thousands of miles of magma, pierced through the 1,000-foot sea of fire below, and hit it hard. Ang! A scream that was almost like a dragon's roar came from the depths of the magma. The moment the beast's blood was splashed, Su Yuming's attack actually injured the other party. Go! The ghost weapon master beside him did not hesitate, and instantly sacrificed a silver halo and smashed it into the depths of the magma. Ang! The head was broken and blood was flowing. The screams rang out again, accompanied by the surging flames. Su Yuming and Giki's Henrin almost simultaneously offered up the 4th-level spiritual fire to resist, but when they regained their vision, an 800-foot-long behemoth with a pair of dragon horns had already appeared dozens of feet below them, panting heavily, staring at them with hatred. And within a radius of 2,000 feet, there was already an extra layer of sea of firelight curtain, directly blocking all the gaps. Fellow Taoist Su, do you still have the Broken Void Talisman? This is the innate magical power displayed by the 4th-level evil beast on the opposite side. It is as disgusting as the magma field of the 4th-level fish dragon. Unless it is the 4th-level power, it can only be beaten out by breaking the formation. You and I are trapped here and fighting it. I am afraid that we will be consumed to death by the opponent. As he spoke, hundreds of 3rd-level Earthfire Dragon Lizards had swam out one after another nearby, and in the distance, there were tens of thousands of 2nd-level Earthfire Dragon Lizards rushing towards this side. I don't have a 3rd-level Void-Breaking Talisman, but if I can severely injure this 4th-level beast in front of me, you and I can also kill it from the front. Su Yuming had already moved his murderous intention, and 1/9 of his blood and energy had been injected into the Fangyan Hulji in his hand again. Giki's Henrin had a sad face. Brother Su, you have caused me so much trouble. I say, fellow Taoist Giki, don't be sad. With our strength, we are not necessarily weaker than this beast. You and I will add 2 and 1 to make 5. After killing this group of beasts, I will take the inner elixir in the blood, and the hide and body will belong to you. How about it? Giki's Henrin immediately restrained the frustration on his face and looked carefully at the surrounding earth-fire dragon lizards. There must be more than one 4th level lizard under the ground. After you and I kill them, we must retreat immediately. Su Yuming flipped his hand, and 2 small teleportation talismans appeared in his palm. If you are willing to fight with me, after breaking this barrier, you can leave on your own. Well, since we've come to this, at most I will fight side by side with fellow Taoist Su today. A mere 4th level evil beast wants to eat you and me. I'm afraid it will break its front teeth. Giki's Henrin immediately became confident. Su Yuming's small teleportation talisman can teleport 1,000 miles. As long as the barrier is broken, he can escape in an instant. In the outside world, there is a 3rd level top-grade formation set up for him by the old man Yansen. What is he afraid of, a mere 4th level big lizard? Huh? At the moment when Giki's Henrin made a decision, tens of thousands of earth-fire dragon lizards almost simultaneously opened the sticky parachute wings around their necks, and suddenly a violent flame attacked them. It's Blizzard Dragon Fire, fellow Taoist Su, be careful. As soon as the voice fell, the old man had already sent out a piece of lizard skin on his body. Su Yuming took a closer look and saw that there were a full 108 weapon patterns on it. Isn't this a 4th level spiritual treasure? Good guy, where did he find a 4th level earth-fire dragon lizard skin? Su Yuming wrapped his whole body with 7 rainbow fires, and the demon-slaying wind circled around him and swirled in all directions. While Su Yuming was holding on to the raging sea of fire without fear, he had already made his move. 7-day sword rainbow, the sword cut through the sea of fire and instantly cut off a dragon horn of the 4th level dragon lizard. The Fang Bian Huoji on his right arm had already fallen. Sure, the sea of fire was cut open by the halberd again. The ghost weapon master next to him was also really angry. He threw hundreds of magic weapons and spiritual weapons out with both hands. With a pinch of his fingers, countless 2nd level fire lizards were killed and slaughtered. Those 3rd level monsters wanted to get close to Su Yuming, but he was blocked by his 8 high-quality spiritual weapons. Su Yuming had no more scruples now. The 6th level of the Beast King skill was opened. Now that the realm of the Dao body could last for 60 breaths, he directly transformed into an 800-foot golden light unicorn horse and crashed into the big lizard at the bottom of the flame world. Roar! As the claws of the beasts tore in the fists and flesh fought, the ghost weapon master who was intercepting the beasts in the sky was dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist Su, are you practicing body cultivation or beast cultivation? Both. Ghost weapon master couldn't help but be surprised. Su Yuming actually practiced sword cultivation, body cultivation, and beast cultivation at the same time. He also had the status of a 3rd level talisman making master. His key realm was also at the peak of the Purple Mansion. If you were to step into the false pill realm, he would probably be the first false pill master in the secret realm. Swish! A breath of Zhengjing divine light directly penetrated the height of the earth-fire dragon lizard, and a blood hole as big as a bowl appeared instantly. Ang! In the next breath, the earth-fire dragon lizard was intertwined with red veins all over its body. With just one claw, Su Yuming's Dao body flew backwards 100 feet away, and then it swelled up and appeared directly in front of Su Yuming. Bang bang! After dozens of consecutive hits, Su Yuming's Dao body was almost on the verge of collapse. Yo-yo looming. Without hesitation, Su Yuming took advantage of the moment of its madness and directly activated the golden core divine power. Its movements suddenly became sluggish, and then Su Yuming stretched out his claws to pry open its bloody mouth, and a mouthful of Zhengjing divine light shot out. Ang! Su Yuming could smell the blood and a strong stench in its mouth at close range. The dragon roar at close range also shocked Su Yuming's soul, but he also saw a heart that was shaking violently. The blood was like mercury. The surging blood and energy alone were enough to make Su Yuming's heart beat. If I get it, my physical realm will make a leap forward, and this 4th level spiritual fire will take me to another level. Su Yuming's mind was greatly shocked, and he directly used the true spirit sublimation. At the cost of weakening his soul power for a period of time, he used yo-yo looming again. And this time the roar of the beast seemed much weaker. Su Yuming grabbed the 8 directions divine slash with one hand and rushed out of the Taoist body beast shadow, and went straight into the body of the big lizard. He thrust a sword, and the moment the sharp blade cut along the throat, he also touched the beating heart, opened his mouth and bit it directly. Ang! The flame world covering thousands of miles collapsed in an instant. The ghost weapon master above was overjoyed, but when he looked down, Su Yuming had been swept away by the big guy and quickly began to sink to the bottom of the magma. In a blink of an eye, he had sunk 5,000 feet down. He wanted to chase, but he sensed a breath of the other two fourth-level Earth-Fire Dragon Lizards and stopped immediately. Sudeo Iao. I didn't expect that you would be killed by this evil beast in order to help me escape. He was frustrated. It was a pity that such a genius died here. Thanks to the Buck Friend 20201228180009501 for his 4 Book City Coins reward support. Thank you. Chapter 262, The Great Perfection of the Physical Body. I am standing on the back of a dragon. 2 more. Please subscribe. Swish. Su Yuming only felt that he was falling all the time. He didn't know how long he had been sinking. He felt that this huge Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard was completely dead, and the heart weighing hundreds of kilograms that he had been chewing in his mouth was all swallowed into his stomach. When he felt the first fishy smell, his stomach began to wriggle. When he chewed it in big mouthfuls, he couldn't bear it anymore and was about to vomit. However, he immediately closed his perception and ate it like a hungry beast until he swallowed it all and started to refine it thoroughly. Only then did he stop. Su Yuming's physique began to break through rapidly, and his whole body was full of qi and blood. If he could mobilize qi and blood 10 times before and awaken Fangyan Huoji, this time he could mobilize it at least 100 times and fight heartily. Peak of the 3rd level. He broke through almost when he swallowed half of it. It had been 3 days since he had completely refined the heart of the Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard. Su Yuming didn't feel any other dragon lizards from the outside world swimming over to eat the corpse of the same kind, and Su Yuming didn't feel the breath of the outside world nearby. Strange. Su Yuming stepped on the physical power of the 3rd Order Great Perfection and tore the body of the 4th Order Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard with his bare hands. After thinking about it, the lizard's skin was more valuable, so he walked all the way to the head and grabbed an inner pill that was almost the size of the head with his bare hands and held it in his arms. The demon soul inside had been severely injured by the second use of the golden pill divine power, and it was afraid that it would not wake up in a short time. Su Yuming took a look at the 8 directions divine slash in his hand. He needed a 3rd Order Great Perfection demon soul to open the 8 series Purple Mansion treasure technique. It would be a bit extravagant to use this 4th Order demon soul. There were so many big lizards outside, so he could just kill a 3rd Order Great Perfection when he went out. He used a bronze lamp to capture it in it, and decided to return the bronze lamp to the furnace for refining after he went out. I think the ghost weapon master whose life he saved would not refuse. Sure, when he appeared in the outside world, he directly released the 3rd Order late-stage golden light Qi Rin horse with his bare hands and began to gnaw the flesh and blood of this 4th Order Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard. Once it is completely devoured and refined, the golden unicorn horse in front of him can reach the 3rd level of great perfection even if it does not enter the 4th level, which can reduce many detours. Master, I want a 4th level demon pill. The golden unicorn horse, which was lying on the big lizard and feasting on it, seemed to see the good stuff in Su Yuming's hand, and immediately raised his head with a burning gaze. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment, thinking that after he went out, he might need this 4th level demon pill and go to the 5 Beast sect to find a 4th level alchemy grandmaster to help him refine a beast-shaped golden pill. After you go out, you can eat as much as you want of these 3rd level big lizards. This 4th level demon pill is for you. If you can't break through the 4th level, it will be a waste. With the current physical realm, even if the golden elixir spiritual treasure falls on him, Su Yuming couldn't withstand it for a few times. Those big lizards in the outside world are simply toys in his hands. However, he looked around and it seemed that the area he was in was a broken magma barrier. There was a stone platform under his feet. When he looked down, Su Yuming found that it was just a skull. Su Yuming was shocked. How big would a skull be to accommodate a 4th level Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard with a body of 800 feet? He looked around and saw a dry bone wrapped in a Taoist robe in the center. It happened that his middle-grade spiritual tool King's Taoist robe was destroyed, so he could use it to replace 1 or 2. But after seeing the huge creature with a slender neck for more than 1,000 feet under his feet, Su Yuming hesitated. This thing looks similar to the Earth-Fire Dragon Lizard. Could it be their ancestor? Su Yuming couldn't help shaking his head again. The heart he just swallowed was clearly a 4th level thing, but it clearly contained pure dragon energy. Could this huge thing under his feet be a real dragon? A true dragon is born as an immortal, so there can't be one here. If it's a fire dragon, it must be at a higher level than the spiritualization realm. Sui Yulong couldn't help but tremble in his heart. That was a creature above the 6th level. A sneeze could kill him. Who was the withered skeleton in front of him? If he still had a trace of remnant, how could he survive? Sui Yulong subconsciously walked forward, tapping the small teleportation talisman in his hand. After taking a few steps, he retreated and took out 2 3rd-level late-stage earth fire dragon lizard corpses. He began to take out 300 useful animal bones and began to refine talismans. Half a day later, 100 talisman materials were used to refine 10 3rd-level upper-grade white cloud sword talismans, 10 3rd-level lower-grade small teleportation talismans, and 10 3rd-level lower-grade shattered void talismans. The success rate of 30% was not bad. With joy in his heart, he quickly pieced together the messy animal bones nearby, and sewed a human-shaped flame lizard puppet with silk, and walked towards the dry bones not far away. It easily approached the distance of 100 feet. It did not encounter any danger within 10 feet. The moment it came to 10 feet, Sui Yulong felt the remnant of thoughts inside instantly dissipate. His face changed drastically, but the silk did not break. Could it be that this dry bone still has remnants of thoughts? Sui Yulong's fingertips were already pressing on the small teleportation talisman, but the scene in front of him was spinning. Kill. In one world, the wind swept away the clouds, and the smoke and the sound of fighting filled the sky. Sui Yulong stood on the sky, looking at the earth, and found battlefields everywhere. In the magma in the south, a lizard-like flame dragon kept spraying flames towards the sky. It could travel more than 100,000 miles in one breath. This kind of terrifying creature is probably beyond the scope of the 6th level. Bang! A huge hand dropped from the sky and instantly pressed it to the ground. The monstrous sword light fell. The dragon head did not separate, but the flesh and blood on the body quickly fell apart under this blood-colored sword light, turning into pus and blood, leaving only the dry bones that hit the endless magma heavily and sank. When the dragon's eyes lost their luster, Sui Yulong clearly saw a figure following. And it also turned into nothing under the blood-colored sword light. In the end, it could only follow the dragon's body to sink to the bottom of the magma sea of fire. The scene changed, and Sui Yulong looked at the dry bone figure 100 feet away, and couldn't help but sigh. Although this person's aura was not as good as the fire dragon under his feet, it would not be too weak. He bowed to this person. Senior, the regret is still there. Today, I tell you about the situation in the past. Do you have anything to ask for? Crack. The bones moved. Just as Sui Yulong was horrified, the withered Taoist robe raised a hollow look. Its jawbone had been cracked, and now it tried to close it and made a hoarse sound. The holy sect is still there. Sui Yulong frowned. Holy sect? Even the Five Beast sect and Yuanchi Sword Palace, the Yuanying sect that dominated the region, did not dare to call themselves the holy sect. The other party was so bold. I accidentally entered this place and don't know the details of the outside world. If the senior has a way to distinguish the monks of your sect, I will help you find the heir of the holy sect after I go out, Sui Yulong replied respectfully. He didn't dare to guarantee whether the other party still had the strength to strike. There was no doubt that the other party could move to the top of the fire dragon in an instant under the sword of the Immortal. His cultivation must be unfathomable. If he was hit, he was afraid that he would die. Perhaps it was because he had waited for too many years. The soul fire in the eyes of the withered bones quickly dissipated. When he still had strength, he bent his fingers, and the white bone fingertips fluctuated. A telekinesis instantly appeared in front of Sui Yulong, and then fell into the sea of souls. Ancient magical power void god / Sui Yulong couldn't help but exclaimed. This turned out to be a magical power of space power cultivation. Good guy. He had only heard of the magical power of Jindan's Henren and the great magical power cultivated by Yuanying cultivators. What realm is this ancient magical power? Is it at the level of transformation? At the same time, he heard a low murmur in his ear. There is white hair on the head, a different species of ginseng water ape, that is the descendant of the bloodline of the holy sect. Treat it well. The 3rd level great perfection white-haired monkey demon that he saw in Taoshan that day turned out to be the descendant of the bloodline of those holy beasts in this world after they fell. This made Sui Yulong think that the bottom of Xuanjing Lake might be the nest of the ginseng water ape. It seems that after dealing with the fish dragon occupied by the 5th level remnant, I have to go into the water to try. If I can find this water ape, I can find the way back. While Sui Yulong was thinking, the dry bones in front of him had turned into ashes and dissipated. His feet were empty. Perhaps because of the departure of his old friend, the body of the fire dragon under his feet also began to fall apart and quickly fell to the bottom of the flame world. He stepped on it and the whole person floated in the air. Feeling that the magma barrier around him was about to disappear, he was also ready to fight his way out. Shui the Taoist robe appeared in his palm. He carefully scanned the 512 instrument patterns on it. This thing is probably not a top-grade spiritual treasure? When I was in the foundation building period, I only wore a top-grade magic instrument Taoist robe at most. I only wore a top-grade magic robe when I reached the Purple Mansion realm. I didn't wear a spiritual instrument Taoist robe for a long time. I didn't expect that there was a top-grade spiritual treasure Taoist robe in front of me. Fire-repelling divine light robe, Shui Yulong said its name, and the patterns on its body began to emerge, and then he dropped a drop of his own blood essence into it to refine it. After Shui Yulong put it on, he felt the floating technique on it. He was afraid that he could maintain a speed of more than 2,000 miles per hour by stepping on the void with his physical body. Moreover, this Taoist robe was too strong in restraining fire magic, and with the protection of the fire dragon Dan Qi, Shui Yulong was afraid that he could ignore many attacks from the initial entry into the Golden Dan realm. Hula when Shui Yulong was excited, he saw the magma barrier above him shattered. He subconsciously glanced at the jade slip-shaped technique imprint where his soul sea was. At the foot of the ground, a small teleportation talisman had been torn into pieces and appeared thousands of miles away. The 4 fourth-level earth fire lizards that were preparing to surround him in the outside world were instantly empty-handed. They could only watch and sense Shui Yulong's breath, flew out of the magma sea of fire, and appeared above the volcanic weapon refining valley. After a few ups and downs, they had already jumped steadily onto the cliff and escaped. Chapter 263 The Fifth Zuanian Body, the power of space transfer is finally acquired. 3 more, please subscribe. Almost at the moment when Shui Yulong broke through the sea of magma and fire, Giki's Henren, who was sitting cross-legged on the weapon refining pavilion, opened his eyes. He had been paying close attention to the situation of the sea of magma and fire in the past few days, and had not spread the news of Shui Yulong. He only informed Xiandan's Henren and Yanxian's Henren. After he appeared at the edge of the cliff, he saw Shui Yulong, who was wearing an ordinary magic weapon robe, and smiled excitedly. Su Dao, it's great that you can escape. I have been waiting for you on the cliff for a long time. Come on, I have ordered people to prepare a spirit beast banquet to calm you down. Shui Yulong did not refuse his kindness. The other party was willing to give him the 4th-level earth fire, so he owed him a favor, otherwise he would not have the chance to get this great opportunity. Not long after, at the Spirit Beast banquet, the 8 Purple Mansion Wanderers in the Volcano Weapon Refining Pavilion accompanied him, and Shui Yulong and Giki's Henren sat on the long table at the top. In front of him were the meat of spirit beasts over 1,000 years old, and 3rd-grade yellow rice. It was said that this thing had the effect of enlightenment. In front of other purple palaces, there were only some balls made of rice grains and herbs, but in front of Shui Yulong was a big bowl. He estimated that this bowl alone would cost tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. It could be said that Ghost Artifact Master felt a little guilty about being trapped in the magma sea of fire, so this was compensation. Shui Yulong was picking up the ground fire brew next to him. This was a 3rd-grade strong liquor produced by the magma sea of fire. It was made by putting a variety of spirit medicines and fruits over 1,000 years old into an altar and throwing them into the magma sea of fire to brew for 100 years. After taking a sip, it was as if a ball of fire exploded in the chest. Below the purple palace, if you swallowed a mouthful, you would be severely injured and your lungs would bleed. Shua Ghost Artifact Master handed over a robe with 64 instrument patterns on it. It was a top-grade spirit instrument robe, and it was also embroidered with a pill cauldron and an instrument refining furnace. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Earthfire Taoist robe, which I refined in my early years. I feel guilty for causing you to go down to the magma sea of fire. Please accept this treasure, you are so polite, Taoist ghost weapon. It was also my decision to go deeper and fight those big lizards. Don't blame others. Shui Yulong waved his hand. This gift was too heavy for him to accept. Spiritual weapons such as Taoist robes are rare, let alone top-grade spiritual weapons. Please accept it, fellow Taoist Su. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Seeing the other party's sincere feelings, Shui Yulong sighed and threw out a storage bag. There are 10,000 caddies of earthfire lizard meat in it, and some lizard bones can also be used to refine weapons. I'll give it to you as an exchange. That's fine. The old ghost weapon was very cunning. Seeing him laughing loudly, Sui Yulong couldn't help but suspect that this guy took out this earth fire robe just to trick out the flesh and bones of the 2/3 stage late earth fire lizards he killed. Sui Yulong was not polite. After taking the earth fire robe, he immediately put it on. As the blood and essence were slowly refined, weapon patterns appeared all over his body. Washing technique, light body technique, flame light technique, flying technique, and more than a dozen basic spells appeared. Sui Yulong even found a purple mansion treasure technique, fireproof divine light technique on it. His eyes slightly fluctuated. It seemed that this old man of the ghost weapon had been stationed here for many years, and he was not completely without any gains. This treasure technique must have been obtained from the bottom of the valley. After the banquet was over, a middle-aged beautiful woman supported Sui Yulong and walked towards the attic in the distance. When he entered, the alcohol had dissipated. There were two beautiful girls in the foundation building realm waiting in the room. Go down, Sui Yulong waved his hand. He was eager to take stock of the gains from this trip to the magma sea of fire, but he had no time for romance. Squeaky after the door was closed, he immediately pointed to the room and activated a third-level hidden formation guarding here, which could prevent the detection of spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. As the formation rose, a third-level superior spirit gathering formation was also activated. The rolling spiritual energy continued to surge, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a ball of spiritual mist that enveloped Sui Yulong. If his true energy was exhausted at this time, I am afraid that it would be replenished within half an hour. There are not many people like this in this weapon refining valley. This ghost weapon master is really generous. Sui Yulong chuckled and shook his head, noticing the change in himself at a glance. Sui Yulong, identity, sect master of Yandang sect, direct disciple of Wang Feng, the beast master of the Five Beast sect, lord of Dongzhou cultivation, mana, purple mansion peak, physical body, third order great perfection, spiritual consciousness, soul pale minor success, age 61/1500 secondary occupation, third order superior talisman master, first order superior alchemist, first order top grade array master, third step great sword cultivator spiritual roots, 4 top grade spiritual roots of gold, wood, fire and earth talents, diligence can make up for one's faults, 22W/100W, flash of inspiration, 0 times, Zhuanyang Dharma body, 5 times, many children and blessings, 6 months, prosperous husband and wealth, 0 times, cultivation methods, Yandang Cloud Key Ju Purple Mansion chapter, 10,000 snakes flow third level snake venom, snake dragon python art perfect, black python swallowing the sky visualization method perfect, purple bamboo nourishing key method perfect. Zuan Hoang battle body entry, void god / not yet entry magical skills, great success of Yo-Yo Luming, minor success of true spirit sublimation, third movement of 9 sounds of the sky rainbow, 6th level of beast king Guangdao body, 100 breaths, 4th level Kixi dragon fire, quasi 4th level demon slaying wind, 3rd level peak star gold sand. Dao companion, Shui Yulong, 8th level of Qi refining, Chu Qinglun, early stage of foundation building, concubine, Zuyingguo, early stage of foundation building, beauty, Wang Yuiao, late stage of 3rd level of physical body, Nanguang Wei, late stage of purple mansion, Mo Qingshuang, 7th level of Qi refining, good fellow, if Sui Yulong is not mistaken. He actually got 5 chances of Zhuanyang Dharma body, after swallowing the dragon heart. Needless to say, he started practicing void god / directly. The power of space, this is something that only Yuanying Zhenjin is qualified to enter, and only Huishan Shenzhen is qualified to master. If I can master it in the Jiandan realm, wouldn't it be a great victory? Pop under his vibration, a spatial ripple on Sui Yulong's fingertips spread from the size of a fist to about a door. He dodged and moved from the original place to 10 feet away. The power of spatial displacement, is this the ability of the space god / feeling that Zhuanyang Dharma body had wasted an opportunity, Sui Yulong pondered for a moment and began to take out 200 animal bones. Qi too excited, the refining failed. Qi the soul power was unstable, and the talisman failed again. After trying 78 times in a row, Sui Yulong still couldn't take that crucial step. The closest he came was to draw 3 small displacement talismans. Finally, after failing 148 times, he succeeded in one go, leaving a full 9 special displacement forces in front of him, firmly imprinted on a bone talisman the size of a fingertip. It's done. The great relocation talisman. Shui Yulong was overjoyed. As long as he could continue to refine this talisman, he would be a 3rd level top grade talisman master. There would be no second one in this secret world. He continued to refine the remaining materials for more than 10 hours. At the moment when bloodshot appeared in his eyes, 6 more great relocation talismans appeared on the long table in front of him. This talisman is of infinite value, comparable to the golden elixir talisman. If it is taken out, it can probably be sold for at least 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it is a life-saving divine object. It will be snapped up in the world. Shui Yulong sensed that this great relocation talisman could randomly move within 20,000 miles. If his special power continued to improve, perhaps the distance would be farther. Thinking of this, he tried to comprehend it for the second time. The result was just to expand this portal to the size of half a house. For 2 consecutive times, the special ripples that Shui Yulong cast were enough to cover the entire house, which was 100 square meters in size. If he could shatter the void and carry the void with his flesh, he could appear tens of thousands of miles away with just one move. This was a method of transformation, so it was better not to mention it now. Now if I refine the great teleportation talisman again, I'm afraid it can be increased to a distance of about 40,000 miles. Shui Yulong thought about it for a while and looked at the last Zhuanyang Dharma body. If there was no greater opportunity, I'm afraid the power of space would not be much improved. If the true spirit sublimation technique was improved, then the harvest would be full. Previously, it was only the true spirit sublimation of the minor success realm, which made him burst out with a yo-yo deer cry and instantly stunned the demon soul of the 4th level earth fire dragon lizard. What if it was the true spirit sublimation of the major success realm? After knowing that there was a Yandang Mountains in this world, Shui Yulong was constantly improving his methods. Spiritual attack and killing has always been one of his biggest trump cards. About half a day later, feeling the horrible soul power fluctuations reflected from the soul pill, Shui Yulong let out a long sigh of satisfaction. The power of the soul pill has been restored, and the next time he uses yo-yo looming, the 4th level earth fire dragon lizard may not be able to withstand the force of a blow. Perhaps he can still look for the magma sea of fire under his feet. That Saint Sect Senior doesn't have a storage ring on him. Go down and look for it. If there is a cultivation method left by the original owner of this world, it will be a big profit. Shui Yulong changed his cultivation method, which was also imminent. Their Su family's Yandang Yunqi was passed down from the distant Zhongzhou, and it was rumored that it was also a region. He has only been to the Shanhai region and the Blackstone Ancient region in his life, and he doesn't know if he will have the opportunity to go to Zhongzhou in this life. The cultivation method after entering the Golden Pale must be chosen as soon as possible. If I can't find anything else, I can only return to the 5 Beast sect and use my status as a true disciple to exchange for a golden elixir technique. Shui Yulong really didn't want to learn the 5 Beast sects Mountain and Sea Beast Taming Sutra. Among the many magical skills he had, only the Beast King technique was the weakest. After returning, it seemed that he had to find his chief master and ask if there were any other beast cultivators' attack and killing methods. Master Su, my master wants to see you. Outside the door, the beautiful woman in the purple mansion who sent Shui Yulong back last night stood by the door and called in a low voice. Shui Yulong then gathered all his thoughts and stood up. What's the matter? The WAO conference is about to start, and the master wants to go to Yandang Tower with you to join in the fun. Oh, Shui Yulong couldn't help but brighten his eyes. The WAO conference in Nanhuzhou is not inferior to the annual Lake Center Pavilion Trade Fair. Since he's here, he can't miss it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Treasure Fighting Conference, Guessing Blind Boxes in Duabao Pavilion. One more, please subscribe. Fellow Taoist Su, when Shui Yulong arrived at the attic, he had already seen Giki's Henrin who had been waiting there for a long time. Fellow Taoist Giki, in this treasure fighting competition, do you bring your own treasures from all over Nanhuzhou to Yandang Tower to win with the rarity of your treasures? Of course, the final winner can let Yandang Taoist take action once and open the furnace for him to refine the elixir, But the rules have changed. First, you cannot use the treasures on your body. You can only use the treasures purchased in the markets of Nanhazhao to fight for treasures. Second, the purchase is made and the one who pays first and leaves the seal is superior. You are not allowed to fight in the market, otherwise you will be disqualified from the treasure fighting. As he said, he flipped his hand and took out a seal and handed it to Su Yuming. It was engraved with 5 large characters, Duangshao Su Yuming. Feeling the grade of this Huangshan jade, it was probably more than 1,000 years old, and it was also considered a low-grade spiritual weapon. Friend Su, this is the seal I prepared for you. Remember to leave the seal after the transaction, otherwise you will not be considered to have participated in this treasure competition, and others can also snatch it at a high price. As he said that, Giki's Henrin pointed to the market not far away. Danang County is just ahead. Brother Su, don't blame me for not letting you. Let's both disguise ourselves and go down to buy and sell treasures and choose treasures. How about we compete? It seems that Brother Giki wants to have a bet with me. Su Yuming thought this was something new. Well, how about the prize? I heard that Brother Su has a 3rd-level medium-grade small teleportation talisman that can teleport 1,000 miles in an instant. I can help you reforge the soul-binding spiritual weapon and at least refine it into a top-grade spiritual weapon at my own expense. How about you give me 10 small teleportation talismans? Yeah, Su Yuming waved his hand. What's a mere small teleportation talisman? I have made some breakthroughs in the art of talismans recently, and happen to refine a large teleportation talisman that can teleport 20,000 miles away. If Brother Giki is interested, let's bet on this. Great teleportation talisman? Brother Su is actually a 3rd-rank master of talisman making. That's really disrespectful. By the way, if you win the treasure fighting competition, you can ask Old Man Shyandin for a method of refining an ancient talisman. I heard that it is a thunder magic. Oh, Su Yuming couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Then I'm very interested. How about we make a bet? How about I give you 2 great teleportation talismans, and you find this ancient talisman for me? Okay, Giki's Henrin was also very generous. Then I will get the advantage. When it comes to treasure hunting in this market, I am an expert and never make mistakes. After saying that, the 2 of them had transformed into the appearance of Qi refining monks. Su Yuming dressed up as a short and fat old man, and Giki's Henrin dressed up as a romantic young man. One entered from the east gate, and the other entered from the west gate. Come on, take a look. There's the freshly arrived 2nd-grade beast blood and the just captured 100-year-old bull ghost, whose combat power is comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. They can be controlled with just a soul-calling banner. Are there any Taoist friends who are interested in making talismans, refining weapons, refining pills, or setting up formations? I have everything from 1st grade to 2nd grade materials here. The treasure fighting convention has begun, and all products are sold at an 20% discount in our store, Duabao Pavilion. We only sell to people with a predestined relationship. Spiritual weapons, elixirs, 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines, and Purple Mansion magic are all packed in brocade boxes that seal off spiritual perception. They cost 1,000 spirit stones each to draw. Does anyone dare to come and try? Su Yuming was walking on the crowded street. He heard that at the annual treasure fighting convention in Nanhu Prefecture, at least 1 million Qi refiners would flock here to try their luck. This Duabao Pavilion is one of the most powerful Purple Mansion forces in Nanhazhao. It is said that there is also an ancestor who has reached the great perfection of Purple Mansion in charge. It is considered the dominating force in Danang County. Su Yuming has also heard of it in Duangzhou. They are the largest chamber of commerce in this world. I never thought that they would run this business after the opening of the Dubao conference. Moreover, after Su Yuming used the Peacock Divine Pupil, he really found something good. Su Yuming walked into the store calmly and picked out 5 brocade boxes from the pile of goods. When he was about to leave, he was stopped by a store manager. My fellow Taoist, in our Duabao Pavilion, no matter what kind of brocade box you buy, you must open it in public. This is the rule of our Duabao Pavilion. As compensation for disturbing you, if these 5 brocade boxes cannot open the items you like, we can compensate you with 2,500 spirit stones. Oh? That's new. If you can't get something good, I'll return half of it. Su Yuming also knew that the other party wanted to gamble that the person who bought the brocade box could get something attractive, or, the 5 brocade boxes in his hand were all marked by the other party. They knew there were good things inside, and deliberately let him attract attention for them. What if I don't want compensation and want to leave directly? Then please leave the brocade box. As compensation, we can refund the full amount of spiritual stones you bought. This is forced buying and selling. Sui Yulong looked around and didn't want to cause trouble. I just open a brocade box and leave, how about that? The store manager was still a little hesitant, but saw a beautiful woman in palace clothes walking out of the upstairs. She bowed to Sui Yulong and said, please open the box, and after opening the box, please don't come to my Duabao pavilion. Sui Yulong couldn't help but glance at her. This woman turned out to be an early stage of Purple Mansion. Good guy. Did she see his hidden realm and picked out good things to prevent him from continuing to mess up Duabao pavilion and taking away all the valuables? So she gave a warning? Well, this time the harvest is not small, and it's not good for him to bully the weak. After all, the old man Giki is watching over there on West Street. Sui Yulong faced the long street and saw that there were also hundreds of cultivators gathered nearby to watch the fun. He immediately took out the brocade box and opened it to the surrounding cultivators. Wuxie pill bottle instantly appeared in his palm, and a ghostly white flame burned directly from the pill bottle. Oh my god, this is actually the fire of the third level Netherbone Cold Fire. This fellow Taoist has made a fortune. With 1,000 spirit stones, he actually picked up a Netherbone Cold Fire worth at least 1 million spirit stones. This is 1,000 times the profit. I've made a fortune. I didn't expect Duabao Pavilion to be so generous this time. They actually took out the third level fire and put it in an ordinary soul-sealing brocade box for us to choose from. When the crowd was boiling, many cultivators from all around had gathered here one after another. Sui Yulong glanced to the site and said, the brocade box has been opened. You two can let me leave this time. This fellow Taoist has his own means to choose the brocade box and the treasure mountain. If you are willing to open another brocade box, our Duabao Pavilion is willing to give you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, that is 1 million spirit stones. Sui Yulong glanced around. Fellow Daoists, can I open it again? Open? What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, I've made 2 million spirit stones. That's right, I've made a lot of money with a third-level spirit fire. Even if I open it again and get nothing, it's not a loss. I can also let everyone watch the fun. Open. For a while, the number of cultivators gathered at the door of Duabao Pavilion exceeded 1,000. Sui Yulong turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in palace dress. If you want me to open this brocade box again, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones are not enough. How about 5,000, 1,015 at most? The beautiful woman in palace dress flipped her hand and took out a storage bag and handed it to her, gritting her teeth. This person took advantage of their Duabao Pavilion and even wanted to bargain. Can't you just stop when you are ahead? Deal. Sui Yulong reached out to take the storage bag, hung it on his waist, raised the second brocade box to the surroundings, and slowly opened it in public. Hiss! A small snake as white as jade lazily poked its head out from the brocade box. It seemed to have just woken up from hypnosis and was still a little lazy and unclear, but this did not prevent the surrounding monks from recognizing its identity. My god, this is the rare species of jade king snake in our Nanhu province. I heard that its snake blood is the worst of all poisons, and it is also a peerless medicine that can bring the dead back to life. It can enter the third level when it reaches adulthood. As long as you have it, you will never need any healing pills in your life, and it can easily make your family a snake blood family. It looks like it's still a young snake. It's worth at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and if I remember correctly, this should be the 39th species on the list of 108 exotic beasts. This guy's luck is too good. Could it be that he can count with his fingers, or possesses an extremely powerful pupil technique? At this time, there were already thousands of cultivators watching, including some foundation-building cultivators. They could see that Sui Yulong's luck was against the sky. It was obvious that he had other means to see the extraordinary thing in the brocade box, so he dared to take it down boldly. Sui Yulong stretched out his hand, and the body exuded the scent of 10,000 years of ambergris. Although this medicine jade king snake was extremely poisonous, it seemed to have found a home on his arm at this time, lying on it, and obediently leaning its head against the back of Sui Yulong's hand. My fellow Taoist, I wonder if this medicine jade king snake is willing to be sold. I am willing to pay 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A peak foundation building cultivator came out from below and asked. I am willing to pay 150,000 top-grade spirit stones, my fellow Taoist. I am the ancestor of the Yu family of Zhuchuo Mountain, a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of foundation building. If you are willing to bring this medicine jade king snake to join my Yu family, I am willing to marry my granddaughter to you, and from now on you will be the head of my Yu family. Sui Yulong said nothing, but dripped a drop of his own life essence blood into the medicine jade king snake's brow. After seeing it absorb it quickly, the two of them soon understood each other. I won't sell this little snake. It has already recognized its master. Sui Yulong glanced around. Please lend it to me. Duabao Pavilion won't let me continue to buy and sell. I have to go to another place. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist. Duabao Pavilion is willing to offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to invite you to open the third brocade box. Seeing that Sui Yulong had opened the third-level opportunity twice in a row, there were more than 5,000 cultivators on the street waiting and watching. The beautiful woman in palace dress was immediately anxious. No, this good thing in the world cannot belong to your Duabao Pavilion alone. Sui Yulong stood in the crowd and looked back. While playing with the snake, he looked at her. If you were not polite, I would have overturned this Duabao Pavilion long ago. After saying that, he released the pressure of the purple mansion, instantly shaking off the dense crowd, and disappeared on the spot with the earth escape technique. When he appeared again, he had become a tall and thin cultivator, blending in with the crowd. Hidden under his robe was the medicine jade king snake that had shrunk to the length of a finger. Chapter 265, 10,000 years of amber, 1,000 years of snakes, mayflies turn into golden elixirs. 2 more, please subscribe. Brother Su, you have gained a lot on this trip. You have gained nearly 1.5 million spiritual stones, a third-level spiritual fire worth 1 million spiritual stones, and a medicine jade king snake worth at least 10 million spiritual stones, a total of 12.5 million. Why don't you find a place to open the remaining 3 brocade boxes and show me the world? Across a long street, Sui Yulong received a voice transmission of Giki's Hunrun. Brother Giki has also gained a lot. There are 2 pieces of third-level iron ore alone, and more than 20 pieces of second-level ore. It is worth tens of millions of spiritual stones. Hey, these 2 pieces of third-level iron ore are not enough to replenish your bronze soul lamp. It is worth at most 9 million. After all, in our Nanhazhao, the most abundant thing is refining materials. Sui Yulong smiled without saying anything, walked to a stall and squatted down, picked up a teapot, carefully observed the incomplete spiritual tea set, threw down 10,000 spiritual stones, and took it. Brother Giki, I just found a tea set at a bargain price. It has a teapot and 4 cups. It should be a set of low-grade spiritual tools. It is a 1,000-year-old flame phoenix wood with root carvings. How about you help me repair it? Damn it, you can find bargains even on the street stalls. This 1,000-year-old flame phoenix wood is so precious that even a 4th-level winged demon king may temporarily inhabit it. However, it must be a fire-type demon king like the flame-winged bird. If they leave a trace of their own origin fire on it, the value of your tea set may increase tenfold. Sui Yulong looked at the purple fire lotus at the bottom of the teapot and continued to transmit his voice. Dao Giki, have you ever seen this purple 4th-level fire seed? The origin of the purple flame bird is the purple flame, which is a 4th-level flame, and its power is even greater than the earth core lotus fire you refined before. Fellow Taoist Su, your incomplete set of teapots, with this purple flame origin, is worth 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. If I can spend 50,000 top-grade spiritual stones to repair it, it will be worth at least 1 million, and the grade will also reach the top-grade spiritual tool. As far as I know, there is probably no top-grade spiritual tool level teacup in the world. You are the only one, and I must repair it for you personally. How about you pay 10 million spiritual stones for this one? Yes, Sui Yulong was in a good mood. Now he and the Ghost Artifact Master were fighting for 22.5 million spiritual stones against 9 million, and he had the upper hand. Less than half an hour later, he saw the old man laughing so hard that his beard was shaking. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he found a piece of amber in his palm, about the size of a palm, and inside it was a 3-inch long earthworm, just like an ordinary earthworm that had just been born, not very noticeable, but Sui Yulong felt that things were not that simple. Because the pride on the face of the old man Giki could squeeze out a flower, this piece of amber was definitely not that simple. Just as Sui Yulong was thinking, the Aoiu king snake, which sensed his intention, suddenly poked out a small head, and the snake body swam out from Su Yuming's collar. You said that the little earthworm opposite is a snake. Su Yuming frowned, and suddenly thought of the blind snake with a heart eye, which ranked 64th on the list of strange beasts. It also had no eyes, but it was a must-have for the great supernatural power of the Buddhist telepathy, which could be cultivated from the golden elixir to the realm of transformation. Open your heart eyes, and you can know the world without opening your eyes. You are in front of me, and your heart is separated from your belly, but I know what you are thinking, Brother Su. This piece of amber is a drop of pine oil from a 10,000-year-old ironwood fir, plus the blind snake on the list of strange beasts. Although it is dead, its magical powers can also be refined. It should be worth 20 million spirit stones. Su Yuming nodded slightly. Even if he did not obtain the Buddhist method of telepathy, relying on the blind snake to open the Taoist mind can be considered a golden elixir magical power. In this case, I am 6.5 million spirit stones behind you. Su Yuming walked to the roof of the restaurant, sat cross-legged on the tiles, and opened the third brocade box. He needed to get back on track. Dozens of miles away, Giki's Henrin was also nervous. Su Yuming was too ruthless. Could it be that he relied on a pupil technique to get all the good things in the Duabao Pavilion? Although the gap between them was several million spirit stones, it could be converted into top-grade spirit stones, which was only 6,500 pieces. Any third-level material could tie them, and Su Yuming still had 3 boxes. Clang under Su Yuming's shaking, a fist-sized piece of red copper gold fell out. He caught it in his hand and waved it towards the opposite side. Fellow Taoist Giki, I wonder how much a fist-sized piece of red copper gold is worth. Top-grade spiritual weapon material, such a large piece. If you refine a boxing glove spiritual weapon, there will be some left to refine a set of flying needle spiritual weapons. 2 top-grade spiritual weapons should be around 360,000 top-grade spiritual stones. There is no need to continue this fight. I'll lose. The gap is so big that Giki's Henrin can't help but feel a little emotional. If he had come in from the east gate, the good things in the Duabao Pavilion would definitely not be missed with his ability. Damn Duabao Pavilion, there are so many good things that they are willing to take out. Could it be that Han Duabao has already entered the Yandang realm? Giki's Henrin couldn't help shaking his head. If they want to advance to the Yandang realm in this world, only those big-walled donkeys in the Buddhist sect can do it. It is almost impossible for them in the Taoist sect, he cursed in his heart, but on the surface he was thinking about how to find a Buddhist monk to exchange for this telepathy. Once he mastered it, wouldn't his strength increase greatly? Although he lost the treasure fight with Su Yuming this time, he also picked up a good thing. It's a pity that it will be difficult to exchange the method of refining thunder talismans from Old Man Xiandan. Thinking of cutting flesh later, Master Giki lost his good mood and appeared in front of Su Yuming. I have reported our gains on this trip. Brother Su, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be ranked in the top 10 of this Duabao conference, and you should be able to get a bottle of top-grade Ziki Den. Speaking of which, your pupil technique is really powerful. The Duabao Pavilion was robbed by you. But I have to remind you that Han Duabao of the Duabao Pavilion entered the state of great perfection of the Purple Mansion 100 years ago, and has been in seclusion now. I guess this kid is either a fake elixir or a golden elixir. If you get any benefits, leave Danayan County as soon as possible, otherwise this stingy old man may come to your door. Su Yuming smiled and handed him a wine gourd. When he dodged, he had already flown thousands of miles away. Fellow Taoist Giki, let's continue. There are still 14 days before the settlement date of the Duabao conference. This half-month is enough for you and me to find all the treasures in Nanhaziao. Maybe when we meet again, you will be worth hundreds of millions of top-grade spiritual stones and become the richest man in this Zuanjin Lake world. Ha ha ha. I like to hear this. In the past, in our Nanhaziao, 1 alchemist and 1 formation refiner could step on my head. Today, with this Duabao conference, even if my wealth cannot exceed that of these 2 old guys, I can still make a lot of money from Xiandan Lao. Su Yuming stepped on the Earth Dragon boat and flew in the direction of Kuwaiji County in the east, and then opened the 4th brocade box. Huh? Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out to be a medium-grade Zixa pill, which was known as the Absolute Zixa Transformation Palace. At least a half-step Zifu realm was stable, and there was also a 25% chance of Zifu. Not bad. This Duabao Pavilion is really rich. Su Yuming looked at the last brocade box, which was obviously more ancient. Looking at the refining techniques on it, he felt that there were at least tens of thousands of brocade boxes in that treasure mountain. It would be difficult to refine so many hidden brocade boxes to isolate the detection of spiritual consciousness and true energy. Could it be that the refining valley where Geki's Henrin was located did not receive any orders? After he opened the brocade box, he saw a jade slip. He picked it up casually, scanned it with spiritual consciousness, and was stunned. The great magical power Mayfly turning around. Is this a magical power that can turn the world around in a life and death fight, or a magical power of body movement? Mayflies are a kind of flying alien insects. They are born in the morning and die in the evening. Their lives are short, but they are extremely beautiful and their flying ability is better than many winged bird monsters. Just when Su Yuming was dazzled, a middle-aged Taoist priest with jewels and precious stones suddenly appeared beside him. He walked side by side with Su Yuming with a rainbow light under his feet. He did not step on the flying boat, but there was an invisible pressure. My fellow Taoist, you took so many treasures from my Duabao pavilion, why not leave one? I think this jade slip is good. As he said that, he actually reached out to take it. Su Yuming tore up a large teleportation talisman hidden under his robe without hesitation. The power of space burst out. While he instantly gathered the Earth Dragon boat, he appeared 20,000 miles away and walked out in one step. The large teleportation talisman, Han Duabao was slightly stunned on the spot. He just came up to talk, and the other party directly used such a precious captive to escape? The ghost weapon master on the opposite side was also stunned. He had just caught 2 first-level free-range chickens, plucked them and roasted them. He was about to feast on them when Su Yuming suddenly appeared in front of him. Fellow Taoist Su, why have you turned back? He glanced at the roast chicken in front of him reluctantly, but picked up one and handed it to Su Yuming. This is what I got just now, you and I will share it. Fellow Taoist Geki, a Jindan from Danayan County has set his eyes on me. He is most likely the cultivator behind the Duabao pavilion. I'm afraid you and I are in trouble. Su Yuming looked into the distance and saw the figure that was following his breath, which had already flown to a place near 8,000 miles. You are talking about Han Duabao? Right. Geki's Henrin stood up and laughed. This old man has indeed entered the Jindan realm quietly. Don't worry, I want to ask him how he survived the Jindan thunder tribulation under the rules of heaven and earth in this world. Geki's Henrin was not afraid of Jindan at all. He turned around and looked at Han Duabao who had rushed 1,000 miles away. Zhenrin Han, your Duabao pavilion is open for business. Once you make a deal, you will never regret it. Why do you want to break the rule you set 300 years ago? Duabao Pavilion has become the largest chamber of commerce in this world. You can't bully others with your power. Chapter 266, Buddhist relics can enter the golden elixir, and incense offerings can prove the truth. 3 more, please subscribe. Han Duabao could hunt down Su Yuming, or even rob him of the treasures, but he didn't dare to quarrel with Geki's Henrin. Not to mention that the old man had a profound background. Even his 2 sworn brothers Xiandan's Henrin and Yanxian's Henrin were not easy to mess with. If they failed to kill him, the 3 of them would join forces and raise their arms. The entire Nanhazhao would probably call for his Duabao pavilion to be beaten, and there would be no place for them to stand. Fellow Taoist Geki, you are joking. Han got the chance to step into the Jindan realm by chance. Today, I saw the 2 of you fighting for treasures in the city, so I showed up to see you. As for this fellow Taoist Su, he cleverly took 5 treasures from my Duabao pavilion. It can be said that his means were amazing. He opened up treasures that people couldn't let go of. I showed up just to meet fellow Taoist Su. Want to kill Su Yuming? Han Duabao really didn't have this idea. Su Yuming fought in Dongzhao and used the shocking thunder method to kill the 3 fake pills. Even the defeated Huangfu Rulong was now turned into a zombie by Ling Bushi, the half-human and half-ghost guy. Moreover, Ling Bushi, who was so powerful, could only go far away to Bihanzhao under the intimidation of Su Yuming. It was enough to show that Su Yuming's strength was already at the top of the fake pills, and he was also able to fight against a cultivator like him who had just entered the first level of the golden pill. So, wouldn't it be a thankless task to go to war with him like this? His Duabao pavilion also had more than 20 shops of various sizes in Dongzhao. With a single order from Su Yuming, he could confiscate their homes and kill those shop assistants. Among them, there were 9 foundation building cultivators and hundreds of Qi refining cultivators. They really couldn't bear to fight with Su Yuming and let them die. Su Yuming, who was standing opposite him, also restrained his fighting spirit, thinking that his first step to the Zhuanjing Lake world was a success. If there were no forces from the 9 commanderies of Dongzhou to restrain the other party, how could this old man not be tempted by the treasure? The war between the two major forces involved too many people. With a war between the human race and the lake monsters in the air, no one dared to act rashly. If Su Yuming had not suppressed the Dongzhou rebellion in a short time, perhaps Bihanzhou and Nanhezhou would have taken action to quell the rebellion as soon as possible. However, by then, how much territory in Dongzhou would still be in Su Yuming's hands would depend on their ambitions. Speaking of which, I haven't asked you how you broke through to the Jiandan realm under the suppression of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. I sit and observe the stars every day, but I have never seen any Jiandan thunder tribulation appear in Nanhezhou. After the ceasefire, Giki Zhenren was straightforward and asked the other party how he could be the sixth and break through secretly behind closed doors. Han Duabao glanced at Su Yuming. To be honest with you two fellow Taoists, I got a 4th level relic from the Buddhist sect in Xiaoxizhou, and only then was I lucky enough to enter the Golden Core realm. 4th level relic. Giki Zhenren's pupils shrank slightly. Did fellow Taoist Han join the Buddhist sect in Xiaoxizhou? Han Duabao waved his hands. No. I asked the Vajra Arhat in the martial monk hall for this treasure. Vajra Arhat. Giki Zhenren suddenly showed a bitter look on his face, and turned back to explain to Su Yuming, this big bald donkey is already a 4th level Vajra. I once discussed with fellow Taoists Xiandan and Yanzhen, and speculated that the Vajra hidden in his Buddhist sect is probably not inferior to the 5 of them. He could have gotten his hands on the world of Zhuanjing Lake, but he deliberately lay dormant and had great ambitions. As he said that, he advised Han Duabao, fellow Taoist Han, if you are willing to stand on the side of our 3 states cultivators, don't get too close to Xiaoxizhou and cut it off as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you are a golden core, I'm afraid you will be spurned by everyone. Fellow Taoist Giki, what you said is wrong. Whether it is Buddhism or Taoism, what we cultivators cultivate is to be free and unfettered. Han founded Duabao Pavilion and spread it all over the 4 states of Zhuanjing Lake. He never thought of becoming the king, but just wanted a 1,000-year-old golden elixir. Now that I have gained something, I will concentrate on cultivation and will not ask about your dispute between Buddhism and Taoism. After saying that, he clasped his fists slightly towards the 2 of them and said, goodbye, fellow Taoist Han. Wait a minute, these brocade boxes should not be made by your Duabao Pavilion. Su Yuming suddenly called him. I'm afraid this matter has nothing to do with fellow Taoist Su. Han Duabao frowned and looked at him, then flicked his sleeves and turned into a rainbow light, disappearing at the end of the sky in an instant. Su Yuming's heart tightened. After mastering the golden elixir turning into rainbow, this guy's escape speed was only a snap of a finger. If he wanted to fight with a golden elixir real person in the future, he would have to master the magical power of Mayfly turning as soon as possible. Fellow Taoist Su, since we are in a bad mood today, why don't you and I go to Dansheng City in Nanhu County as soon as possible? If the treasure fighting conference is about to start, the place with the most opportunities will definitely be in Dansheng City. There are many cultivators who come here with valuable treasures, just to make a name for themselves in Dansheng City, and then get the qualification to settle down in Dansheng City and gain the protection of fellow Taoist Xiandan and my Sangsu Alliance. I estimate that there will be many 4th-tier treasures this year. Okay, then I will go with fellow Taoist Giki. As they spoke, the 2 began to feast on the roast chicken in their hands. Fellow Taoist Giki, do you know where in this world there is such a treasure as the awakening incense? The awakening incense. This is made by a Buddhist monk using his great magic power to condense the ashes of incense burned in front of the mountain gate for thousands of years. The power of offerings in it may be the reason why Buddhism is not bound by the rules of this world and can enter the golden elixir realm. In addition to the Vajra of the Great Zen Temple, the other 6 temples should also have it. Doesn't Taoist Su have an old relationship with Jingnian Zen Temple? Why don't you write a letter and ask them to include this awakening incense in their thank you gift? Su Yuming's eyes lit up immediately, but then he felt a little embarrassed. Then isn't Su trying to repay a favor? No. Well, it happens that I also have a friendship with Jingnian Zen Temple. A batch of Zen sticks will be sent to Jingnian Zen Temple soon. I will let my disciples accidentally tell them that Taoist Su is looking for this thing. Thank you very much, Taoist Giki. Giki Zhenren rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, I also have a favor to ask. Can I also copy the Jiandan supernatural power that Aoyao just obtained? Su Yuming blinked. Wow, it turns out that this old guy is interested in his mayfly turning around. Seeing that Su Yuming didn't say anything, Geki Zhenren also knew that he couldn't get something for nothing. I am willing to give you the 10,000-year-old amber. I wonder if you can give it up. Daoi out Geki. This is a great supernatural power, and your telepathy is not sure yet. Su Yuming pretended to hesitate, but his eyes were frantically hinting at adding money. It's my fault for not considering it carefully. Daoi Su, please don't blame me. Geki Zhenren immediately felt guilty. He used his telepathy, which was not even a beginning, to exchange for the complete great supernatural power in Su Yuming's hand. This was simply equivalent to using a top-grade magic weapon to exchange for Su Yuming's giant Lingbao. Would he agree? After thinking it over, Geki Zhenren had to grit his teeth and take out 2 items and handed them over. Fellow Daoist Su, this is the Purple Mansion's top-grade treasure technique that I am good at, the fire-repelling divine light technique. In addition, there is a spirit bead. This item was obtained by me from the bottom of the magma sea of fire. It is the greatest opportunity in my life. As long as it is placed in the spirit vein, it can continuously breed spirit stones. For 300 years, a spirit stone can be born every day, and a spirit crystal can be born every year. Although the harvest is not much, it can be regarded as a high-quality spirit stone mother. Today, these 2 items are given to fellow Daoist Su. In addition, Geki Zhenren vowed to Su Yuming solemnly, I am willing to help fellow Daoist Su refine the magma fire dragon flying sword, refine all the flying swords in my hands, and ensure that fellow Daoist has 9 top-grade flying swords. Su Yuming was a little surprised. I'm surprised that you have already entered the realm of the 3rd-level top-grade weapon refining master. This is really a cause for celebration. Previously, you were willing to give me the 4th-level fire seed to help me achieve the 4th-level spiritual fire method. Su owes you a favor. Today, you asked me to copy this item. Although mayfly turning is a great magical power, it is not enough for Su Yuming to settle down. Ghost Artifact Master is also a close friend he made in this world. Su Yuming is not reluctant to give up a mere magical power. Moreover, he just glanced at it and found that mayfly turning is extremely difficult to practice. He may have to watch the real mayfly flying. After copying a copy of the Jade Slip, Ghost Artifact Master swore that he would not pass on this great magical power to others. Su Yuming completed the transaction. Then he looked at the spiritual pearl he had just obtained, prosperous husband and wealth. 2 times the spirit bead that had just entered his storage ring instantly dissipated and turned into nothing. Instead, it turned out to be 2 great opportunities to find treasures. Su Yuming was delighted, and looked at the Purple Mansion's top-grade treasure technique, the fire-repelling divine light technique. This item can not only avoid the world's fire magic, but also create a layer of firelight shield to resist the attack of treasure techniques, which may become a better means of defense for himself. In addition to the 2 inherited spiritual weapons Baiyun Sword and Bafin Shenzhen, Su Yuming also had the top-grade spiritual weapons Yulong Sword, Shiansu Sword, the Magma Fire Dragon Sword that was being refined, and the top-grade spiritual weapon Snake Slaying Sword, Songfeng Sword, Dengfeng Sword, Shumo Sword, Sheet Sword, and Zilai Sword. These 6 top-grade spiritual weapon flying swords can all be taken out and reforged. However, in order to prevent the lack of a suitable treasure in hand during the fight, Su Yuming prepared to give out a top-grade flying sword and a bronze soul lamp first, and then exchange them after the refining is completed. As for the soul of the 4th-level Earth Fire Dragon Lizard in the bronze soul lamp, Su Yuming hesitated for a moment and decided to refine it into the 8 directions divine / Shui 8-color divine light emerged, and the 8 high-grade foundation building spells that were originally unlocked by the 3rd-level Demon Soul were quickly promoted, unlocking the 3rd level of the 8 directions divine / and also revealing the real 8-hole Demon Soul gem on the ancient sword. It also revealed the 8 Purple Mansion high-grade treasures that Su Yuming had been thinking about: Golden Feather Sword Rainbow Technique, 10 Directions Living Beings Absorption Technique, Water Cloud Sea Technique, Magma World, Earth Platform Giant, Storm Dragon Eye, 3000 Thunder Dragons, Demon Soul Sword Sound Technique. It's really what you think. This Golden Feather Sword Rainbow Technique, is it a high-grade treasure technique of turning into a rainbow and flying? A friend's book, a lawyer in your province, is writing about his own profession. Chapter 267, Making a Talisman to Become a Demon, Earning Millions of Top-Grade Spiritual Stones. One more, please subscribe. Swish, with a hawk-like scream, Su Yuming drove the golden sword rainbow and cut through the sky, almost catching up with the speed of Jinden's Henrun. 10,000 miles was only 2 finger snaps. Such a golden feather sword rainbow technique can make me have a speed that is not inferior to Jinden's Henrun. When he saw the hand reaching out and grabbing, the rolling spiritual power of heaven and earth on the ground was quickly stripped from the flowers, plants and trees, and poured into his body, making up for all the consumed true energy in his body in a blink of an eye. Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised. This 10-direction living creature absorption technique was too overbearing. If he fought with others to the point of exhaustion, using this trick to absorb the power of plants and creatures within a radius of 1,000 miles, wouldn't it be possible to restore true energy in an instant and turn defeat into victory? The magma world, 1,000-mile lava world created by fire in an instant, sealed the sky and locked the earth. The power was probably only slightly weaker than the innate magical power of the 4th-level Earth Fire Dragon Lizard, but Su Yuming felt it below the Jinden level. He was afraid that he could not escape from his world. Qi moreover, after he performed the water cloud sea technique, the boiling magma instantly turned into a steaming white wave of hot air. With such a high temperature, even the fake Danzhenren would be steamed. The misty air that permeated the area of 10,000 miles, wouldn't this become Su Yuming's home court? If the opponent did not have the means to clear the field instantly, he would have to be beaten by himself. The combination of water and fire magic is probably not weaker than the power of the handed-down magic, and it can instantly create this sea of clouds, covering an area of 10,000 miles, and turning this place into my home court. It's really amazing. The moment Su Yuming was sighing, a storm dragon had appeared on the ground. A series of strong winds tore the earth and began to spread in all directions. In just a dozen breaths, the misty air within a radius of 10,000 miles was all blown away. Under his spiritual consciousness, the flowers, plants and trees within a radius of 10,000 miles, which had already withered, were uprooted at this time, and even the ground was scraped away by a foot. This storm dragon eye is a good way to deal with the opponent's large-scale attack and killing. Also, when confiscating the family and exterminating the clan, it can instantly kill many low-level cultivators. Su Yuming performed the Demon Soul Sword sound technique in conjunction with the 9-light sword formation. A low humming sound echoed in the area of 10,000 miles. Even the ghost weapon master who was shopping in the market of the town thousands of miles away couldn't help but look up. Fellow Taoist Su, is there a big thing? The old man came in a hurry, obviously wanting to see the excitement. It's just a few magic techniques that I just refined. I'm sorry to make you worried. Such a powerful magic technique is probably not much inferior to the golden elixir magic. Fellow Taoist, your skills are really amazing. This is not the first time that Ghost Weapon Master has praised Su Yuming. He found that the deeper he understood this person, the more he could sense the other party's fear. As he said, he flipped his hand and threw out a storage bag. Fellow Taoist Su, these are the 3rd-grade high-quality talisman-making materials you bought with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A total of 500 copies. If you want more, I can mobilize the treasury of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and I can probably get more than 2,000 copies for you. But can you give priority to my Loose Cultivator Alliance for the talismans you sell? Of course, I will take out half of the talismans to sell to fellow Taoist Giki. How about that? Thank you, fellow Taoist Su. I will definitely do my best for you at this time. True man Giki was overjoyed. He was not worried about Su Yuming's talisman-making ability. He just sold him a large teleportation talisman and only charged him 800,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was very respectful. For 5 consecutive days, the two lingered in the markets of various counties in Nanhazhou to search for treasures, and Su Yuming was still making talismans. The 500 talisman-making materials were all used up. Using a small amount of 4th-level beast blood, Su Yuming refined 540,000 mile great teleportation talismans. Counting the previous 420,000 mile great teleportation talismans, in this world, unless the 5th-level fish dragon remnant took action, no one else should be able to kill him. In addition, there are 20 magma world talismans and 20 water cloud sea talismans. These 40 talismans can instantly create a steaming sea of clouds with a radius of more than 100,000 miles. The power is too great for even a Jinden's Henrun. There are also 2 10 directions living beings absorption talismans, 5 golden feather rainbow talismans, and 10 storm dragon eyes, a total of 62 talismans. Almost 20% success rate. Su Yuming felt that he was still not very proficient in these treasure techniques, otherwise he should be able to succeed at least 30%. Fellow Taoist Su, I'll buy this 20,000-mile great teleportation talisman for 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. 4 pieces cost a total of 3.2 million top-grade spirit stones. Seeing Su Yuming refine a batch of talismans so quickly, Ghost Artifact Master was in a good mood. He wanted to pull Su Yuming into the South Lake Province Loose Cultivator Alliance and make him the 4th brother after the 3 brothers Xiandan, Ghost Artifact, and Yansun. He even thought of a title, Demon Talisman Master. When he saw the talisman materials, he made talismans day and night. If this wasn't making talismans to become a demon, what else could it be? Coincidentally, the 3 of them were all obsessed with their respective secondary careers, and they just happened to share the same interests with Su Yuming. In addition, these 10 Storm Dragon Eye talismans can instantly destroy a family in a clan, and can also destroy the opponent's large-scale purple mansion magic. They can be said to be top-grade talismans, but I am not going to take them all by myself. How about I sell them all on your behalf at a price of 400,000 top-grade spirit stones each? Okay, the old guy would probably make a few tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones by reselling them, but Su Yuming would not take it to heart. Just because a batch of talisman-making materials he collected for himself was already on the way, it was worth making friends with him. In addition, there is a Magma World talisman and a Water Cloud Sea talisman, which are combined top-grade magic talismans, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The magma will explode, forming a large amount of hot steam, which can instantly injure the enemies in this area. If the golden elixir is deeply trapped in it, it will also be severely damaged. What? Geki Zhenren was stunned. He thought that after Su Yuming stepped into the 3rd level top-grade talisman-making master, he would only be able to refine the great teleportation talisman in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, he found another way so quickly, learned to combine magic talismans, and made a set of this. Fellow Taoist Geki knows the market price of Nanhazhao better than me. I wonder how much these 2 combination talismans are priced. Thinking of the time when he met Su Yuming 5 days ago, there was no grass growing in the area of tens of thousands of miles, and even the ground was overturned. Such power is really terrible. If it is true as fellow Taoist Su said, the power of this talisman should be similar to the handed-down treasures and can be comparable to the slightly weaker Jinan magic. The price is probably about 7 or 8 times that of the Storm Dragon Eye talisman. I am willing to bid for it for 3 million top-grade spirit stones. How about it? Yes, Su Yuming was in a good mood after making a profit of 10.2 million top-grade spirit stones in one wave. Fellow Taoist Su, tomorrow you and I will go to Dansheng City. I will find the ancient talisman of Xiandan Liaozi for you. I will definitely let you master the handed-down treasure talisman in advance. You are so talented in the way of talismans. It would be a pity if you can't get this thing. Without saying anything, the old guy settled himself in Danjiui City and set off directly to Dansheng City. This behavior is indeed a bit unkind. However, Su Yuming has also heard of Danjiui City. The ghost market here is the best in this world. Except for the Jiandan's Henren who can't be tied to you, I can get you anything you want as long as you can afford it. Su Yuming came to the ghost market with nearly 21 million top-grade spirit stones, so he was definitely going to try his luck. Senior, may I ask what I can do for you? I am the local gossip master Zhou Yan, the lowest level of Xiandi Zhuanghuang. If you hire me for a day, you only need 100 spirit stones. If you hire me for more, the price will increase by 10 times for a day. As Su Yuming was walking, he saw a short and fat cultivator approaching him. He was about 1.6 meters tall, but weighed more than 200 kilograms. The fat on his face was quite interesting, and he looked like an inflatable version of a cute fat man. Zhou Yan, if I hire you, what can you do for me? Su Yuming saw through his cultivation at a glance. He was only at the 5th level of Qi Refining. This kind of cultivator was at the bottom of society. It was good enough to be able to sneak into the town and find a job, but it was not very stable. Most of them were hungry on weekdays. I can help you post a purchase request and let the countless independent cultivators in the ghost market find it for you. I can also accurately purchase all the treasures you need. In this market, anyone like me who knows the inside story is qualified to know what each store and those independent cultivators in the ghost market have. As long as you can afford the price, you can get it. Su Yuming couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Is there any incense for awakening the mind and sudden enlightenment in this market? Yes, in the depths of the ghost market. There is a person in charge called the Demon Sword Monk, who is an abandoned disciple of Xionian Zhi of the Seven Temples of Buddhism. He has a stick of incense in his hand, but the price is very high, a full 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Over the years, people have gone to ask for the price, but this person would not give a penny less. Su Yuming raised his hand and threw out 300 spirit stones. I'll give you 3 days to lead the way for me. I intend to look for this Demon Sword Monk. The incense for awakening the mind and sudden enlightenment is too important to Su Yuming. Since there's a stick of incense here, he is determined to get it. Yes, Senior. Zhou was overjoyed after receiving the spirit stone. He immediately bent forward and stretched out his hand, asking Su Yuming to go in front. Do you have any third-level talisman-making materials? Su Yuming asked again. Yes, but most of them are third-level middle and lower-quality talisman-making materials. Due to the lack of talisman paper here, we can only collect more than 100 sets. If you need it, I can get it for you at the cheapest price. The price here is 30% higher than the outside world, about 1,500 top-grade spirit stones per set. Then take them all. Su Yuming nodded slightly. The price was not low, but treasures above the third level were extremely rare, and it would be profitable to buy them. Are there any treasures that gather wealth? Zhou frowned and thought for a moment. I wonder if places where corpses are raised and ghosts gather, these places count. Yes, Su Yuming thought about trying them all. After all, catching ghosts and raising corpses can also make money, which can make a steady stream of money. Then I can provide you with a few places. The specific locations must be purchased with spirit stones, above the second level, preferably a place that can continuously accumulate wealth. Just buy it. Su Yuming is quite generous. Now that he can't make much money from Mo Qingshuang, he can only find another way. Speaking of which, Mo Qingshuang has a special physique after all. Why didn't he open a new talent entry for himself? Recommend a book by an old friend. The writing is very strong. The author is a wedding host in Hunan province, a famous actor. Chapter 268 New Talent, Rule Collector. 2 more please subscribe. The ghost market is actually the 18 ladders from top to bottom. After years of rain, the steps are flat and smooth. On both sides of the steps, there are monks sitting cross-legged with their hair and faces covered. In front of them are stalls with empty pill bottles and notes introducing goods. There are not many valuable goods. This is the ghost market. Although there are managers appointed from Danshang City in name, in fact, killing people and running away is also common. The location of the Demon Sword Monk is at the front street under the steps. He is holding a black cloth-wrapped ring knife with a cold face. Master Demon Sword, this is Senior Shui Ming. He wants to trade the awakening enlightenment incense in your hand. Zhou stepped forward and said with a smile, but was greeted with a cold look. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, this incense belongs to you, no bargaining. The Demon Sword Monk reluctantly raised his eyes to look at Su Yuming. With his cultivation in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, he couldn't see through Su Yuming's specific realm. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly. Of course, he also looked at it to judge whether Su Yuming could afford to buy this stick of incense. 700,000 top-grade spirit stones, how about I take this stick of incense? Su Yuming thought for a moment and spoke. The Demon Sword Monk closed his eyes and ignored Su Yuming. If you have the method to make this incense and are willing to join me, I will give you this price for every stick of incense you make. How about it? The Demon Sword Monk suddenly heard Su Yuming's voice transmission in his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Yuming. Are you serious? He has been guarding here for many years. How could he only have one stick of incense in his hand? He has never sold it. It is just a cover for him to cover up his ears. The reason why he escaped from Xiaonian's hand was regarded as a rebel was for money. He needed a large amount of top-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to die of exhaustion, and his demon sword cultivation method was not recognized by the monks, so he was very distressed. Then, Su Yuming used the soul pill to drag him into the depths of his soul sea. Under his weak spiritual awareness, a 10,000-mile black python that was entrenched between heaven and earth was spitting out its tongue at him. Fake pill? Or golden pill? The demon sword monk's face changed drastically. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask what the senior is?" Dongshao Su Yuming, if you are willing to join me, you must hand over a wisp of residual soul. The conditions I just offered remain unchanged. For every stick of awakening incense you bring, I am willing to give you 700,000 top-grade spirit stones as a reward. How about it? Deal, but I can't give you the residual soul. You can pay after receiving the goods each time, the demon sword monk said, and stood up and took out a brocade box. After Su Yuming checked it, the two exchanged storage bags. After seeing the spirit stone, his complexion improved. I will bring you more awakening incense as soon as possible. After saying that, the demon sword monk looked up at the depths of the market. Big steward, please forgive my farewell. I am grateful to the demon sword for taking me in. I will continue to fight for the spirit stone in the future. He left a sound transmission stone to Su Yuming, and then took the sword in the storage bag, walked out of the ghost market quickly, and disappeared without a trace. Senior, Zhou Tian next to him was shocked. This was the demon sword monk who was the steward of the front street. It was rumored that he was a Purple Mansion wanderer. He was actually convinced by the man in front of him and persuaded him to leave the ghost market. This senior in front of him must be a top-notch figure. You don't have to panic. Here are 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. You can use them to buy me the third-level talisman-making materials. Yes, Zhou Tian respectfully took it. Under Su Yuming's gaze, he began to walk towards the stalls in the distance, chatting with people in a familiar manner, and then exchanged spirit stones for talisman-making materials from them. Third-level animal bones and third-level spiritual springs can be taken at the same time. If there are any third-level late stage or above, take them all. If there are not enough spirit stones, come back to get them. While Zhou Tian was busy, his ears were filled with Su Yuming's voice transmission. He performed even harder, because if he worked hard for such a big shot, he might be able to get some reward spirit stones. For the big shot, it was just a good gift, but for him, it was enough to live a good life in this ghost market for a while. Su Yuming also found a corner of the street and sat cross-legged. When he checked the talent entry, he found that there was a change in it. But before he could speak, he received King Shuang's voice transmission first. Master, my whole family has arrived at Dongzhou City under the escort of Bai Sanren. Thank you for your concern. My sixth sister has already become Tu Sanren's disciple and will serve the Su clan in the future. Very good, Su Yuming rarely replied, and then put down the sound transmission stone, carefully looking at the new entry, Rule Collector, in front of him, and it also showed 2 charges. What is a rule collector? Su Yuming used it subconsciously once, and saw a gray light flowing in front of him. An extra space force appeared in his mind. In addition to the original ability of space movement, he seemed to have vaguely mastered the space vibration of shattering the void with his fist, which was another kind of space force. Su Yuming had seen Jindan's Henren take action, especially Gu Yulin, who is in the middle stage of Jindan. With a full-strength attack, he was able to create space vibration under the use of his magical power. After using the second one together, Su Yuming found that the space vibration he mastered seemed to be able to attach. Perhaps, if it is attached to the sword moves, the power can become stronger. Su Yuming appeared outside the ghost market in a flash. In the wilderness, he dug a hole 100 feet underground as usual, and then opened up 10 cubic meters of space, and lit the awakening incense, a flash of inspiration. One time Su Yuming began to suddenly realize the sword moves, and the third step of the sword intent in his body began to be aroused, and the white cloud sword also appeared in his palm. As time passed, more than half a day had passed in the ghost market. Zhou Tian, who looked tired, was overjoyed with the 165 third-level talisman-making materials in his hand. He bought 25 third-level animal bones, a third-level Yang Shenquan, and a third-level Yin Shenquan. Finally, he used the remaining top-grade spirit stones to buy the location of a third-level corpse-raising site. It was the location of an ancient tomb thousands of years old. Many tomb robbers had gone there to search for treasures, but they all died inside. Now, when passing by at night, you can see the scene of corpses worshipping each other. The buried people must be kings, princes, and generals. He searched around the ghost market street, but didn't find Su Yuming, so he quickly picked up the sound transmission talisman. Senior, I have spent all the top-grade spirit stones you gave me to buy a batch of goods. The next breath, his figure was kidnapped. Because the front street where he was located had not yet appointed the Purple Mansion chief to guard this place, a Purple Mansion peak cultivator sitting cross-legged in the depths only frowned and watched Zhou Tian being kidnapped. This is the ghost market, the most dangerous place in Nanhazhou. It's really new that a Qi refining cultivator dares to show off with so many top-grade spirit stones and buy them in large quantities. He shook his head and smiled bitterly in his Dan robe, not caring about the consequences of this matter at all. Shui, a top-grade Earth Escape talisman lasted for more than 100 breaths before it dissipated. The kidnapped Zhou Dian also appeared in the wilderness thousands of miles away from the ghost market. "Senior, please stop." Seeing the bearded man with a scour on his face looting the treasure he just bought with a greedy grin, Zhou Dian couldn't help shouting even though he was scared. "Why are you talking so much?" The bearded man raised his hand to kill him, but saw Zhou Dian kneeling down in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh. "It's too late to kneel down and beg for mercy at this time. Do you think Grandpa will care about a lowly Qi refining casual cultivator like you? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. This thing was bought by a big shot. He should be nearby and was delayed by something. If you snatch these goods, I'm afraid you will be targeted. Please forgive me immediately. I promise not to say a word, and you can also take the opportunity to escape 100,000 miles away. Otherwise, once you are targeted, I'm afraid you will be unable to escape." Zhou Dian's head was cut off by the opponent's hand knife. A small flame popped out from his fingertips, quickly burning the body clean, and then he left, not even letting go of the storage bag left on the spot. The monks who survived in the ghost market took risks for wealth and would rather become dirty bugs squatting in the damp and dark underground street corners without light all year round. How could they fear the revenge that might come? He snorted coldly, directly drove a low-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, and quickly cut through the sky and left. Just after flying more than 1,000 miles away, he saw the sea of clouds in the distance, which seemed to be split into two by some terrifying flying sword. The moment he passed by, he felt the flying sword under his feet shattered inch by inch. When his face was horrified, even his head and body were shaking, turning into a ball of blood mist and dispersing. In the end, the good things he had just grabbed fell from the air before they were warmed up, and were firmly grasped by a big hand stretched out from the ground. Sui Yuming's figure appeared here with a sad face. "I thought that since the ghost market was guarded by the Purple Mansion cultivators, it must be safe, but I didn't expect it to hurt you." On Sui Yuming's palm, there was a 1,000-year-old seven-leaf flower, and a weak soul was lingering in it. "Do you want to go to the place of reincarnation, or do you want to become a ghost cultivator?" Sui Yuming asked Zhou Dian, who was nourished by the seven-leaf flower and his soul power did not retreat but advanced, and stepped into the great perfection of Qi refining. Zhou Dian shook his thin body and knelt down to Sui Yuming. "Thank you for protecting my remaining soul. If I had died in the wilderness just now, I'm afraid my soul would be scattered. Please enter the 6 reincarnations." Sui Yuming casually raised the seven-leaf flower in his hand, and after it fell into the ground, it gradually merged into the earth. The netherworld energy on the seven-leaf flower would guide Zhou Dian's soul to the afterlife. "I didn't expect that there aren't many cultivators in this world who are willing to become ghost cultivators. Who wants to be a ghost and be hunted down by righteous cultivators or enslaved by demons if they can be reborn as humans?" But at this moment, as if attracted by the aura of the netherworld, a small beast shadow imprint on his right arm was scorching hot. If Sui Yuming remembered correctly, this should be the reincarnation imprint of the 5 beasts' ancestor. Could it be that his reincarnation body appeared nearby? Thanks to fellow Taoist 248,740,228 for the 2 starting coins reward. Chapter 269, Yuanying reincarnated and became Bimon. 3 more, please subscribe. Sui Yuming's spiritual consciousness was fully spread out, and the area within a radius of 9,000 miles was under his gaze. It contracted from the edge to the center. Almost every cultivator felt a majestic and unstoppable breath passing through their bodies. Countless cultivators opened their eyes and looked, but their souls were trembling, silently warning them not to act rashly. If they disturbed this important person, they would be in trouble. Finally, Sui Yuming's spiritual consciousness was slightly like that in the Ghost Pill City. On the outskirts of the city, he saw a child who was washing the stable. He was about 6 years old, and the time when the 5 beasts' ancestor went to the 6 paths of reincarnation was about the same. When Sui Yuming looked at him, the reincarnation mark on his right arm was hot and hot. It was obviously him. "I don't know if the Yuanying transformation can retain the memory of the previous life. Maybe I have to enter a certain realm before I can recall it." Sui Yuming sighed in his heart and walked into the Ghost Pill City. At this time, the alchemist at the peak of the Purple Mansion who was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part could not sit still any longer. Such a terrifying spiritual consciousness must be the strength of a golden elixir, and he could not afford to provoke it. He quickly stepped into the air and went to the direction of the city gate to greet it, not daring to neglect it. Shui at this time, in front of the stable, a bucket of rotten water had been poured into the little guy inside. Hurry up, if you want to stay in this fairy city, you have to work harder. If you can't work harder than others, then why do I keep you? I would have thrown you out long ago. A monk dressed as a servant came up and looked at the child who was soaked with water. Hurry up, or you won't have food to eat at night. People with mixed spiritual roots like you will always be the lowest in the city and never think of turning over in your life. Bang! The servants threw the bucket on the ground, wash it all together. If I smell a bit of stench, you kid will be whipped. Yes, the child held back his tears, his lips trembling slightly. After the man walked over, he sat down on the ground. After crying for a while, he got up, walked to the well not far away, drew a bucket of water, washed himself first, and then started to clean the wooden barrel and the stable. He was busy until 2 hours later, and he was still fetching water for the water tank in the small courtyard. Hulala, it seemed that God was pitying him. He had just carried 2 buckets of water when it started to rain heavily. In a blink of an eye, the water in the water tank was almost full. A whip came from the rain curtain and hid him, leaving a blue vein, skin and flesh torn, and a blood mark instantly appeared on his back. The huge force even made him fall to the ground. Little bastard, I'll beat you to death, the servant who came out of the inner room pointed at him angrily. Hurry up and cover these big tanks with lids. How can we drink rainwater like this? Seeing that he was whipped several more times, the frustrated child still didn't say a word. He got up and ran quickly in the mud to get lids that were bigger than his own to cover the rainwater for the 10 big water tanks in the yard. Then he was whipped again and fell to the ground. Don't you see that the water tank is dirty? Wash it first and then change it. You sloppy and dirty boy, don't dirty my floor. Whoa. In the stable, the 20 spirit horses seemed a little irritable at this time. While raising their hooves, they panted at the servants under the eaves of the yard, with anger in their eyes. His emotions can actually affect the spirit horses. Shui Yulong felt the spiritual power from this reincarnated child, so he had been holding back and didn't make a move, just to see how long he could endure. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the other party's strangeness. Could it be that the spirit body of all beasts can communicate with spirit horses? Shui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. If it was really a spirit body above the heavenly spiritual root, it would not be an exaggeration for this ancestor of the 5 beasts sect to step into the peak of the nascent soul. Gui Dan, the 3rd disciple of Shyandans Henrin of Dansheng City, greets Henrin Su. Behind him, the purple mansion peak cultivator who was in charge of the market had appeared and bowed respectfully to Shui Yulong. Do you recognize me? Shui Yulong glanced back at him. I don't think I've seen you on the lake island. Gidon Sanrin took a look at the earth fire robe on Shui Yulong's body. This item is a top-grade spiritual weapon. In Nanhazhao, only 4 people are qualified to wear it. The other 3 are the sky of this Nanhazhao. Master, you are joking. With your status and position, how dare we, the Nanhazhao Sanxiu Alliance, neglect you? The top leaders have issued your portrait for our disciples to admire every day. Now, as long as they are disciples of the 3 veins of my hidden gen, everyone should know your identity. Is he afraid that someone in his sect will be blind and provoke him? Shui Yulong did not point it out. Before, there was a junior named Zhou Dan, who was also a gossip in this market. He was kidnapped, beheaded and burned. You who are in charge of the market, you have poor hearing and eyes, but you just don't care. Gidon Sanrin trembled all over. Report to the Immortal. The reason why this place is called the Ghost Market is that there is no restraint. As for the junior named Zhou Dan, actually, I saw it, but because the other party only kidnapped him instead of killing him in public, according to the rules of the Ghost Market, we cannot interfere. A terrifying pressure instantly descended on him, and Gidon Sanrin almost knelt on the ground instantly, and even the tiles under his feet broke into pieces. How could Gidon Sanrin dare to be arrogant? The fake Dan in front of him had killed 4 of them. Even if he killed himself in anger at this time, would his master Shyandans Henrin fight for him and Shui Yulong? I'm afraid not. After all, Shui Yulong and Giki's Henrin are close friends, but now the top leaders of the Nanhazhao Loose Cultivator Alliance know about it. Senior, it's my negligence. Zhou Dan has a sister who married a first-rank lower-grade alchemist in the city. I am willing to accept him as a registered disciple, allocate a batch of cultivation resources, take good care of him, and give him a chance to build a foundation. As he said that, he tried to turn his head to look at the child who was suffering below. Senior, do you like this child? When did this shop enter the city? He is so ignorant. It's okay to use a child of a few years old to work, but he actually beats him with a whip. He felt a sense of relief in his body and jumped down directly. Call out your manager. Who are you? The chief manager, the servant who was beating and scolding the reincarnated child, was startled by the sudden appearance of Giden Sanran. He was about to ask him about his origins, but when he saw his appearance clearly, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground. As the aura of Ghost Pale Wanderer was released, more than a dozen managers and immortal cultivators outside the courtyard hurried out. Not far away, disciples in white robes from the Yandang building rushed over and surrounded the courtyard in a blink of an eye. Catch them all, and remove this Lu family courtyard from my name. These people. Ghost Pale Wanderer looked back and glanced at Su Yuming, who had a cold look in his eyes, and gritted his teeth. Bury them all. Bullying the weak. What kind of immortal cultivator is that? If you have the ability, you should be more cruel to the demons. Treating your own people like this is shameless and deserves death. Yes, the disciples dragged the wailing and screaming people away, and couldn't help but feel confused. Did it take your order for Ghost Pale City to become what it is now? Can bullying the weak in Ghost Pale City be called bullying? 99% of the people here are undisciplined and extremely evil. Seeing Su Yuming land in the yard, Ghost Pale Sanran waved his hands around and said, everyone, go down. No one is allowed to approach this small yard within a mile. Don't disturb the distinguished guest. Yes, at this time, the monks under his tutelage realized that this monk in the Taoist robe of Danlu was an important person. Su Yuming ignored Ghost Pale Sanran, who was standing 10 steps away with a respectful face, and just stretched out a hand to the child curled up in the mud. Get up. The child looked around, not knowing what happened, but was knocked on the head by Su Yuming and forcibly pulled up. Don't pretend. You can communicate with the spirit horses next to you. You know exactly what happened in the yard, Su Yuming whispered in his ear, and he didn't want Ghost Pale Sanran to find out that his physique was abnormal. The child couldn't help but look up and carefully look at the middle-aged monk in front of him, wearing a Taoist robe and with passionate eyes. Thank you for saving my life. He knelt down on both knees and kowtowed heavily to Su Yuming. Originally, Su Yuming didn't want to accept this great gift, but he thought that he had found this person and it was also a way to protect him, so he stood there without moving. Su Yuming stretched out a hand and stroked his head, sensing the spiritual roots in his body. It was extremely pure and powerful. Touching the bones along the spine, Su Yuming was shocked. If the spiritual roots of ordinary people are 100, then the little guy in front of him is probably several times more. Normally, the Earth's spiritual roots should be more than 200, so he must be a natural spiritual body. It really is the spirit of all beasts. Su Yuming sensed the reincarnation mark on his right arm, pointed his finger at the deep part of his brow. This technique is just right for you. You should practice well, and stay with me from now on. Disciple Han Lingtong pays homage to Master. Han Lingtong, who was kneeling on the ground, was overjoyed, and kowtowed 3 times to Su Yuming in a row, then wiped his hands on his body, stood up quickly, ran to a house not far away to take out a teacup, and found a few wrinkled tea leaves from somewhere, threw them in, rinsed them with hot water, and brought them to Su Yuming and knelt down again. Master, please have some tea. He respectfully raised the teacup towards Su Yuming, his eyes full of eagerness to find a treasure, and gratitude to Su Yuming for saving his life and teaching him the immortal technique. Cause and effect. Su Yuming sighed, stretched out his hand to take the teacup, put it in his mouth and took a sip. When the scalding hot steam approached his mouth, it was catalyzed by the true Qi to a state of normal temperature. He drank it all in one gulp, chewing the peony like a cow. Even the tea leaves were chewed clean. Ghost Dan Jr. is here. The accompanying Ghost Dan Sanran watched all this silently, and only came over after hearing the call. Prepare a set of top-level resources for him to practice to the foundation building stage. It should not be difficult with your strength. He is my disciple, and please announce to the entire Nanhazhao Loose Cultivator Alliance that whoever offends will have his entire family killed by me. Yes, feeling the murderous aura released from this calm look, Ghost Dan Sanran trembled all over, and dared not say a word of no. Have a nice weekend. Chapter 270, Transformation into a God in Slashing the Mortal, Void Sword Shocks. One more, please subscribe. Master, do you have any disciples above me? Han Lingtong was quite smart. He followed Su Yuming and carried the bag. He rode a second-grade purple camel horse, which was the highest grade in the stable. He was able to walk steadily. There is another disciple, but the master taught her the way of talismans. She came with her skills and now has reached the middle stage of foundation building. Shui Yulong thought of Yihongmei, who invented the Fengyuan bottle, and missed her very much. Although this disciple was not outstanding in appearance and talent, this trick alone could make Yandang sect rich. This kind of person who is not outstanding in strength, but can make great contributions to the sect, is also the pillar that every sect must have. If nothing unexpected happens, Shui Yulong's talisman mantle will be passed on to her in the future. As for how much she can comprehend, it depends on her own luck. In addition, I have about 10 registered disciples, all of whom are talisman practitioners. I am good at talismans, swordsmanship, magic, music, and physical cultivation. In comparison, beast cultivation is secondary. As he said this, Shui Yulong prepared to pass on the Beast King art that he had copied in his mind to him. After all, he was the ancestor of the Five Beast sect, and others would not dare to say that he was passing on the art privately. Is this the Beast King art? Yes. In addition, there is also the Snake Control art, a total of more than 30, all of which I obtained in an ancient secret realm. You can practice with them all. Yes. Before leaving Gidon City, Shui Yulong received a storage bag from Gidon Sanrun, which contained 10 times the cultivation resources for each small realm from the first level of Qi Refining to the Foundation Establishment period, including a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill, a Qi gathering powder, and 1 million spirit stones. Take them all. This is their good intention. Yes, Han Lingtong didn't understand why his master gave so many things to him honestly with just one word. When he understood the value of these things in the future, he knew that a real big shot could really decide a person's future with just one word. Just the goodwill of Ghost Dan Sanren could pave the way for him to build his foundation. Shui Yulong saw an extra charge of Rule Collector while he was moving. Strange, do you want me to collect spirits to get the charge? Is it the same to become a disciple and marry a wife? Shui Yulong understood. He took away King Xuan's Zuanian body once, collected Mo Lianyang's star spirit body for the second time, and Han Lingtong in front of him was the third time. I'm feeling another wave of space vibration appearing in his palm. Shui Yulong seemed to understand something. He looked up at the rising sun in the sky, which was just covered by endless clouds at this time. Lingtong, master. Han Lingtong didn't know why his master suddenly stopped the flying boat. Do you want to see the sunrise? Han Lingtong was a little confused, and then he saw a white cloud sword in Shui Yulong's hand. He didn't make any moves, but simply thrust forward. Wow, the clouds thousands of miles away were instantly shaken and scattered, and they completely collapsed in one shake. Unlike the retreat caused by the strong wind, they did not create a strong airwave. In this instant, the morning sun was able to escape from the clouds, allowing him to see a bright and prosperous sunrise in the early morning. Master, is this a sword move? Why can it cut off the endless sea of clouds? It's like wiping them out of the sky. Han Lingtong's young mind was greatly shocked, and his lips were trembling. This is the power of space. A Jindan's Henrin can cause space to tremble with one strike, a Yuanying can shatter the void with one strike, and a Shenhe cultivator can wander in the void. With a casual opening of a space portal, he can be hundreds of thousands of miles away with one step. Han Lingtong couldn't help but be shocked. His master said that he was not a Jindan, but the power of his casual sword could reach this level. I'm afraid that ordinary Jindan would not be able to get an advantage from him. Let's call this move the Void Vibrating Sword. It can be regarded as the second sword move created by me, the master. Shui Yulong was very satisfied with his current state. He was not very talented in swordsmanship, but he didn't expect that he could create two major Jindan sword moves by himself, which could be regarded as a school of his own. By the way, Lingtong, why didn't you control the spirit horse behind you to fight back when that servant humiliated you so much before? Shui Yulong knew that he could communicate and get close to the spirit beast, and the spirit beast was willing to protect him. A person of low status, even if he kills the servants and those people outside, how can he escape from this ghost town? What's the difference between going out with 20 spirit horses and a 3-year-old child carrying gold ingots across the street? Shui Yulong grinned. You kid, you're only 5 years old. How can you be so sensible? Han Lingtong smiled innocently. I have no relatives since I was a child and have been living in Gidon City. If I hadn't known how to endure humiliation, I would have starved to death, frozen to death, or beaten to death. If you hadn't met your master, would you have lived such a miserable life? If there was no opportunity, maybe I would find a time to escape. When I'm stronger and know the escape route, and I don't arouse suspicion, I'll find a small town and be a farmer." Su Yuming saw his simplicity in him, and also saw his indifference in life after reincarnation. After the nascent soul, it is the transformation of the spirit. I have seen in ancient books that there is a stage of transformation of the spirit that cuts off the mortal level. Could it be that the ancestor was reincarnated just to pass this stage of transformation of the spirit? "Master, didn't you say you wanted to go to Damsheng City? Isn't this the direction to Damsheng City?" "I have to go back to Huishan County to find trouble with a group of big lizards. When the time comes, I will leave you in the refining valley. You can go around. In addition to practicing, you have to choose a profession. If you don't choose the 4 items of Den, Qi, Zhen, and Fu, you will have to rely on raising spirit beasts for a living in the future, then raise spirit beasts, but I will definitely not sell the spirit beasts I raise. The eggs they lay and some of the hair they shed are fine. Although I don't make much money this way, I won't starve to death, it's pure." Su Yuming took him all the way back to Huishan County, while sitting cross-legged on the earth dragon boat to make talismans. Far away in the direction of Dansheng City. Sensing Su Yuming's breath going away, Ghost Weapon Master was a little annoyed. "Brother Xiandan, are you going to change it or not? People have been annoyed by your evil disciple Gideon and have turned back. You have to apologize or something. But it was you who asked me to give the last 4th order earth fire to Su Yuming to make friends with him. Now you don't admit it." Zhenren Xiandan looked up at him calmly, fanning the flames with a cattail leaf fan in one hand and controlling the fire temperature of the 10 furnaces in front of him. "I already knew about the Ghost Den incident, but I didn't punish him. After all, our Loose Cultivator Alliance was able to attract cultivators from all over the world to participate in the treasure fighting conference because our Loose Cultivator Alliance never imposed restrictions on its cultivators. The ghost market was a place for those extremely vicious people who hated treasures to stay, and it also provided convenience for you and me to buy some things, so this Ghost Dan city cannot be abolished, and Ghost Dan is not guilty." As for what happened to fellow Taoist Su in Ghost Dan city, didn't Ghost Dan apologize? He also found a little guy with good talent, who was actually accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Dongzhao. I believe this kid must be extraordinary, and he might even have earth spirit roots. Earth spiritual roots. Giki Zhenren didn't believe a word of it. If it's earth spiritual roots, how could those big-walled donkeys in Buddhism endure it? Xiandan, do you think that the 7 Buddhist temples all have a golden elixir hidden? If there are 7 golden elixirs, why don't they sweep across this world and let us dominate one side? They are so secretive, and they are not in the outside world. There is also Yuanying's engine above. Their cultivation has reached the top around Zuanjing Lake. How can there be so many golden elixirs coming into the world? In these years, the Vajra has passed away and the Buddha's light has shone in the west. Haven't you counted them? There are only 4 or 5 people at most." Xiandan's Henren narrowed his eyes. "Speaking of which, Giki, the 3 of you and I can dominate this Nanhazhao, but we haven't investigated some places in depth. Now that the battle with the lake monster is imminent, why don't we take advantage of this treasure fighting conference to invite them out to discuss? In the future, will you and I continue to be the masters of Nanhazhao, or should they also get involved?" "Okay," Giki Zhenren said shamelessly, "then give me the ancient magic talisman first." Xiandan's Henren had no choice but to throw a stone slab to him. That's more like it." Seeing that Master Giki put it away and got up to leave, Master Xiandan glanced at his back. "I advise you not to go back. Su Yuming has made progress in his magic now. He will most likely return to the magma sea of fire to find trouble with those big lizards. If you go back now, I'm afraid you will feel sad when you see those big lizards being slaughtered by him." "I shouldn't feel sad. I have to go back quickly to see if I can get a share." Master Giki quickly accelerated his escape light and flew away. If Su Yuming can really kill a 4th level earth fire dragon lizard, don't you want to take the inner elixir and try to break through once to refine the golden elixir? Golden elixir. Master Xiandan's eyes flickered. Although he knew the elixir recipe from the classics and had gathered other materials, he still lacked a 4th level Demon King inner elixir. If Su Yuming really killed a 4th level earth fire dragon lizard, what should he exchange for it? When Su Yuming landed in front of the cliff of the volcano refining valley, the land and firearms wanderer of Ghost Weapon Master came forward to greet him. "Master, the magma is so dangerous below. Do you really want to go down there in person and take the risk?" Han Lingtong looked at the magma below, which was gurgling and boiling with heat waves, and couldn't help frowning and fearing. When you reach my level, you will know that this magma is just a bluff. It can stop mortals, but it can't stop cultivators like you and me who fight against the sky. After saying that, Shui Yulong nodded to the firearms wanderer. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of your disciple. The firearms wanderer clasped his fists and promised Shui Yulong. Shui Yulong didn't say anything, and directly turned into golden rainbow and plunged into the boiling magma. Once he entered the sea of fire, he took the initiative to sink 2,000 feet. Looking around, thousands of auras awakened, and even the 4 4th-level earth fire dragon lizards he had seen before, each of them came to surround and kill Shui Yulong. Thank you for the 100 points of support from Xiangxing Jij, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Steam Explosion. Shui Yulong detonates Volcanic Valley. 2 more, please subscribe. Your name is Han Lingtong, right? You are such a lucky boy to be favored by Master Su. On the cliff, seeing that Han Lingtong was still reluctant to leave, Firearm Wanderer immediately stepped forward with a smile to show his goodwill. He put one hand on Han Lingtong's shoulder, wanting to explore his spiritual root aptitude, but found that Han Lingtong's body was filled with a strong Dan Qi protecting his meridians, which frightened him so much that he quickly pulled his hand away. Did they say that Shui Yulong is only at the peak of the Purple Mansion? How could he leave a Dan Qi in this kid's body to protect his body? Could this kid be the direct descendant of some Jindan's Henren? While he was thinking, he had already turned his eyes to smile. Han kid, come in and rest with me. Master Su will probably come out in a while. No need, my master asked me to wait here. Han Lingtong stood in place, his palms hidden in his sleeves, holding a thick stack of talismans tightly in his palms. After counting carefully, there were a full 10 Storm Dragon Eye talismans. You are a cultivator at the 1st level of Qi Refining, and you have just guided the spirit into your body. You are risking your life. The fight below will be a Jindan level battle. Not to mention you, even a Purple Mansion cultivator like me will be in danger of my life. I'm not afraid. Master said that he would take me to see the world. By the way, uncle, you should activate the Valley Protection Formation. Master said that if any grass or tree in the valley is damaged, compensation will be paid according to the price. But for your own safety, you'd better activate the Valley Protection Formation. You don't have to tell me that. As soon as he opened his mouth to reply, Huoki Sanrin realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously took out the formation plate to activate the Valley Protection Formation. He felt an earth-shaking sensation, and even the ground under his feet was about to be lifted up. When he, a Purple Mansion Sanrin, was unable to stand steadily, the child in front of him actually took the initiative to activate 10 spiritual energies and acted on 10 talismans. 10 talismans soared into the sky, and 10 storm dragon eyes as high as mountains appeared in front of the weapon refining valley, and also suppressed the position of the crater. Behind them was Huishan County, a county city with millions of people. Could it be that Shui Yulong wants to detonate the magma sea of fire? Seeing such a big battle, Huoki Sanrin could not guess Shui Yulong's thoughts, and immediately waved his hand. All weapon refiners, leave the weapon refining valley immediately, quickly, everyone leave immediately. Order the residents of the whole city to evacuate quickly, and must evacuate within half an hour. The volcano is about to erupt. Huoki Sanrin was anxious to evacuate the crowd while sending a message to Giki's Henren. Master, it's bad. Shui Yulong is going to blow up the entire magma sea of fire. He has gone crazy in order to kill the earth fire lizards inside. It doesn't matter. Ian's Henren Yanzhong have arrived at the weapon refining valley. The sound transmission he received made him feel a little relieved, but then, a violent magma had already soared thousands of feet into the sky, rushing up directly from under the cliff, and this was just one. In the place where he could see with his naked eyes, there were hundreds of magma erupting at the same time, and then the entire crater collapsed completely. Under the collapse of rocks, the magma sea of fire area, which was originally only crisscrossed with small rivers, instantly turned into a magma lake, and all the peaks and falls mixed in it were all blown up and destroyed. The volcanic ash even dyed the face of the firearm scattered man black. But under his observation, the 10 storm dragon eyes rotating at high speed in the air have now occupied the sky with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Whether it is the volcanic ash scattered everywhere or the boiling magma, as long as they are close to the storm dragon eyes, they will be quickly torn apart by the strong wind. Of course, the wind blowing on the formation barrier again and again can also make him feel the power of nature. Crazy, you master and disciple are both crazy, he looked at Han Lingtong, who was standing there with a calm and shocked expression on his face, and couldn't help shouting. My master and your ghost weapon master are good friends. He will naturally not let this weapon refining valley suffer losses. By the way, if there is a refining furnace on the nearby peaks, we will compensate for it. Han Lingtong acted very honestly, which made Huoqi Sanren unable to say a second word of complaint. He was just a child. This matter should be the work of Master Su. Forget it, let Master go and talk to Master Su. He glanced in the direction of the magma sea of fire. At this time, the volcano continued to erupt. Such a terrifying high temperature might have erupted the flames accumulated for thousands of years. Those below the purple mansion would die if they were touched. Time passed to half an incense stick. After Su Yuming released his momentum below the magma sea of fire, he directly used the power of the soul pill to forcibly release Yo-Yo Looming, instantly killing hundreds of earth fire lizards within 1,000 feet. This caused public outrage. 4 Fourth Order Earth Fire Lizard Kings rushed towards him like crazy. Su Yuming grinned and threw 38 talismans, 19 Magma World talismans, and 19 Water Cloud Sea talismans at them. The moment the entire volcano exploded, Su Yuming had already torn a large teleportation talisman into pieces when the raging hot air evaporated and formed a steam explosion. He instantly appeared 20,000 miles away. When he looked up, a stream of flames soared into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 feet, like a blooming firework, directly covering a radius of 100,000 miles. Su Yuming blinked. It seems to be a big deal. He quickly rushed towards the magma sea of fire. Just kidding, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. With 10 Storm Dragon Eye talismans, the weapon refining valley and the volcanic city at the foot of the mountain would definitely not be in danger, but the bodies of the severely injured earth fire lizards in the sea of fire were good things. Su Yuming didn't think that all 4 fourth level earth fire lizard kings would be killed. The two closest to him at that time were about 300 feet away and 800 feet away. Most of them would not survive. Facing the combined attack of 38 Purple Mansion top-grade treasure talismans and 19 consecutive steam explosions, even a 4th level giant and cultivator could not survive. I can only pick up the remaining 2 Earthfire Lizard Kings. If I can capture their demon souls, I will make a fortune this time. Su Yuming wanted a complete 4th level corpse and demon soul to break through his puppetry to the 4th level and create a 4th level puppet. Sure, at this time, when he plunged into the sea of fire, he clearly saw the formation activated on the top of the mountain. It seemed to be injected with a majestic true essence, forming a 4th level formation, which steadily blocked the magma that continued to impact the formation barrier. It was a close call. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, I would have almost caused a disaster. Friend Su, you have turned my weapon refining valley into such a mess. The 108 crater refining furnaces that I have run for many years are destroyed. You have to give me an explanation. The dark-faced ghost weapon master appeared at the edge of the cliff and intercepted Su Yuming. Su Yuming pointed downwards. You and I have 4th order earth fire protecting us. Being at the bottom of this magma sea of fire is like returning to our own home. Right now, there are 2 giant and demon kings being killed by me directly. Both are seriously injured. There are also tens of thousands of earth fire lizards being killed. Do you dare to follow me down to pick up some bargains? Geki Zhenren's eyes rolled, and he instantly forgot about the 108 refining furnaces and the destroyed refining valley. Are you serious? Could it be that Brother Geki still doesn't trust me? I want half of it. Find it first, and I promise that you won't suffer any loss. Brother Geki, as Su Yuming spoke, he had dived into the depths of the magma like a fish. At this time, the magma was very turbid, and the situation below could not be seen clearly. Even Su Yuming could only sense a few dozen feet in radius. Then he cast Prosperity and Wealth, without hesitation, and moved his body in a flash, appearing in front of the half-body of the Earthfire Dragon Lizard King, and it was the upper body. He took out a soul-sealing bottle without hesitation, took out the demon soul and the broken demon pill, and took away the demon body. When he left, he was chased by a seriously injured and dying 4th order mid-stage Earthfire Lizard King. Su Yuming snorted coldly. True spirit sublimation. At the moment when his soul power suddenly surged, he cast Yo-Yo Looming again, directly shaking the big guy's head. Clang! A sword-like pierced through the endless magma and cut off the big guy's head. Shui Yulong quickly collected the body and the demon pill and demon soul together. This guy was his biggest gain today. Hoolah! He moved the magma and looked down. He had already swam down for nearly 4,500 feet. He could still withstand going down with his body, but the danger was unknown. Why not find the place where the bone dragon fell and look for active dragon bones? If I can find a bone marrow, my 4th level body will be solved. Shui Yulong just swam down and his head suddenly hit a stone the size of a millstone. He looked closely and was overjoyed. The effect of prosperity and wealth was really outrageous. He actually encountered a piece of Lihuo Jingxi weighing nearly 300 kilograms. This is the main material for forging a 4th level spiritual treasure. With this piece, Shui Yulong can completely make a sun disk, and this thing does not require too many skills. It only needs to be stored in the Danshan, and it can be refined by the true essence after entering the Jinden. It is one of the purest fire treasures. I've made a fortune. Fortune comes from risk. Let's continue. Shui Yulong used up his last, prosperity and wealth, and rushed towards the depth of 5,000 feet regardless of anything. In the distance, Geki's Henrin, who could no longer sense Shui Yulong's breath, also found 5 large pieces of the 4th level Earth Fire Lizard King's body, which added up to more than 30,000 kilograms of flesh and blood. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. It's a pity that the demon pill was not found. I don't know where Shui Yulong went. He carefully looked at the turbid and bottomless magma sea of fire below, only to feel that his spiritual consciousness had shrunk to about 10 feet. He was immediately shocked and could only leave the magma sea of fire immediately and wait for the magma to calm down before exploring again. Chapter 272, Getting Rich. The storage ring hidden in the void, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Hula flying back to the cliff, Geki's Henrin was still a little frightened and could only observe the situation within 10 feet around him. In such a dangerous environment, even if a 4th level Earth Fire Dragon King came to him, he would not be able to find it. What? No harvest? Zhenren Yanzhen was protecting this 4th level formation and looked at the turbid magma sea of fire below. At this time, he didn't know how much dust and mud had fallen into it. It was as white as silt. As a person who studied formations, he really didn't dare to go in. Almost 10,000 kilograms of Earth Fire Lizard meat, Geki's Henrin sighed. We didn't get a big head, and we didn't see any demon pills or demon souls. Could it be that Shui Yulong really blew them to death? The power of the 38 talismans just now is enough to destroy the world, but the Earth Fire Dragon Lizard Kings have thick skin and flesh. They are more familiar with the environment below, and they can escape quickly in the magma. They should not die more than 2,000 feet away. Yanzhen's Henrin stared down intently. This explosion has attracted countless people from Wernanhuzhao. I will set up an array nearby. You hurry to gather our disciples. We have to hold on here for at least 10 days or half a month. After we have plundered all the opportunities inside, we will give those independent cultivators a chance to get a share. Okay, Geki's Henrin agreed readily, and then he saw an extra hand in front of him. I don't need 10,000 caddies of Earth Fire Lizard meat, but give me all the bones for the formation. Master Yanzhen looked at him with a squinting eye. Don't try to hide it. If you dare to bid 10,000 caddies, you will earn at least 20,000 to 30,000 caddies. A 4th level Earth Fire Lizard King probably has more than 1 million caddies of flesh and blood. I don't believe you didn't make much this time. No way. The Earth Fire Lizard is full of fire poison, and the flesh and blood it can eat is at most 20% to 30%. Besides, with such a horrible explosion, even if you fall in, you will instantly turn into meat scraps. I just picked up a few pieces of meat from the water tank that I can't see clearly. Master Geki secretly hated himself for not showing more dejection, so he had to grit his teeth and took out nearly 1,000 caddies of lizard bones. You are so stingy with just this little thing. Do you want good things? Go find Shui Yulong. He blew up your refining furnace and destroyed this refining valley. He must have good things in his hands. After saying that, Master Yanzhen had already withdrawn. Geki's Henrin was somewhat speechless. How come all the close friends he made were of the same kind? Not to mention that Shyanden Lao cheated him. This Yanzhen Laoga was not a good guy either. He looked down at the bottom of the magma sea of fire, hoping that Shui Yulong would be fine. He was still waiting for him to fish out the demon soul demon pill and give him a share. If that didn't work, a few hundred 4th level animal bones would do, so that he could refine a set of 4th level spiritual treasures for self-defense. At the bottom of the magma sea of fire, Shui Yulong had already dived to a depth of 6,000 feet, and even his third-level perfect body was a bit overwhelmed. Where does this magma sea of fire lead to? A secret world? Is it round or has a bottom and is square? Shui Yulong didn't believe that this world was bottomless. But his body had also reached its limit. If he continued to go down, he would bleed internally. Just as he was about to jump up, he seemed to feel a spatial fluctuation. He subconsciously raised the Bayun sword in his hand and slashed downwards. Void Shock Sword. The ripples of the vibrating space continuously impacted a space. In his surprised expression, this space actually opened directly, and then a red sword ring flew out, which he caught with one hand. I said that the big figures in this world, who have such good things as ancient magical powers, would not have no stored ring. I didn't expect that it was hidden in a space he opened up to prevent it from being found by bad guys. Shui Yulong was glad that he had gained something from practicing Void God / otherwise he might not be able to find the stored ring of this senior. There was at least 10,000 feet of space in the storage ring, whose spiritual consciousness had long been erased. This was the first time Shui Yulong had seen such a large storage space. At this time, only a quarter of the items were piled up in it, and they were placed on neatly arranged shelves. Shui Yulong first looked through the elixir category. There seemed to be no spiritual power flowing in the storage space here, and with the help of the third-level soul-sealing talisman, the value of these high-quality elixir bottles was comparable to that of spiritual tools, and they should not lose spirituality. But Shui Yulong searched through more than 300 pill bottles, but they were all empty. There were all kinds of exquisite white jade, green jade, and red jade bottles. Was the owner of this storage ring like a collector, specializing in collecting bottles? Shui Yulong finally found 41 bottles of pills in the corner, and he could recognize 3 of them. The Xiandan pill taken by Yandang cultivators is used to increase Dan Qi. He can swallow it now and refine 1 in 7 days. The Xiandan pills in the 7 pill bottles can give him at least 700 purple bamboo Dan Qi. The second kind, there is only one, the golden pill, there are 3 Dan patterns on it. This is probably not a top-grade Yandang. Shui Yulong took a deep breath. He has been looking for the opportunity of Yandang, but he didn't expect that the biggest opportunity of Yandang is right in front of him. It's just, he can't break through. Even if he is now at the peak of Zifu and can use all his trump cards to push his cultivation to Zifu great perfection at any time, he has to endure and wait for the top-grade water spirit root to be completed. The formation of pills from the 4-element top-grade spiritual roots and the formation of pills from the 5-element top-grade spiritual roots are 2 different concepts. The ancient alchemist's technique, the pill has 3 patterns. I'm afraid the cultivator who refined this pill must be the first 5th-level alchemist. As he said this, Shui Yulong's eyes fell on the last pill he could identify. This thing. I'm afraid it's not the 4th-grade wrongling pill that he was looking for, which is above the spiritual root solution. Legend has it that it can fuse all the miscellaneous spiritual roots, and there is a high probability that it can become a good thing of the top-grade spiritual roots. If you have multiple spiritual roots of the same level, you can fuse them and you may also become a mutant spiritual root. Shui Yulong took a deep breath and strengthened his belief in waiting for the top-grade water spiritual root. Maybe he can synthesize an earth spiritual root. The top-grade spiritual root has a 50% chance of golden elixir, and the earth spiritual root has a 50% chance of yuanying. It has come to this point, and he also wants to continue. The remaining 32 pill bottles contained 4 kinds of elixirs. Shui Yulong hesitated for a moment and hid the 4 pill bottles with the 4th-level soul-sealing talismans. He decided to ask Xiandan's Henrin about the remaining 28 after he went out. This old man must want to have a share of the pie when he saw it. If he couldn't exchange it with the same benefits, he would refuse to give it to him. With Giki's Henrin around, he wouldn't make things difficult for him. The second step was to look at the magic weapon. Shui Yulong really wanted to know what level of magic weapon the cultivator who could use the ancient magical power of Void God / used. After all, it was a yuanying magic weapon. When he looked at the empty magic weapon fragments scattered on the ground, he was speechless. Are they all destroyed in the battle? But this person is quite frugal and even picked up the fragments. Shui Yulong looked at the fragments all over the ground. Most of them should be spiritual weapons with dozens of weapon patterns, and there were also more than 10 pieces of Yandang Lingbao level fragments. After taking them out, maybe Giki's Henrin, the old guy, would be interested. When Shui Yulong was searching for rare treasures, he saw 10 space crystals. and there were about 40 kinds of 4th-level ores placed next to them. The largest one was only the size of a fist, which could not be used as the main material for a large spiritual treasure. However, after taking it out, it should be enough to help him refine his own spiritual treasure and the sun disk, an attacking spiritual treasure. Finally, he saw boxes of neatly stacked spiritual crystals on the shelf. These were good things used by Yandang Mountains for cultivation. One crystal was worth hundreds of millions of spiritual stones, and no one would sell it to you if you had spiritual stones but no ticket to Yandang. There were about 100 apple-sized spiritual crystals in a box, and after counting them carefully, there were probably about 120,000. Rich enough to rival a country. Shui Yulong wondered if the richest loose cultivator alliance in the Zhuanjing Lake world could come up with a wealth of tens of trillions of spiritual stones, while he had 12 trillion spiritual stones in his hand. In the future, at the Yandang level trade fair, I'm afraid no one will refuse to take this thing out to exchange for treasures, Shui Yulong thought in his heart, and had already walked to the area of the practice that made him most excited. Experience of Void God / what attracted him most was the manual of space cultivation left by this senior. It also recorded his deeds of practicing since he was 4 years old, with natural spiritual roots, building foundation at the age of 9, opening up the Purple Palace at the age of 14, forming Dan at the age of 26, and entering the nascent soul at the age of 79. At the age of 20, I actually got the enlightenment of the sex space true spirit treasure, and directly comprehended the first level of Void God / it must be fake. The Purple Palace realm can master the blow of slashing the void. Even some old-fashioned Yandang Mountains can't break the void. Shui Yulong can only envy the foundation of these big sects. Since they were born, they can be sent all the way to the nascent soul realm by resources. Unlike himself, he wants to step into the Yandang realm, but he has to walk slowly step by step. To master the space slashing mark, you need 3 abilities: space vibration, space particles, and space tearing. Shui Yulong took a deep breath. He has only mastered one of them at present. It seems that he has a long way to go. At the age of 107, this guy actually mastered the void wormhole. He can open the void freely with the 3 abilities of void shifting, spatial positioning, and void solidification, and walk hundreds of thousands of miles away in one step. Shui Yulong thought about the boast he had made to Han Lingtong, and he didn't expect it to come true. At the moment he was thinking, he saw a piece of withered yellow leaves falling out of the book, and he couldn't tell what kind of spiritual tree it was from. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and it seemed that he could see a line of words on it through the light. Space shift absorbs the power of space crystals, which can increase the speed of cultivation. It's too late to regret after 100 years of understanding. Good guy, use the power of space to transfer the space inside the space crystal to the body for refining, so as to increase the speed of cultivation. Shui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised at this guy's wonderful ideas. This is different from absorbing the hundreds of strands of spiritual energy in the Spirit Stone, which is the same source as the spiritual energy in the Danshan. If you don't do it well, your body will really explode. Restraining his excitement, Shui Yulong looked past a pile of books on the owner of the storage ring and looked at the shelf on the last floor. There was only one book on it. This should be his main cultivation method. Vote for the monthly ticket. It's almost the end of the month and I don't even have 200. Woo woo woo. Chapter 273, Divine Transformation Technique, 4 Symbols Heavenly Saint Secret, 1 more request for full order. The 4 Symbols Heavenly Sacred Art, our 4 Symbols Sacred Sect is based on the 4th level Nanli Fire Dragon, Dongshao Water Ape, Ziji White Tiger, and Bihorn Snow Demon. 10,000 years later, we obtained 4 sacred beasts, the Nanming Fire Dragon, Zhuanjing Lake Shenshu Ape, Western Kunlun Mountain God, and Northern Giant Monster. We used the sacred beast's magical powers to create the 24 sacred laws, and used the sacred beast's blood to create the 4 directions divine guards to protect the 4 sacred worlds. 4 sacred worlds. Shui Yulong flipped through the 24 sacred laws at the back. The original owner of this world called the 24 innate magical powers of the 4 sacred beasts sacred laws, which was really amazing. Shenshu Ape is a star beast that was mutated and returned to its ancestral form by the water and wood ape. The Nanming Fire Dragon naturally controls the volcanic clouds and mist. The Western Kunlun Mountain God. If Shui Yulong remembered correctly, the ancient strange beast Luwu was called the Kunlun Mountain God. This white tiger actually had such an opportunity. As for the last northern giant monster, What exactly is it? Descendants of Zuanwu? If it was just a snow demon, Su Yuming could hardly imagine a snow demon that could grow to the state of transformation. Let's just say it was water and ice and snow? Counting Lu Wu's wind and Bai Hu's gold, Su Yuming felt that he could only practice the White Tiger's sacred law, the wood attribute sacred law of the Shenshu Yuan, and the sacred law of the Nanming Fire Dragon, which added up to about 12. Just practicing one can lead to the great way of transformation. If the four saints become one, won't it be possible to transcend the tribulation? Su Yuming was delighted, subconsciously dodged and moved, and began to withdraw. In such a turbid sea of magma and fire, he couldn't see everything below, so he went up and counted the harvest first. Thinking of this, Su Yuming crushed a small teleportation talisman and was instantly transferred thousands of miles away. Seeing the volcanic ash covering the sky, he urged the Earth Dragon shuttle to escape at full speed. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the volcano county. After opening up a 10-foot cave 100 feet below the ground, Su Yuming began to meditate. But perhaps because he had waited for a long time without receiving any news, Ghost Weapon Master could not hold back and directly transmitted the message. Su Yuming received his message as soon as he grabbed the sound transmission stone. Did fellow Taoist Su encounter any trouble down there? I can help you at any time, Su Yuming grinned. The old Ghost Weapon Master was anxious. But he was not in a hurry. He could give some of those animal bones to Ghost Weapon Master, even as compensation for destroying the Refining Valley. The first thing he flipped through was naturally the complete Nanming Fire scripture. When he opened the first page, what appeared in front of him was the famous Nanming Fire. Nanming Fire, known as an original fairy fire, what is the origin of this Nanming Fire Dragon, and how can it be cultivated to such a level? Su Yuming glanced at the bottom of the magma sea of fire. With a 4th level fire in his body, it was not difficult to feel that there was an even more terrifying power deep underground. Perhaps there was a Nanming Fire left after the Nanming Fire Dragon passed away. But at this time, not to mention him, even if the 5 Beasts expansion's Henjin came here, he would not dare to go down and try. The second sacred method, moving clouds and rain? Su Yuming now knows how to move clouds. He exerted his full strength to perform the Purple Mansion chapter of Yandang Cloud Kiju, and could instantly create clouds and mist covering a radius of thousands of miles. Even with the assistance of the Golden Light Qi Horse, it was not difficult to create a sea of clouds for thousands of miles. But he didn't know how to make rain. Moreover, Su Yuming was surprised to find that this was actually a celestial magical power, which could forcibly go against the will of heaven and flood all living beings, and could also form a battle arena like a domain. This is something I can learn. Su Yuming touched his chin with one hand while checking the remaining 4 sacred methods of Nanming Fire Sutra. Immortal Flame Dragon Body Rebirth from Fire Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea Flame King. Wow, 4 divine fire methods, 4 flame innate magical powers. This Nanming Fire Dragon is amazing. Su Yuming recalled how it was cut down by the amazing sword light, and now it turned into dry bones and shattered, falling into the depths of the magma sea of fire. He felt a chill on his back. This must have angered the immortals in the sky, so the 4 symbols holy sect was destroyed. Then, could it be that the 5 beast sect in the outside world also inherited the 4 symbols holy sect, so it can become the dominant sect of the nascent soul? Su Yuming thought seriously. The 5 beast sect is said to have 5 great beast kings to suppress the world, so even the Yuanqi Sword Palace, where sword cultivators are in power, has to give the 5 beast sect some face in the Blackstone ancient domain. It seems that they have obtained the 4 symbols holy sect's beast controlling skills. Su Yuming looked at the immortal flame dragon body. This thing requires dragon marrow to practice, which is a bit difficult, but he can first refine his body into a flame demon body. This is a practice method in the Golden Core chapter, which should not be difficult. Thinking in his heart, Su Yuming began to refine the body of the earth fire lizard. For so many years, the dragon body fell under the magma and became a furnace, which nurtured these big lizards. No matter how bad they were dragon blood creatures. If he didn't make good use of the millions of pounds of flesh and blood, it would be too stupid. With a rolling flesh and blood power pouring into his body, within a few days, Su Yuming's body gradually turned red, and then it was like bronze. After years of being soaked in blood, he turned into Blood Man. Until he took a long breath, the lizard bones behind him were all scattered on the ground. Millions of pounds of flesh and blood were absorbed and refined by him in a short time, and the flame demon body was a small success. Moreover, Su Yuming's peacock divine pupil seemed to have collected the breath of the earth fire lizard. If he went to the magma sea of fire again, he could use the breath of the earth fire lizard to guide himself. We need more. Thinking of this, Su Yuming flashed up and began to gather towards the magma sea of fire. However, as soon as he approached, he sensed no less than 40 auras of the purple mansion, and there were 8 auras of fake elixir. Among them, there was a hidden fluctuation, and there was even a Jindan's Henrin, the man behind the Duabeo pavilion, Han Duabeo, who was also among them. So many people came. Could it be that they were attracted by the big noise I made? Su Yuming quietly followed the underground fire channel where the magma flowed out and began to sneak into it. However, the moment he used the third-level Shattering Void Talisman to enter the formation, Zhenren Yanzhen instantly discovered his location. Fellow Taoist Giki, the person you want to see has gone down again. What? Zhenren Giki next to him was worried about these visitors. How could Su Yuming, the initiator, be so bold as to keep going in and out of the magma sea of fire and fishing non-stop? After all, this sea of magma and fire belonged to me before. You can't let me drag these monks while you eat and drink in it. Master, Han Lingtong wants to see you. At the door, the little disciple of Giki's Henrin, Lianbao Sanrin, who had just entered the early stage of Zifu, walked in. Oh, Master Giki and Master Yanzhen behind him looked at each other and immediately raised their hands. Please invite him in. At the same time, he asked, Brother Yanzhen, even you can't see through this kid's talent and roots. To be valued so much by Su Yuming, he must have earth spiritual roots. Master Yanzhen narrowed his eyes. Why? Do you want to snatch him away to be your apprentice? You and I both have family businesses. Who can withstand Su Yuming's attack on your home? Not to mention the Storm Dragon Eye Talisman and the combined Water and Fire Talisman. Even if the Peerless Thunder method hides us, you and I will be left alone. Master Giki shook his head. He knew better than anyone how powerful Su Yuming was. Even if he was asked to compete with Jindan head-on, he would not go to trouble Su Yuming. Besides, with their relationship, Su Yuming might be able to come to his rescue when Jindan bullied him. Han Lingtong is here to pay a visit to the 2 immortals on the orders of my master. Soon, Han Lingtong, who was almost 6 years old, walked in and handed over a storage bag with a silly look on his face. Han Lingtong, where's your master? Why did you send me a storage bag? My refining valley has been destroyed by him. Now there is such a big commotion. Those fake golden elixirs and a large group of purple mansion cultivators are asking me about the situation under the magma sea of fire. How can I explain it? Ghost Weapon Immortal narrowed his eyes and deliberately showed some anger. I don't know about this. My master just asked me to give this storage bag to the immortals, saying that it is a gift of apology. As for the rest, doesn't the magma sea of fire belong to the immortal? Is there anyone else who can snatch things from you, a giant of the Loose Cultivator Alliance? This sentence choked Ghost Weapon Immortal. Yes, he is also known as one of the 3 fake elixirs in Nanhazhao and one of the 3 giants of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Even some external pressures can't be resisted. This face is probably lost. Shui stretched out his hand and the storage bag fell into his hand. Just a glance with his spiritual sense, Ghost Weapon Immortal was immediately shocked. This thing, did he find it under the magma? It's just some fragments. Master said that if the immortal can repair it or learn some ancient secrets from it, you must tell him. No problem. Tell fellow Taoist Su that if he can find the demon pill, demon soul, demon bone, and flesh of the 4th level Earth Fire Dragon Lizard King, he can exchange it with our Loose Cultivator Alliance. We will never treat him unfairly. Got it? Han Lingtong turned around and left very quickly. The cultivator who is responsible for taking care of him immediately followed the little ancestor quickly. In the hall, Ghost Weapon Immortal took out a handful of spiritual treasure fragments and handed them to Yanzhen Immortal to take a look. Brother Taoist Yanzhen, I don't want to eat alone. You need these spiritual treasure fragments to refine the formation, so just take them. It seems that Su Yuming is really generous, otherwise you would not have given me so much at once. You are really generous. Zhenren Yanzhen narrowed his eyes and smiled. If it were any other time, you old boy would definitely use the excuse of studying ancient weapon refining techniques to fool me. Hey, you and I are family, how can we have 2 sides? By the way, when will that old Shyandin arrive? Those old guys are already getting ahead of themselves. Today they dare to threaten me to open the gate and let them enter the weapon refining valley. Tomorrow they will be able to break into your Hongdu city and brother Shyandin's Danshang city. Our loose cultivator alliance can't be timid about this wave. Zhenren Giki was also righteous. If the price Su Yuming gave was enough, he would definitely bite the bullet and delay for him for a few days. Chapter 274, The Fourth Stage Late Lizard King? Honduabeo in the company of beasts, 2 more monthly tickets requested. Gurgle gurgle. Several days had passed at the bottom of the magma sea of fire. The mud and sand that fell into it had either evaporated or settled to the bottom. The black stains of silt floating on top were also gradually refined by the high temperature. Su Yuming went down to the magma sea of fire. Just after 1,000 feet, he saw a bloody fourth-order Earth Fire Lizard King with a broken right forelimb devouring the flesh and blood of its companion. It was a piece of abdominal flesh and blood, which should be the part of one of the fourth-order Earth Fire Lizard Kings that was killed by the explosion. Su Yuming sensed that there were many Earth Fire Lizards distributed in the 2,000 feet below, but he did not find the breath of the second one. He made a prompt decision and attacked with a white cloud sword in his hand. Void Shock Sword. With one sword, he shook open the broken arm where the blood had stopped flowing. At the moment when the Earth Fire Lizard King was howling in pain, Su Yuming had already rushed to the front. His third-order Great Perfection physical body burst out with all his strength. His flame demon body at the small success stage turned him into a ball of fourth-order Earth Fire, which, accompanied by colorful streams of light, began to wrap around the entire body of the Earth Fire Lizard King, quickly refining its flesh and blood. Ang! The Earth Fire Lizard King let out a shrill scream. The dragon roar was attracting the Earth Fire Lizards below. Ang! Su Yuming also heard the response of an Earth Fire Lizard King 3,500 feet below. Only 2 of them were killed that day. Su Yuming did not think that there were only 5 Earth Fire Lizard Kings deep underground. The reason why he did not encounter them deeper was perhaps because they were too widely distributed. After all, after going down more than 3,000 feet, the magma sea of fire even directly covered the entire Nanhazhou area of hundreds of thousands of miles. How could his spiritual consciousness cover them all? Roar! Su Yuming felt that the Earth Fire Lizard King in front of him was about to break free, and he turned into a Taoist body. After 100 breaths, he didn't believe that this 4-legged snake could still struggle under the absorption power of the flame demon body. Ang! At the bottom of the magma sea of fire, the 4th-level Earth Fire Lizard King responded and swam upward frantically. Su Yuming sensed its breath and found that it had reached the 4th-level late stage. Even if he used his true spirit to sublimate, he couldn't kill it. If the noise was too loud, he was worried that Giki Yanzhen and the other 2 would not be able to withstand the pressure from the outside world. He frowned, dodged, and escaped 100 feet away in an instant. Hula! When the 4th-level late-stage Earth Fire Lizard King came nearby, Su Yuming's breath had disappeared completely. Its scarlet eyes stared at the surroundings, and it roared to let the big lizard next to it start to swim downstream with it. Su Yuming then realized that the 2 Lizard Kings were intimate, and they were actually a male and a female. Thinking that he still had the body of the Earth Fire Lizard King in his hands, he immediately found a large rock submerged in magma, created some clouds, and began to fiddle with silk, preparing to refine a 4th-level puppet first. Hula! With his weak spiritual sense, he sensed a strong breath that quietly sneaked in from the edge of the formation 100 feet away, and it seemed that he failed to alarm the master of the formation, Yan Zhen, or perhaps he paid a great price in exchange for the other party letting him in. Golden Pill! Su Yuming frowned, and the basic Zhugang Beast Inner Pill protected himself, restraining his puppet-making movements to avoid disturbing the other party. He also wanted to know the other party's purpose, to fish in troubled waters? Hula! The other party's identity is easy to recognize. He is wearing a glittering dress. His Taoist robe is a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Wind and Fire Imperial Robe. In his hand is a top-grade spiritual weapon, the 1,000 Miles Wind Eye, which can increase the spiritual consciousness of hundreds of feet under the vast magma. Wrapped around his arms is a pair of top-grade spiritual weapons, the Cold Chi Double Rings. His feet are through the knee-high boots, which are also top-grade spiritual weapons, the Sky-Stepping Teleportation Boots. It is said that there is a space teleportation array inside, which can teleport hundreds of miles many times. These signature spiritual weapons, this person must be Honduabeo. Ang! After Su Yuming saw him sink to 2,000 feet, he turned his hand and took out a beast horn that was 10 feet long, making a dragon roar. The Earth-Fire Dragon lizards that had originally surrounded him by the smell of strangers stopped their actions and let him easily descend to 3,000 feet. At this time, The fourth stage late-stage earth fire dragon lizard hidden in the depths of the magma discovered him, opened his mouth and spit out a 1,000-foot flame, which was directly dodged by Honduabeo. Lizard King, I'm here to make a deal with you. I have something good that you need. I guess you've heard of my name, Duabeo Zunran. Oh my god, this guy actually wants to make a deal with a big lizard under the magma? Su Yuming was stunned. Isn't this like talking to a deaf person? Boom, with the roar of the beast, the magma world erupted, instantly trapping Duabeo Zunran in it like a prison. He didn't get nervous, but just flipped his hand to take out a talisman. The fourth stage late-stage earth fire dragon lizard that was about to rush towards him stopped abruptly hundreds of feet away, and the beast's eyes stared at the golden talisman in his hand, feeling fearful. This is a 4th level top-grade talisman Vajra Buddha's hand. It is the full-strength attack of the Buddha's hand. I'm afraid that if you want to take it head-on, you will get hurt. It's not peaceful outside. Why don't you sit down and have a good talk, Roar? The 4th level late-stage earth fire dragon lizard king naturally has a strong intelligence. The beast's eyes turned and roared, asking him what he could come up with to make him excited. If not, he would leave his life behind. Honduabeo flipped his hand and took out a pill bottle and held it in his palm. This is a 3rd level top-grade pill to prolong life and restore blood. I see that your Taoist partner is seriously injured. Why don't you take it to heal the wound first? As he said that, he actually threw it directly to the Lizard King. The latter looked at him warily and suspiciously for a long time, and actually let the pill bottle fall into the magma sea of fire. When it saw that the pill bottle was about to be melted by the magma, it opened its mouth and spit out a circle of fire to protect it, and steadily sent it to the magma stone platform 2,000 feet below, next to the 4th order initial stage earth fire lizard that was being roasted to death by Su Yuming's flame demon body. Roar, the Lizard King roared at him, and the bloodshot beast's eyes regained some agility. What do you want? The shiny ore, or the dry bones below and the stored rings left by your human monks? I tell you, those things have not been melted by the magma, and they are very valuable. You need to use the pill just now. No, a better pill to trade. I have to say, this beast is very greedy. Su Yuming fiddled with the silk to sew up the huge body in front of him, while manipulating the demon soul and demon pill into the puppet. He was going to use a strand of soul to cooperate with the silk to control this big guy. He was thousands of feet away, which should be the limit distance, and he would not be easily discovered. Do you have the 4th level demon pill and demon soul? And the demon beast flesh and blood? Honduabeo asked subconsciously. Roar, human race, don't provoke this king. They are all my flesh and blood brothers. You want their demon pills and flesh? You are provoking the entire earth fire dragon lizard clan. Honduabeo gritted his teeth, flipped his hand and took out a brocade box. Under the shield supported by the robe on his body, he opened it and took a look. Is this transfiguration grass? The Lizard King's eyes widened, and then his breathing became particularly rapid, with a rumbling in his chest, like thunder rolling under the magma. As long as the Lizard King gives me a 4th level demon corpse, this 10,000-year transformation grass will be given to the Lizard King. After refining it, the Lizard King can not only perfectly transform into human form and walk out of the magma sea of fire, but also use the favor of the human race to advance to the nascent soul realm. The Lizard King was silent for a while, and seemed to calm down from the temptation of the treasure. I don't have a complete demon corpse, 200,000 kilograms of flesh and blood. Do you want it? Honduabeo shook his head. That can't be exchanged for the transformation grass in my hand. This thing is priceless, at least worth 2 giant and lingbeo. I have this. The Lizard King turned his head to look at the Taoist partner below. Seeing this, the smaller female lizard opened her mouth and spit out a stream of red flames, which fell into the claws of the Lizard King and was tightly held by it. Su Yuming saw clearly this medium-grade giant and lingbeo with 256 instrument patterns. There was a round stick in the middle, and there were blade-like cutting blades at both ends, and they were bladed on all 4 sides. Exchange. The Lizard King made a dull sound. Its patience had reached its limit. If it was not for the fear that the human cultivator who had just attacked its Taoist partner would appear again, it would not have wasted time talking to this guy in front of it. Exchange. Honduabeo was overjoyed to see the golden elixir spiritual treasure. He finally got his own golden elixir magic weapon. The moment he threw out the transformation grass, he reached out to take the 4-edged stick and waved it in his hand. Then he saw a headless lizard with a tail and a badly gnawed body thrown towards him from under the magma. The Lizard King, who got the transformation grass, turned his tail excitedly and swam towards the bottom of the magma sea of fire. The transaction it made was honest, bartering, without any discounts. No demon elixir and demon soul? What a pity. Han Duabao frowned after checking the demon body he got. He felt that this transaction was not profitable. However, he did not dare to cause trouble for the other party in the home court of the Earthfire Dragon Lizard. I just hope that my human cultivators can stop the Earthfire Dragon Lizard after it transforms. This transforming grass is the strongest foundation of my Duabao Pavilion after many years of treasure hunting. It is worth it to exchange it for a powerful giant in Lingbao. He smiled and flew into the air, preparing to find a place to refine this giant in Lingbao first. It has been submerged in the magma sea for many years, but it has not been corroded by the magma. It is really a good treasure. With you, Duabao Pavilion can almost compete with a loose cultivator alliance in the future. You are the opportunity for my rise. He held a 4th level formation breaking bead in his hand and quietly penetrated the formation without noticing that Su Yuming was following closely behind. Friend Su, it is not a good thing to follow a giant in Zenrun. The battle between humans and demons is imminent, and you are easy to be misunderstood. At the moment of leaving the formation, Su Yuming heard the voice of Yanzhen Zenrun in his ears. Han Duabao betrayed the human race and just traded a transformation grass to the 4th stage late stage Earthfire Dragon Lizard King under the magma. If it enters the 4th stage peak after refining, and stirs up trouble with the 5th stage Fish Dragon Remnant, can our human race survive? Su Yuming shut up Master Yanzhen with just one sentence. The latter had a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. Han Duabao was really looking for death? He glanced at Master Giki, who was smug and humming a little tune while repairing the magic weapon and having a lot of fun. If Han Duabao died, it seemed that this big fool would have to discuss dividing Duabao Pavilion with Su Yuming. Chapter 275, Beho River, killing a giant to liven up the atmosphere, 3 more monthly tickets requested. This 4-blade spear is really powerful. It actually has 15 kinds of spells, including 3 spear magics, a complete golden elixir magic, an armor-breaking spear intent. Han Duabao, who had obtained the golden elixir spiritual treasure, took a top-grade flying boat across the sky above the mountains and seas. He played with this good treasure all the way, and now he even dripped blood into it to start refining it. Now the masters of Nanhazhao are all in the weapon refining valley of Huishan County. When I refine the 4-blade spear, I will kill them back and let these guys see the strength of my Duabao Pavilion. As he said, he took out the sound transmission stone and began to order the cultivators of Duabao Pavilion to gather. Of the 8 counties in Nanhazhao, he had to bite off 2 counties from the hands of the loose cultivator alliance. Otherwise, what was there to talk about with the 3 fake pills? He suddenly floated and stopped in the air 500 steps above the river surface, looked back and looked around suspiciously, and there was already a talisman under his robe. You followed me all the way, why don't you show yourself? He snorted in anger, and sent a message to the 7 purple mansion cultivators under his sect to rush here to help. Just when he thought there was no one, a talisman burned fiercely silently on the bank of the Beho River under his feet, and then a storm dragon eye appeared in the sky. Han Duabao's face changed, and the wind and fire divine robe behind him swelled up, and he instantly retreated 1,000 feet away, and then activated the air-stepping boots to restrain the top-grade flying boat from retreating hundreds of miles, thus avoiding the range of the storm dragon eye. But the next moment, there were already 10 magma world talismans plus water cloud sea talismans combined with a large sea of fire and cloud steam around. Such a talisman. Are you the talisman demon Su Yuming? Han Duabao's face changed drastically, and he knew that he could not escape. He kept throwing out streams of light with both hands. He threw out almost 100 spiritual tools. Such a collection could only be matched by the 3rd-level top-grade tool refining master, the Ghost Tool Master. Boom boom, the spiritual tools exploded again and again, shattering the surging 4th-level flames and dispersing the steam in the sky. He activated the treasure light on his body, raised the 4-blade spear in his hand and slashed it, and the entire steam cloud was directly cut open by him. At the moment he was about to leave this area, a Zhengjin divine light had already attacked him. Although the speed was fast, the giant in spiritual consciousness had a range of thousands of miles, so how could it be hurt? Han Duabao dodged it with a twist of his body. Clang, a sword light crossed thousands of miles and cut directly down, just like a 7-color rainbow instantly tearing through the sea of steam clouds, and Han Duabao had no way to avoid it. Buzz, the moment he released all the thick third-level talismans on his body, he also became ruthless. Faced with life and death, he actually directly supported a traditional treasure with both hands and fiercely hit the direction of the sword light. Gemstone, Qiankan Yin hand, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles was instantly drawn away. Above the sky, the wind and clouds condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and sun, and slapped down the end of the sword light. Bang! The moment more than a dozen third-level protective talismans were broken, the sleeve of the top-grade spiritual weapon Fenhua Yushin robe was also cut off. On the other hand, Sui Yulong was only a small teleportation talisman, and he steadily avoided the attack. However, his figure also appeared hundreds of feet in front of the opponent. The moment he opened his mouth, Sui Yulong had already spit out a mouthful of scorching fourth-level Qi dragon fire. Under the urging of the red sand soul-scattering gourd, the third-level top-grade demon-slaying wind instantly detonated the entire fire wave, turning into a tide of fire that instantly swept across the distant sea of clouds, directly igniting the 7,000 miles of fire clouds. Honduabeo's face was ugly, and he forced the precious light on his body to resist. The teleportation boots on his feet were already a little hot. Fellow Taoist Su, how have I offended you? That day, you took away 5 great treasures from Duabeo Pavilion in Danayan County, and I didn't make things difficult for you. How dare you repay me with evil? Sui Yulong snorted coldly. Honduabeo, if it weren't for a fellow Taoist Kiki that day, you would have attacked me. What did you do under the sea of magma and fire just now? Do you think no one knows? You gave the 10,000-year transformation grass to the Earth Fire Dragon Lizard King who hates my human race. Are you trying to cultivate a second fish dragon? You're talking nonsense. The Earth Fire Dragon Lizard has its own tribe. How dare it leave the sea of magma and fire? After I got my natal spiritual treasure, my combat power will be enhanced, and I will be able to suppress this monster in the future. It will definitely not become a great enemy of my human race. As he spoke, the 4th grade superior talisman in Honduabeo's hand was already burning violently. Fellow Taoist Su, since you dare to attack me today, then you will go to hell. The treasures you got from my Duabeo pavilion will be returned to their original owners. Above the 9 heavens, a terrifying Buddha's hand that covered the sky for 30,000 miles directly shook away the sea of clouds, and even the 4th-level Qi dragon fire was shattered. Sui Yulong was standing under the monstrous Buddha's hand, just like a drop in the ocean. When he looked up, Honduabeo's face had already shown a bit of ferocity. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a huge palm print was forcibly pierced through the riverside plain. The position where Sui Yulong was located had been penetrated by the Buddha's hand 400 feet deep in the ground. If Sui Yulong stood there, he would be beaten into pulp in an instant. After the Buddha's hand, Honduabeo had already killed him, but when he used his spiritual sense to sense, he did not find any breath of Sui Yulong, and even the breath of the treasures on Sui Yulong's body was gone. This is impossible. The area of 30,000 miles is suppressed by the great magical power of Buddhism and Taoism. How can Sui Yulong escape, unless he has the great teleportation talisman in his hand? In the sky, a meteor flew quickly from 40,000 miles away, and in the blink of an eye, it had stepped into more than 20,000 miles. When Honduabeo raised the ground 3 feet to find him, Sui Yulong had already appeared within 10,000 miles. Clang! He raised his hand and stabbed the Qi sword rainbow again. Not dead, Honduabeo's face changed drastically, and the 4-edged spear in his hand had already stabbed forward. The power of the golden elixir broke out in full force, and the spiritual energy of 10,000 miles instantly dissipated. While letting out a spear light, Sui Yulong had already sacrificed the 3rd step of the sword realm. Whoosh! 3 sword rainbows fell towards him almost at the same time, and at the same time, 1,000 feet of Sui Yulong appeared upright. The 3rd step of the sword, and the celestial sword soul, Honduabeo was extremely anxious. How could he have provoked such a killing god? He found out that Sui Yulong was only 100 years old, but he had already stepped into the 3rd step in the sword and sword intent, and he also created a golden elixir magic sword moves. As long as this monster didn't die, he would almost certainly become the top powerhouse in this secret realm. Wait, fellow Taoist Su, we can talk about everything. We are all human beings, and we are also Taoists. Why do we have to fight to the death? Would that make our relatives sad and our enemies happy? If you kill me, Wouldn't the remnant of the 5th level fish dragon and the Buddhist cultivators in Xiox's how wake up with laughter, even if they were asleep? Clang! Without further ado, Su Yuming had already slashed down with 3 swords. With a crack, the pair of top-grade spirit weapons, the cold chi double rings wrapped around Han Duabeo's wrists, instantly released 1,000-year cold air in front of him, wrapping him into a huge ice block. He blocked the sword abruptly, but the ice on his body was completely shattered when the second sword fell. When the third sword fell, the cold chi double rings on his wrists were instantly shattered, and even the wind and fire divine robe on his body was chopped to pieces by the exploding white cloud sword energy. Shuck! Su Yuming fell with another sword, and the whole person had killed 100 feet in front of him with the help of the golden rainbow, shaking the sword in the void. But Han Duabeo, who was about to move away with his boots, felt a fluctuation in the space. He couldn't move? Han Duabeo gritted his teeth, opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of angry blood on the 4-edged spear in his hand. His life spirit weapon was a water-dividing thorn, which also broke through the air and attacked Su Yuming. Splash! The Behu River under his feet was directly split by the water-dividing thorn, and 2 waves rolled up thousands of feet high. The waves gathered and formed a water world in an instant. Armor-piercing spear intent, 1 spear to kill the waves, Han Duabeo shouted angrily, and the 4-edged spear in his hand had already stabbed towards Su Yuming's forehead. Su Yuming still used the void vibration sword, but this time he also applied the power of space displacement. Clang! The spear light deviated 3 feet along the edge of Su Yuming's cheek and directly pierced through a mountain thousands of miles away. The spear energy continued to penetrate the earth and plowed thousands of feet away before stopping. But Su Yuming had already consumed dozens of strands of Dan Qi in his body at this time. After gathering on the sword body, he drew the sword again. The sword falls on the fragrant grass parrot island. The third style of bound sword technique. The sword rose and fell, and the tide instantly dissipated. The clouds and mists in the area of thousands of miles disappeared. Su Yuming stood in place, calmly watching the headless body of Han Duabeo, who was beheaded by his sword, fall heavily to the river. His head wanted to leave, but Su Yuming had already used the true spirit sublimation to improve his soul power. The soul pill lit up, and the sound of deer calling had already made him lose his direction. Another sword fell, and the escaped golden pill flew 100 miles in the air before being caught up by the sword light and pierced directly. The soul hiding inside was directly shattered by Su Yuming's sword and turned into a wisp of flying smoke and dissipated. When Su Yuming looked up at his feet, a ground fire dragon lizard that was stitched up a little bit was hiding on the lawn with the help of the inner pill of the red palace beast. It was the same color as the sky and the earth. When it opened its mouth, its long tongue had already rolled back to Han Duabeo's body. Looking at the Behu River where the blood of the golden elixir was splashed, the dense water grass was stimulated by the sword energy and continued to grow wildly. In a blink of an eye, it wrapped a more than 10-foot-tall earth fire dragon lizard. Let's go! At this time, Su Yuming had already sensed the breath of the monks watching the battle in the distance. The stored ring on the ground flashed with white light. While taking away the trump card of the earth fire dragon lizard, he had also taken away Han Duabeo's stored ring. As for his body, it was quickly burned to ashes under the Qixi dragon fire falling from his fingertips. Habitually escaping from the depths of the ground, Su Yuming glanced at the fully loaded golden elixir stored ring. The 300 cubic meters were almost all filled with treasures. There were also hundreds of unknown brocade boxes and even Han Duabeo's golden elixir skills. This guy is good at making money, but his strength seems to be a little bit lacking. The collection and subscription have increased quite well recently, and they have doubled several times. The money for the baby's milk powder is settled. Then let's be a little bit tough on ourselves. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, we can do a burst of updates. Currently, there are 205 monthly tickets. For every 50 tickets, we will add one more chapter. There is no upper limit. The number of recommended tickets is 106. Now it is Tuesday. If it rises to 1,000 on Sunday, we will add 2 more chapters. Currently, there is only one deacon with 5,000 fans, Dao Jian Wang. If a new deacon appears, we will also add 1 more chapter. How about that? We will settle the account for everyone on Sunday. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.